engine room. Let's go. This is nice.
One, two, 1, 2. Live cricket coming up in 20 minutes from Edgbaston. A very good morning and welcome to Edgbaston, where the umpires are just emerging right now at about 2 minutes to 11. So that would suspect we're going to have a slightly late start here on day 3 of the Rotherham County Championship First Division game between Warwickshire and Somerset. It's been a good match for the bat so far, with Somerset totalling 498 in their first innings, with very attractive centuries from Tom Lammonby and Tom Kohler-Cadmore, and a few wickets for the young spinners, or for the less experienced spinners, should we say, in Bethel and Yates towards the end of that innings. But 1 or 2 wickets fell a little bit cheaply, I think it'd be fair to say. Warwickshire closed day 2 on 158 for 1. A stand so far worth 125 for the second wicket, between skipper Alex Davis on 63 and the New Zealand captain Tom Latham, who's on 65, trying to become the third Tom to get a ton in this match. Could well happen. I'm Richard Wilford from BBC Radio WM. At 11:30 we'll be joined by the former Bears captain and former director of cricket at Somerset. I think that was his official title, Dermot Reeve.
Absolutely, yep.
But alongside me from BBC Somerset, it is Anthony Gibson. A very good morning to you.
Yep, good morning, Richard. And small crowd. Fine day, though. Lots and lots of people here at Edgbaston. Most of them for an NHS conference. But who knows? We might be in for a very exciting day's cricket. Or we might be in for a run fest. We will see. Somerset are pinning their hopes on spin. According to Shane Berger, the batting coach, to whom I spoke last evening, he reckons that Jack Leach and Archie Vaughan may hold the key to Somerset taking 19 Warwickshire wickets over the course of the next 2 days, which is actually quite hard to envisage on this pitch with a Kookaburra ball against a very strong Warwickshire batting side.
As I have a report to get through in the next couple of minutes, I'll start us off from the pavilion end. Otherwise, I'd love to give you the honour, Anthony, but I'll only end up interrupting you, which is...
No, that's absolutely fine.
Miguel Pretorius, a man with very broad shoulders. And I mean, not just the width, but they make a bit of a ripple in his shirt at the back. He's a strong man, is what I'm saying. He's going to be bowling with Alex Davis on strike. It's a right-hand, left-hand combination. There is some cloud cover. It is a little bit overcast this morning, but just the single slip in. He's got a wide slip as the first ball on the leg stump line is defended by Davis back up towards mid-on, and there's no run. There is kind of a gully, sort of a fifth slip gully, but tells a bit of a tell that he's reasonably close in. I don't think they expect extravagant carry on the third morning, Anthony.
No, I mean, Craig Overton tried all sorts of different fields and tactics yesterday afternoon and evening, really to no avail.
Pretorius to Davis, and the tip of his bat up around helmet height, and then he takes a big stride forward and then leaves the ball on the line outside off stump.
Somerset really only have themselves to blame for only taking 1 wicket yesterday afternoon. They put down 2 difficult catches. Craig Overton missing 1 at slip, and Archie Vaughan 1 at backward point, and a much more straightforward stumping chance was fluffed by James Rue that would have removed Tom Latham.
Pretorius strides in once more to Davis, and that's well outside off stump. There is a little bit of movement in the air after the ball has passed the stumps, and it comes back in towards James Rue, and there's no run. We're within a minute of just getting an update done for listeners to BBC Radio WM and BBC CWR. So I have to hit an exact point for those. Cable knit sweaters are out today, so it's not quite as warm as it's been at Edgbaston. Pretorius advances once more, and Davis is forward with the full face of the bat and defends him back into his follow-through just to the left of the strip. He stoops down and picks the ball up left-handed. This is Richard Wilford at Edgbaston, where Warwickshire resuming their first innings are 158 for 1, still trailing their visitors Somerset by 340 on a wicket that has looked pretty true for the bat so far, and with a ball that hasn't shown a great deal of lateral movement. Alex Davis 63, Tom Latham 65 resume this morning. Both will have their eyes on a big score. The Bears 158 for 1. as Davis narrowly fails to add to his overnight total as he pushes forward towards mid-wicket. Tumbling stop there. Have we spotted Josh Davey in the field?
Yes, he's out there. Yeah,
good. That's good to see.
He's down at he's at mid-on.
Oh yes. There's the shoulder. Actually, you can just about see the number 38 peeking through his cable knit sweater. Just see a little bit of the black ink. Well, I don't suppose it is ink. Whatever it is they use these days. This is driven nicely by Davis, but Josh Davey is quite tight, quite straight at mid-on. So it's a maiden over to start the day for Miguel Pretorius. 158 for one. Yeah, I mean, you hate to see a bowler hurt his ankle in his bowling stride, but he looks like he's moving fairly freely at the moment, so that's good news.
Yeah, it's surprising really, because it isn't as if the bowlers have left great pits in the creases at either end. The wickets are so hard these days that they are scuffed, but don't see groundsmen having to sort of fill them in with some sort of concrete mixture, which happened in the old days. Matt Henry is going to bowl the first over from the Birmingham end. He's not been at his best, I think it would be fair to say, in this game so far. 11 overs for 39, so relatively expensive.
I would say quite a few bowlers have not looked necessarily at their best on this surface.
Just the one slip. Craig Overton at a sort of advanced second slip position as Matt Henry is in and bowls down the leg side as a half-hearted appeal for a catch behind. May just have flicked Tom Latham's thigh pad. Yeah, it did. It was a fine deflection. Makes you wonder for a moment when you see it. But look, it is a Kookaburra ball. It's 54 overs old. I know they found a bit of reverse yesterday, Dermot Reeve was telling me. But they're clearly not expecting much movement here, are they, with this field? He's in and bowls, and this is a better ball, which is played defensively by Latham, out into the offside, where Tom Kohler-Cadmore, with that mane of hair underneath his Somerset cap, he's abandoned the mullet. I don't know what you would call his current hairstyle, the mop, I suppose. Or the bush. Henry in and bowls, and this is driven firmly up to Pretorius at mid-off. The sun is out. It's a very pleasant day here at Edgbaston. We have missed the overnight rain, which has apparently been falling in other parts of the country. And as far as I'm aware, the forecast for today is pretty good. Yeah, it's dry. I don't think we'll see a lot of these sunny periods, but it is dry. Henry in and bowls. This is turned into the onside. They won't get a run as Jack Leach fields at mid-on. Not sure whether it's what the form is for tomorrow. I think it's decent. I think it's decent. A little bit of dark cloud in the hour before the start, but on the current forecast for here, it's pretty good. No run added so far this morning as Henry is into Latham, who plays that defensively. Kiwi versus Kiwi. They'll know each other very, very well, these two. Well, it's always good to see these sort of little rivalries from international teammates, but the fact that they're also top-class players makes it even better, doesn't it? We're talking two exceptional international cricketers who are vying with each other, battling each other. Henry bowls, and again there won't be a run this time. Tom Abel at a short mid-wicket. So Somerset start with 2 good maiden overs, and the score remains on 158 for 1. The great virtue of Matt Henry is how much he forces the batter to play. He hasn't really wasted much during the course of that over. The only loose ball was the one that went across the left-hander and came off his thigh pad. But other than that, what have Somerset got in their favour? We know that the ball isn't too responsive. We know that the surface, being a hybrid, isn't enormously responsive. There are 2 things in their favour. One is the scoreboard pressure, by getting the big score that they did in the first innings. Even if they maybe left themselves 50 runs short of where they would have liked to have been. I don't know, maybe so. And the other thing they've got is they have
the best spinner in the match.
I think they left themselves 100 runs short of where they would like to have been. And that's not me saying that, but that was Shane Berger saying that they were looking for 600 plus.
Pretorius in onto the pads of Davis, but he can't beat mid-wicket. And there's no run.
But the late order, or middle order and late order Somerset batting lacked application. They lost their last 7 wickets for 91 runs, which is quite an achievement on this pitch.
Yeah, I mean,
against the Kookaburra ball.
As honest and as hard as Rob Yates and Jacob Bethel were trying, their 5 cheap wickets were somewhat out of context in the game, let's put it that way. As this one tucks Davis up, and it catches him amidships, and he will squat down for a moment. I don't think it's caught him as tenderly as it might have done. Just the angle and the bounce troubling the Bears skipper, and now he does go down on his haunches a little bit more for a stretch. He'll take his time. Pretorius approaches again. Nice bit of pace, and there's a little bit of indrift out of the hand there from Pretorius. That was just shaped a little bit. Yeah, into the right-hander, towards off stump. And Craig Overton applauds from first slip. And then very quickly he's having a word with James Rue. And I wonder whether, having seen that bit of swing, he might be contemplating where a fielder might be placed in a more attacking mode. And that would have given a little bit of encouragement. As this next ball is steered into the leg side for a single. First run of the morning. Has taken 16 deliveries to arrive, 159 for 1. Oh, and then there are overthrows. Well, that was all rather unnecessary. An errant throw gives them an extra 1, so Davis joins Latham on 65. It's 160 for 1.
Yeah, sloppy cricket.
It's one of these things, I get...
It was a no ball as well.
Oh, 4 runs for what seemed a fairly innocuous inner half of the bat nurdle into the leg side. Okay, 162 for 1.
There was a little bit of late movement there from Miguel Pretorius, whether he just put a little bit extra into that delivery, hence the no ball, but took the inside edge of Alex Davis's bat.
Davis remains on strike after all of that, and he's looking to cut this through the offside, and he does it rather well in front of point, and that will go away to the hover cover for 4, the first boundary of the morning. And the scoring has been unlocked by that no ball. 166 for 1, Davis to 69.
Yeah, short and wide from Pretorius. He was a wholehearted bowler. He'll run in all day, hit the pitch hard.
Well, he's got the frame for it, that's for sure. Strong man in again, and this is fuller and slightly slower, and forward comes Davis. And he pushes it back to the bowler in his follow-through. Dermot Reeves limbering up in the box now. You sense, I think he'd rather have a bat than a bowl today, I think, given a choice. But he'll be joining Anthony at 11:30. I'll come back to get my report done at 12. Torres into complete. What is his 12th over? Davis again forward, shows the full face of the bat. No run there, but 8 in all off the over, 166 for 1. You just get the sense that the 2 home batters, the overnight not out men, are trying to build for the day rather than doing anything in a hurry here.
Yes, I'm just trying to work out some sort of scenarios. I mean, if Warwickshire continue at this sort of rate of progress, around about three runs and over, just a little bit above that, they will have erased the deficit by close of play today, and they could then bat for a session and a half tomorrow and try and put Somerset under pressure towards the end of the day. This is shorter from Henry. Run out chance, and Tom Abel misses. He had all 3 stumps to aim at. He ran round his left arm to pick up and throw right-handed, which costs just a split second. But even then, if he'd hit, I think Alex Davis might have been in trouble. Just watching that,
it would have been really close.
It would have been very, very tight indeed.
Yeah.
But he missed. And this time, Tom Abel picks up, there's no question, of a single in bright sunshine.
I do fancy in modern cricket, though, batters get a lot of the benefit of the doubt on a run-out because umpires become very much conditioned to having the third umpire available for run-outs. And it's interesting, really tight ones are so hard to give, aren't they?
Well, they should be given, you should give the batsman the benefit of the doubt, shouldn't you? This is dropped into the offside by Latham, won't be a run.
I just think the benefit might be slightly broader than it used to be.
Possibly. I haven't seen any really tight ones this season. They've all, but the run-outs have all been fairly obvious ones.
Yeah, I mean that would have been an interesting one. That was
yeah, that would have been very, very tight.
My instinct is the same as yours. I think he might have been just short had it hit.
Henry to Latham, bouncer. And Latham not to be tempted with a deep backward square leg and a long leg, waiting for the top edge. Just ducks underneath it. Matt Henry has yet to concede a run this morning. He was a bit profligate yesterday, 39 from his 11 overs, but he's making up for it so far this morning. He's been right on the spot against the left-hander. He's in and bowls, and again that's outside the off stump. Latham lets it go through to James Rew. James Rew, who is a perfectly serviceable wicketkeeper to seam, but still has plenty to learn against spin, as he rather unfortunately demonstrated by missing that stumping off Jack Leach yesterday afternoon. Henry bowls, and again there won't be a run. It's second successive maiden for Matt Henry, who now has figures of number 39 in 13 overs. 166 for 1.
Be interesting to see how many overs Craig Overton gives his opening bowlers here. In that it's still reasonably warm. New ball is 23 overs away. He'll want to bowl some spin in that period between now and then. How soon does he choose to do so? You know, do we see half an hour of seam? Do we see 45 minutes of seam?
I think probably half an hour. There was a little bit of turn yesterday afternoon, slow turn for both the Somerset spinners.
Pretorius, with the sun shining on his back, comes into Alex Davis, who leaves that alone. Just looked like it might have offered to seam a tiny bit out.
Yeah.
Just a little bit there this morning.
A bit too wide, that was the trouble.
Yeah. He was able to leave it on that width.
Not a bad line of attack, though, because Alex Davis likes the off drive. Might just be lured into playing at a ball that he shouldn't, as the bail blows off at the far end.
That tells you that it's a little bit gusty. It's Davis replaces the bail himself. Craig Overton was offering to come in and do it. The captain's being very polite, and Pretorius now does come in, driven back into his follow through, and he fields it one-handed. Might have come off his fingertips a little bit. Picks it up at the second attempt. Umpire Lloyd, I think, is waving to the ground staff because he'd like some weighted bails now. So he's waving a bail at them. I'm not sure they've saw that. They've seen that one come off. Pretorius strides in, tall man, little dink down in theory in the direction of third, but rather too close to the fielder. And there's no run.
Good tight start this from Somerset, with the exception of the overthrow and the no ball.
pleasant enough murmur around the ground. Smattering of spectators in view. Quite a few in the 2 tiers below us here at the pavilion end. As this is driven through mid-wicket and the dive can't cut it off. They're going to come through for 2. Pretorius liked the possibility of an LBW there on the line of the delivery. But Davis, without trying to overhit it, has just really nudged it into the gap for a couple. He's to 71, 168 for 1.
Yes, if he'd missed it, there would have been a big appeal. But he most emphatically did not miss it. Came off the middle of the bat.
About 20-yard run up or thereabouts for Pretorius, driven by Davis. But once again, Josh Davey is very straight at mid-on. Mid-off is quite straight as well. Davis sort of the slightly deeper than you'd find in club cricket, but mid-on is often quite straight in club cricket. And he's not going to get beaten on the inside, as it were. So it's back of a length, and Alex Davis loves that sort of width. He'll just dab it wide of the gully and through for 4. Just stood up to kill the bounce, and that is feeding him. 75 to Davis, 172 for 1. The Bears have added 14 runs in the first 5 overs of the day. We have got 98 overs today because we've still got 2 overs to make up from day 1 when we lost 10. So it was a 98 over day today.
And here comes the one of the ground staff with the weighted bails.
Splendid.
Umpire Goff has them. Yeah, it was a nice little shot that from Alex Davis. Just made sure that it was short and wide, and he just flicked his wrists to make sure it carried over the top of Tom Kohler-Cadmore in the sort of deep gully or backward point. And oh, we've got scorecards.
Updated scorecards.
Updated scorecards.
Phil loves that.
It's better than we get at Taunton. All you get at Taunton these days is a completely blank scorecard.
Helpful.
Here's Henry in bowls, and Latham pushes that into the offside. He hasn't scored a run this morning, Tom Latham. All of the scoring has come from his partner, Alex Davies, and the batsmen haven't changed ends either.
No, I mean they should have done, had somebody not decided to hurl it out towards the boundary.
172 for 1 on this bright and breezy Edgbaston morning. With a smattering of spectators on the far side of the ground and 2 parties of spectators in the Hollies stand. Henry is in bowls outside the off stump. I say that they're organised parties because they're all sitting together. One group in a line and the other in more of a cluster. But there are more people here at Edgbaston for the NHS conference than there are for the cricket, I think.
No, I doubt that's the case.
Well,
I know you like to have a few snarks about the attendance at Edgbaston. You did it on day 1.
This is outside the off stump from Henry. Well,
but if you go 4 or 5 times today, I will bite back.
I was just judging that on the basis of the car park, which for the first 2 days in the area where the media are expected to park was almost deserted, and today it's absolutely jam-packed. And I asked one of the stewards what it was all about, and he said it's an NHS conference.
Yeah, they have a lot of events here. There's plenty of room to stage them.
Is Henry in, bowls to Latham, and he's gone, caught behind. Good bowling from Matt Henry, was plugging away. Latham was leaving, and then his patience evaporated. He went for the drive, got a nick, and Somerset have their second wicket. Tom Latham caught Rue, bowled by his fellow New Zealander Matt Henry for 65, having not added to his overnight score. It's 172 for 2.
great virtue, as you described it there, of nagging away, not giving the batter anything. There were no free runs coming from Matt Henry's end so far this morning. And in the end, Latham plays a shot, trying to force something, trying to get his first run of the morning, and snicks behind. And I mean, Dermot has spoken about it, isn't it? That the one thing that a captain can be given by his bowlers on this surface and with this ball is some sort of control. And Henry, I mean, that was always going to be a great battle this morning. And Henry would be delighted to lower the colours of Latham.
Yeah, absolutely. And oh, there's no Jacob Bethel, though. I was rather looking forward, rather hoping we might see Jacob Bethel rather than Sam Hain. Not that Sam Hain can't be an attractive batsman. He's a force to be reckoned with in white ball cricket, but he is a bit stolid in red ball cricket, in my experience. Whereas Jacob Bethel is more mercurial.
I would imagine we'll see him at 5. I'd be surprised if we didn't. The only query would have been yesterday whether the England selectors had asked if he could please bat at 3. But
well, there was a rumour on the first day that he was going to open the batting for Warwickshire, but that came to nothing.
I was here and didn't hear that rumour. Where would that come from?
It came from Neville Scott. Well, I don't know where Neville Scott in the time reported it as a rumour in the Times. Where he got it from, I don't know.
There was never any great likelihood of that. That's people seeing Ollie Pope make 100 and say, oh, well, Zach Crawley's the next most vulnerable player. Maybe they'll ask him to. It's got to have come like that. I don't know there's any price that Bethel was going to open. They've got 3 openers in the top 3 as it is.
So Matt Henry's going to bowl to the new batsman, Sam Hain. He's in and bowls and beats the outside edge. At least I think he beats the outside edge. Just watch the replay, see if Hain definitely played at that. And he goes down and gives the pitch a bit of a prod. Well, it's just the start that Somerset needed.
Well, the game needed it as well. So if the game's going to move on, there's got to be some jeopardy for the batters. It's got to be.
But, well, he's yet to concede a run. Matt Henry just coming up to the last ball of his 3rd over. And he's already sent his fellow New Zealander back to the pavilion. He's in to Hain, who gets a good ball and plays it from the crease. And applause for a wicket maiden from Matt Henry. Now has figures of 14 overs, 3 maidens, I think, possibly 4, 1 for 39.
Yeah, but this morning, 3 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for naught. I mean,
5 maidens, in fact, yeah.
Yeah, it's Craig Overton will be delighted with the control, but also absolutely thrilled with that wicket. Latham is the sort of player that could have batted through the day. He's got that in him. And that might keep the seam bowlers on a bit longer when Henry is bowling in that sort of rhythm. And it's just, he finds ways of getting shape. He doesn't need extravagant movement. A little nibble here and there, he can be very dangerous. So we'll see how he goes against Hain and Davis. 2 right-handers now together. And Davis is clipping the ball through square leg as it was angled towards his feet. And he gets another run. He's to 76, 173 for 2. The first target for Warwickshire today, of course, is to get to 349, because that takes the follow-on out of the equation. But if they were immediately out there on after, if that was the sort of score they got, then it does give Somerset the chance to try and set some sort of target, or give themselves some overs to try and bowl the Bears out on the final day. The one query that we have after yesterday's play is how easy it is to accelerate on this surface, because that's when the wicket started tumbling.
Yeah, Shane Berger said the ball went pretty soft, and it wasn't easy to score quick runs.
Well, it'll be pretty soft now, won't it? This one in its 60th over. Pretorius outside off stump. Hain steps forward and across, assesses the line and leaves alone.
The other factor in the equation, though, is that Tom Lammonby and Tom Abel left it rather too late to go for the 5th batting point.
Yeah.
They were content for the sort of first hour and a half just to keep the bowlers at bay. And it was only after they got the 4th point they decided, well, perhaps we ought to have a go.
This is full and defended by Hayne outside off stump. The bonus points thing can sometimes become quite difficult, isn't it? If you're in a situation where your best chance of winning the match is to bat once long, chasing runs can cause you a problem. And it's notable that one of the wicket went down at 4-2-5, probably when they were a bit between chasing and not.
They were. I mean, they both almost sacrificed their wickets in the pursuit of that 5th point.
Pretorius to Hayne, again steps across and leaves outside off stump.
They wouldn't have needed to go quite so hard had they just been a little bit more enterprising earlier on in the morning.
The wind this morning still coming from the west as it was on day 1. So the weather's been quite consistent. The cloud overhead, there's quite a bit of cloud. It's high enough not to worry us, but it's moving rapidly through the sky. Sorry, he's full onto the pads of Hayne. He's got 2 short mid-wickets in there, though, to prevent what is a very productive shot for Sam Hayne.
But presumably he sometimes hits it in the air.
Sometimes, yeah, but I think part of this field is I mean, yes, if he hits it in the air, but it's also about containment, isn't it? Starvation of runs has already proved very fruitful with Matt Henry's wicket. 1 ball left in Pretorius' over. Into bowl to Hayne, who can't get off the mark because square leg is in short as well when he clips it there, turns it round. 173 for 2. Dermot Reeve is coming in for the first time this morning after a few more thoughts from Anthony Gibson.
Yeah, it's been a good first half an hour for Somerset. They've conceded just 15 runs and picked up the wicket of Tom Latham. And they've succeeded in building a little bit of pressure on these Warwickshire batsmen. Sam Hayne, who's just come in, yet to score. And Alex Davies, who's been looking to score, but not been offered too much by Pretorius. And he's only faced Pretorius so far this morning. This is the first time he'll face Matt Henry. Morning, Dermot.
Morning. Morning, yes. Interesting cricket, I think, pretty much from ball 1. They've got the theory of sort of wet and dry on the ball, and it hasn't been prodigious, but there's been definitely a little bit of late movement in the air. And you can see the way they pass the ball around the field. They're being very careful at keeping the dry side dry.
Here's Henry to Alex Davies, and that one goes off the seam. That pitched off stump and veered away past the outside edge of Alex Davies's bat, who holds the pose as if to say, what on earth was that?
Yeah, well, it's gone from, just being a flat wicket with nothing happening. If you get, as a bowler, if you just have that little bit of assistance with just a little bit of shape, and the ball's now 60 overs old, so it can, on its own, naturally get a reverse swing if you know what you're doing.
Matt Henry in the bowls, and again, good straight delivery, which draws a defensive shot from Alex Davies.
And Henry's one of these bowlers that, you normally look at reverse swing and think of Wakar Yunus with big, prodigious late in-swing to right-handers. But you can reverse the ball the other way as well. And Matt Henry was getting it to angle in a lot to Latham.
Henry again to Alex Davies, yet to concede a run this morning, Matt Henry. Nice. Did you see the comment on Somerset County Cricket official Facebook group, Dermot?
No. Haven't looked on
from
that
Paul
today.
Thompson saying, enjoying hearing Mr. Reeve talking about Mark Lathwell, particularly the kindly and understanding way he explained the difficulty he had with being part of the group. Well done, sir. You're obviously a very good people person and an insightful commentator. So
thank you very much.
There you are. Matt Henry in a bowls wide of the off stump, and Alex Davies can let that go through to wicketkeeper Roo.
And definite shape away there from Davies, from Matt Henry, who's bowled splendidly this morning. very accurate. An occasional one just a bit fuller that gets a little bit of late swing.
He's in again, up past the umpire and bowls, and again, good straight delivery.
And I like what you said about Matt Henry on the first day as a cricketer, in that he, bustles back to his bowling line, doesn't he? He marches back, gets through his overs nice and quick for a fast bowler.
Yes, and I think that helps him, because the batsmen don't get that sort of time to rest and relax. This is pulled short from Henry. First time he's bowled short this morning, and it's the first run he has conceded as it goes out to Archie Vaughan at deep square leg. So he's, as a quick bowler, he's constantly at you as a bowler.
Yeah. You get it quite often with spinners. You get certain spinners that are, you sometimes have to pull away because they're snuck up on you. Norman Gifford in the old days, here when I played with him at Warwickshire, there were times where the batsman was still looking down at his feet, and he'd look up and Gifford be there letting the ball go.
Right, we're going to have a bowling change from the pavilion end. So Craig Overton is going to have a go, replacing Miguel Pretorius. He's going to be bowling to Alex Davies. 174 for 2, so just 16 runs added so far this morning for the loss of Tom Latham, caught behind off the bowling of Matt Henry, who's conceded just the 1 run here this morning. He's been absolutely right on it. We've got a second slip and a gully for Overton to Davies in bowls, and this is turned into the onside for a single. Josh Davey, who's showing no ill effects from turning his ankle when he was bowling yesterday afternoon, does the fielding. 175 for 2. It means that Somerset now have the chance to bowl at the new batsman, Sam Hain.
I'm just keeping my eye on Pretorius here at mid-on, and he works hard on the ball, but what he's doing is he's buffing up the shiny side, either with his jumper or his shirt. And then I watch Overton here. If the shine's on the outside, on the leg side,
he's in and bowls, and this is turned into the onside.
If you're getting normal swing, the ball would go from shape from leg to off.
Yeah.
But if it's reversing and you've got the shine on the inside, on the leg side, the ball, what it'll do is it'll tail in. So you can see Pretorius here. He's working hard, keeping one side dry, buffs the other.
Overton. He's in bowls. That was shaped in towards the right-hander, who picks up his first run. Sam Hain, as Tom Lammonby has to move to his right at square leg. 176 for 2. Just not quite getting his line right there, Craig Overton. A little bit too straight, as they say. Tractor driver down below us, cheering on Craigo. Mike Salis, who's Somerset's loyalist supporter, goes to every county championship match, even up at Chester Street. Craig Overton bowls. Oh, that's sad. Yeah, I've just had a note from Phil Brett to say that Dilip Doshi, the Indian spinner who played for Warwickshire in the 1970s, has sadly died in London, aged 77. That is sad.
Yeah, it's sad news. It's I'm on a WhatsApp group with the other, what we call it, the Bears, and it's sort of quite a lot of ex-players.
Yeah. Overton to Davies outside the off stump. That one going the other way, swinging away from the right-hander, but starting too wide.
And they've the ex-players are all making comments on there about how fondly they remember Dilip and what a true gentleman he was. And Asif didn't put that he was his roommate in Asif's first year. So yeah, sad news.
Overton in and bowls, and played from the crease by Alex Davies. Not so much threat there in that over from Craig Overton as we've seen from Matt Henry at the other end, and looks like Matt Henry's going to have another over as he was walking briskly towards his mark, interrupted by James Rue for a chat. James Rue, of course, is captaining the England Lions, future captain of Somerset County Cricket Club, I am absolutely certain, unless his younger brother beats him to it, of course. His younger brother, captain of England under-19, so they're a brotherhood of captains, the Rues. Rue the elder and Rue the younger.
And speaking of captains, my former captain Andy Lloyd, he put a little post on there about Dilip, saying that Rebel, who was Steve Rouse, who was actually groundsman here after his playing days, he said he told Andy that Dilip could turn it on glass.
That's nice. Yeah.
Orthodox left-arm spinner.
That's a good expression, that.
Yeah.
I shall store that one in the memory bank. Not that there are many spinners around these days who could turn it on glass. It's not quite a dying art, but not very many English spinners. Here's Matt Henry in bowls, and Sam Hain just tucks this off his hip down towards Josh Davey, who's looping in from long leg. They take a comfortable single, 177 for 2.
And it was an interesting field set there. Henry had 2 men in catching positions at short mid wicket, which sometimes is a little giveaway that the ball is reversing in and you're going to bowl it a bit full and on sort of middle, and hope the batsman's going to clip the ball in the air. That was actually a position, talking of Mark Lathwell, I always remember that was a position Middlesex put in for Lathwell, and he chipped it straight up to short mid wicket.
Henry in and bowls, and this is, I think, a leg by as it takes Davies on the pad, signalled indeed by Michael Goff. 178 for 2, so 20 runs have been added this morning.
And definite movement in from Matt Henry on that last delivery, and Alex Davies, to be fair to say, he hasn't found it easy this morning finding the middle of the bat because of that little bit of late movement. Sam Hain on strike.
Henry bowls, and Hain plays around his front pad out to the straighter of the 2 short mid wickets. Both there in catching positions. That's to say they're not walking in, standing there with their legs apart. It's Archie Vaughan and Tom Banton. This is outside the off stump and too wide and not taken cleanly by James Rue. That went the other way, the way swinger, but he got the line completely wrong, did Matt Henry. But Sam Hain just goes down and gives the pitch a little bit of a prod. There obviously is a patch there where the ball just does a little bit more, but it's too wide of the off stump really to trouble the batsman.
But that was quite prodigious swing though. So
here he comes again, and this one comes back into Sam Hain. He's varying it nicely as Henry. In swingers and out swingers.
Yeah, and he's got I think a good field set here. He's just changing it now. One of those short leg side catches is going out to deep backward square, putting the idea in the batsman's head that this might be a short ball, which it might well be, or it could be a double bluff, and I'm going to try and bowl an in-swinging Yorker.
In he comes. Ooh, and that swung in towards the batsman and then left him off the seam, but too wide again, and Sam Hain just watches it sail past into the gloves of James Rue. End of another over, and it's 178 for 2 to Sam Hain, who's just come in, and 78 to Davies.
Very nice pace and carry on that on that last delivery, Matt Henry's he's got what I guess we talk about in cricket as a really good rhythm at the moment to his bowling. Very balanced at the crease. And occasionally you get the ball just to kiss off the wicket and get a bit of bounce because your wrist is flicking at the right time.
Overton in and bowls a full-length delivery, which is pushed into the offside, picked up by Tom Banton. Yeah, Matt Henry's got it. The momentum of his run goes through his action, doesn't he? So he's bowling fast without putting a huge strain on his body.
But he's also, what I think with Matt Henry is he's very athletic. I'd say he's an athletic type bowler. While, you know, Craig Overton, it's a little bit more sort of ungainly with the approach, with bigger strides. But no, you need to really, to bowl fast, you need to run in fast. And then obviously you hit the crease, and for that moment, you're near enough stop, and the force going one way that then stops will help you generate some airspeed.
Overton bowls wide of the off stump to Alex Davies, and there's no run. It's been a good start from Somerset this morning. They've come out as if they mean business, not prepared just to go through the motions and expect this to become a draw. It's a very tall order indeed for Somerset to take 18 Warwickshire wickets on this surface with a Kookaburra ball, but they're giving it their best efforts at the moment. We've now got 2 catching gullies, backward points, as Overton is in-edged, and a brilliant catch by Tom Kohler-Cadmore down to his right at first slip, just getting his right hand underneath that ball, and that's the end of Alex Davies. He's gone for 78, caught by Kohler-Cadmore off the bowling of Craig Overton. It's 178 for 3. Great catch.
Really, really good catch. Good ball, but there's just one slip in place. And it didn't come, you know, straight to him. It was wide of Kohler-Cadmore at about second slip. It might have carried to second slip just. And Cadmore's dived pretty much full length to his right, but caught the ball just above the ground level. A really good one-handed catch. One of those ones you dream about as a slip fielder. And just a hint of shape away from Craig Overton. And I have to say that I know Warwickshire only lost 3 wickets in 60 overs, but the Somerset seamers in general look slightly better than the Warwickshire seamers as a pace unit.
They do indeed. And well, he's not a regular slip fielder, Tom Kohler-Cadmore. He did, of course, you probably don't remember this, but in 2023, when Somerset won the Blast here, he took an absolutely stunning catch to take the last Essex wicket, and that was he was at sort of short third man, and the Essex batsman, the Australian anyway, who was threatening to win it for Warwickshire, got a thick edge, and it flew to Kohler-Cadmore's left, high up to his left, and he flung himself up and caught it left-handed, one hand, and that was it. That was the winning catch, the winning wicket.
And I have to say that actually, as a cricketer, for an instantaneous feeling of joy and adrenaline, and it comes on taking catches. When you take a spectacular catch, there's nothing quite like it. You know, if you hit a 6 or get a wicket, it feels good, but not like when you take an absolute stunner, that moment. And you can see Kohler-Cadmore's celebration there, because, you know, that was a 50-50 chance at best.
At best, yeah. Right, Jacob Bethell is at the crease. Craig Overton is bowling to him. He's a left-hander, and this is outside the off stump. And well, I was rather hoping that we might see Jacob Bethell bat today, and we're seeing him rather earlier than I was expecting, I have to say, with Somerset having picked up 2 wickets this morning. 20 for 2 Warwickshire this morning, and both of the overnight batsmen gone, as Bethell just isn't ready, and I think Craig Overton will be very impressed by having to go back to the start of his run-up. He's doesn't hide his emotions, Craig Overton. Here he comes again to Bethel around the wicket. He's there and bowls, and yeah, nice little bit of shape there.
Yeah, I mean, it's something that you would absolutely, if you were here at the ground and behind the bowler's arm, that you'd be able to witness that. You know, we've got a ball now 63 overs old, but Somerset have come out with an absolute plan this morning. They understand reverse swing, and they just got the ball shaping a little bit and got it in the right area.
Overton to Bethel. Again, a little bit of shape on that. Just floating away from the left-hander, but he got plenty of bat on it. Just played it defensively into the offside. Applause for a successful over for Craig Overton, a wicket maiden. He now has figures of 14 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 31. It's 178 for 3.
Can you recall, Anthony, who Warwickshire were playing in the NatWest final when they won it in, what would it be, 2000, and Jamie Cox was captain?
Oh,
I know they lost to Gloucester the year before when I was.
Which year
coach.
was it?
It was the following year, the year after I left.
It was 2001.
2001.
Yep.
Against.
Well, can't remember.
Sorry, I've stumped you there. I should remember. I was commentating.
This is outside the off stump.
But if you watch that match back, you'll see Stephen Jones bowling right towards the end of the innings, and you'll see the ability he had to get the ball just to reverse swing a little bit and bowl it full. And I'm watching thinking Jones is going to get an LBW here, and absolutely he did. So, you know, at the end of a one-day game, after 40 overs, between 40 and 50, you know, you can get that natural reverse swing because just of the age of the ball.
Here's Matt Henry in the bowls. Appeal for LBW as Sam Hain looks to turn that. What he does comes off his bat. Hence the not out decision. It's a run. Nothing from Michael Goff.
Well, it was a super delivery. It was a ball that's shaping from leg to off and would have crashed absolutely into all. It would have been middle and leg and been a affirmative LBW decision had Sam Hain just not got a little tickle on it. But once again, showing that batting right at this moment, if you're a pace bowler and you're bowling at a good click and you're bowling the right length, as that one was, nice and full, well, not quite a half volley, but you'll get that little bit of shape. So this will be testing for Bethel.
Henry to Bethel, and a bit of inside edge there, just as well as Bethel came across his stumps, and if that hadn't taken the inside edge, there would have been a big appeal. He's asking a lot of questions at the moment, is Matt Henry. It was Leicestershire that Somerset beat in 2000.
Right.
As I ought to have known, but I was a bit preoccupied that year. This is outside the off stump. That's the away swinger to the left-hander. Getting a bit of a buzz.
Got a bit of interference off my microphone. Off the lead somewhere.
Yeah. It's Matt Henry, 179 for 3. Henry to Bethel, yet to get off the mark. He's in bowls. This comes off the inside edge. Again, you heard the ooh from the slips as that took the inside edge, and that is Bethel off the mark with a single, 180 for 3.
Well, just to explain what's actually happening here is Matt Henry's he's round the wicket to Bethel, who's left-handed, so there's a bit of angle in, but the ball is actually then full and getting late movement back into to Bethel, which would be away to a right-hander. So, you know, Matt Henry is showing here he's got the ability to reverse the ball in and out pretty much at will.
He's in bowls. This is on Sam Hain's pads, and he turns it away comfortably this time down to Archie Vaughan at long leg. End of another good over from Matt Henry, with Sam Hain being saved by his inside edge from a LBW decision. And it's 181 for 3, and still got plenty of time before we change commentator at the top of the hour.
The thing, Anthony, with reverse swing is, as a bowler, you don't have to worry about your action. You just hold the seam dead straight.
And the ball does the work for you.
And the ball does the work for you, and you can just just basically bowl straight, and it'll reverse in or out depending on which side you've got dry and wet on with the ball. While with normal swing, there's a lot of work with your wrist and the placement of the seam and your action.
Here's Overton to Hain, who's forward to ball on full length, and just plays that out into the offside. And we've just got technical problems. Apologies for that. We'll try and sort it out. I'm no technical wizard, that's the trouble. As Overton is in and bowls, and Hain lifts his bat out of the way of that one, goes through to James Rue. Tom Kohler-Cabmore at sort of second slip position where he took that excellent catch low down to his right. Archie Vaughan just doing practice bowling action. I'm not sure we're going to see Archie Vaughan just yet. I think Somerset putting their faith in seam and a bit of reverse swing at the moment, as this comes off the bottom edge of Hain's bat, and I think Overton feels that might have run back onto the stumps, but it didn't. It went in the opposite direction down towards the gully, where it's picked up by Tom Abel. But Somerset body language out there is very good at the moment. They're absolutely on their toes. The two short mid wickets waiting for a catch as Overton is in and bowls, and this is turned away though down to deep backward square leg where Jack Leach fields. 182 for 3.
Definite late in swing, reverse swing there from Overton, but occasionally you do get the ball coming in on middle and leg and on a line and length that's easy for the batsman to play a little shot down to deep backward square. They do have 2 catches for Hain though at short mid wicket.
It's Overton to Bethel. Oh, and takes him on the pad, but that's going down. It was a good delivery, but good lively pace, a little bit of bounce and movement. Jacob Bethel just wanders down and gives the pitch a bit of a prod. There's no doubt that more is happening today for the quicker bowlers than was happening yesterday. And Somerset have picked up 2 wickets. Both of the overnight batsmen have gone in the first hour. Overton in and bowls. This is nicely played by Bethel, over-pitched on leg stump, and Matt Henry makes a good stop at mid-on. It's the end of that Overton over. 1 for 32 in 15 overs.
Yeah, only the single coming off the over, but it wasn't a defensive line and length that Overton was bowling. On the contrary, it was a very attacking, fullish length. And he was honing in with some late swing onto the pads, going for the LBW, and he nearly got through a couple of times. And you can see Bethel and Hain having to adjust late to the movement and try and work the ball away carefully. But good bowling from Overton, asking the questions, bowling the attacking length. Invariably, it is that length that's just short of a half volley that. If you're bowling the ball that length, it will, if there is any reverse swing, or even if you're trying to get normal swing, it's that the ball has to be pretty full to get the swing, giving it the time. While if you're banging it back, if you're banging it in short of a length, you're tending to be more of a seamer.
Yeah, absolutely.
And hit the splice of the bat. So a very good attacking length that Overton and Henry. Henry did mix it up. He bowled quite a few on that, just back of a full length and hitting the splice. So he was mixing up his length from sort of a 6 metre length to a 4 metre. And he's now having a rest. Super spell from Henry. And now it's the extremely broad-shouldered Miguel Pretorius from the.
You've taken a bit of a shine to Miguel Pretorius.
Yeah, absolutely. His physique is better than Stephen Jones was, and that's saying something. In my time at Somerset, couldn't get Stephen Jones out of the gym.
Yes, he had a tremendous pair of shoulders. Is Pretorius then into Hayne, who gets a good ball and plays it defensively. Just coming up to 12 o'clock. I'm conscious that I've got to get Richard Wilford on before he does his report for. No, you carry on, Derm. It's me that's gonna. I'll go after this delivery from Pretorius outside the off stump. Nothing doing.
All right. Well, you have a nice break, Anthony, and we'll let Richard come in as that last delivery goes through to the wicket-keeper, left alone by Sam Hayne. He's not found it easy in his first 23 deliveries at the crease. He's only 5 not out. And there's been nothing really for him to pounce on and get a boundary.
Pretorius in, and Hayne looking to force it off the back foot. It'll go past extra cover, but will be picked up at mid-on coming round. And just all morning, first hour, Somerset have bowled with total control. They've not given much by way of a freebie. A couple of looser balls from Pretorius during his first spell, but other than that, Henry was immaculate. Absolutely immaculate. And that's what you did. You were preaching that on day one about give your captain some control. And that's what they've done today. So Pretorius is driven by Hayne, but it'll be picked up at mid-off. Again, no run. We've only seen, 24 runs scored, and we're nearly through 14 overs this morning, Dermot.
Yeah, and I mean, also what happens when the ball gets older is actually the ball gets softer. So it doesn't fly off the bat as quickly. So on that last delivery, nice off drive by Sam Hayne, but you know, not hard enough to pierce the field.
Hayne can't penetrate the field again, this time trying a square drive, but it squirts out towards point. But a no ball is given against Pretorius, the second time he's overstepped today. So the score will go up to 184 for 3.
Yeah, and a lot of hard work going into buffing up the shiny side by Pretorius as he walks back to his mark.
Sprints in now, defended by Hayne, gone up on his toes there, guides it out into the offside.
Just to talk you through the leg side field, so there's a deep fine leg, Josh Davey who's down there, and now Overton for Pretorius is employing 3 sort of catches on the drive, 1 square, 1 at mid-wicket and 1 at sort of a short mid-on. But they're all stationary catches, 3 of them, and they're there for a Sam Hayne sort of flick to leg off a fullish length with a bit of reverse swing.
Pretorius in, back of a length, forced again into the offside by Hayne, and there's no run. I'm about to do an update for listeners to BBC Radio WM and BBC CWR, but at the end of that over, Warwickshire 184 for 3. The wind has got up in the last couple of minutes. There are some dark clouds overhead. We're not expecting any interruptions today, but the weather is not brilliant just at the moment. So wait for it to sit around to 3 minutes past for the update. This is Richard Wilford at Edgbaston, where Warwickshire are having a difficult morning against Somerset. They're 184 for 3, having lost both established overnight batsmen. Tom Latham was unable to score off the first 3 overs bowled by his fellow countryman, his New Zealand colleague Matt Henry. In the end, tried a forcing shot and nicked through to the wicketkeeper James Rue. He was out for 65. And then Alex Davis got to 78 before being caught brilliantly low to his right by Tom Kohler-Cadmore off Craig Overton. Sam Hain and Jacob Bethel are together now. The score 184 for 3. As the first ball of a new over from Craig Overton is left alone outside off stump by Jacob Bethel, who comes to the crease saddled with a certain amount of expectation, which is not easy for a young batter who has yet to make his first championship 100.
And you come to the crease with the ball, you know, with a late bit of movement. That last one from Overton angled in at Bethel, but a full length, but then late shaping away towards the slips.
Tall man Overton in and trying to lure Bethel into a drive there. It's quite a full delivery outside off stump, but Bethel leaves well alone.
And that was a repeat of actually the first ball. So attacking length from Overton. It's not, you know, a short back of the length hitting the splice. It's tempting the drive, but with that little bit of shape, which makes it difficult for the batsman.
Bethel awaits once more, and again leaves a ball that was slightly wider and not quite as full. A bit of a puff of dust as it went through.
Yeah, good bowling from Overton. I mean, 3 balls that Bethel's had nothing to do with, but you know, all of them are angled in towards his off stump from Overton, and because the balls are full, they're then tailing, you know, away from the outside edge towards the slips, of which there are 2.
Overton round the wicket, that's down the leg side, and that's a decent take two-handed by James Rue, springing to his right. And there's some oohs and ahs because, you know, down the leg side, sometimes almost they get a bat on it, but I don't think 2 hands on heads is quite the reaction.
Well, what it was the other one. He was trying to bowl an in-swinging Yorker, but with reverse swing, and it just went a bit early, and it went down the leg side, but the ball actually had a lot of swing on it. So he's reversed 3 away, and then the last one was in.
And that one's gone with the seam. And it goes away from Bethel, and that does merit the 2 hands on heads from Craig Overton. It merits it much more than the previous delivery. I'll give him that. That's a beauty.
Yeah, so this is where I'd argue it's not movement off the seam, because we've hardly seen anything. But just before pitching, the ball has tailed and just reverse swung away towards the slip, so then it's continued on that line. So good bowling from Overton. Let's see if this one swings in or out.
And Bethel is cutting this one, but to his frustration, can't beat the man at backward point, who backs up his bowler and is capped in really well. And that's another really tidy over from Somerset, who have made session number 7 of this match very different from all the ones that have gone before. And it's about 2 things, isn't it? It's about the control that I've alluded to, but it's also about the way they've worked this ball for 68 overs to get it in this condition.
Well, Overton, you know, that what I enjoyed in that over, there was an absolute plan. You know, he was reversing the ball from around the wicket away initially from Bethel, and he left the first 3, and then the 4th ball was quicker. It was as fast as he could bowl it, and then attempted Yorker swinging back into Bethel. He didn't get the line right, and it went down the leg side for a good take, but that's a Somerset bowler bowling with an absolute plan.
Pretorius has 2 orthodox slips in now as he bowls to Hain from the Birmingham end, pushed back down towards the bowler, who fields. He's still got a short mid-wicket, and square leg is quite short as well. Mid-on is really short. What they're trying to do is continue to deny Warwickshire runs. The run rate this morning is well below 2 and over.
What we've got is we've got a flat wicket that you'd normally think, oh, I wouldn't want to bowl on this. But because they've got that reverse swing happening, you know, all the fast bowlers are wanting to bowl.
They're enjoying it. Pretorius into Hain and just guides it up to that short mid-on, and there's no run. Control and contain.
Do you remember that England-Pakistan series where, like, from numbers 6 to 11, hardly got into double figures once? Yeah. With, you know, as soon as the ball got a bit old, the Pakistan bowlers were reversing it, and the ball was going around corners, and
in the day,
wiping away
the days of Wacky Yunus and Wasim Akram.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, they were great perpetrators of the reverse swing. That's a loose delivery from Pretoria. It's a rare one this morning from Somerset's point of view. They've been that good, but he's bowled it down into the hip area of Haynes, so he can just guide it round to long leg for a single. 185 for 3. I mean, even the loose balls are going for singles because the field is set correctly. So interesting. Little sign that Jack Leach is preparing himself. The new ball 11.5 overs away, and once they sense that any reverse is dying on this ball, then they'll look to the spin. Maybe he's also keen. He might be saying, come on, skipper, I'm ready. Let's have a look. Like the bowler Jacob Bethel. He's facing now. Pretorius comes round the wicket, hits it into the ground, and it loops up to extra cover.
Well, it's good, smart tactics that, you know, quite often we think of a dry pitch, a flat pitch. We better bowl the spinners.
Yeah.
But a dry, flat pitch will be abrasive. And if you know what you're doing, you know, after about 50 overs, you're going to find reverse swing. And that brings the seamers back into play.
Round the wicket once more comes Pretorius and tries a Yorker, and Bethel digs it out quite nicely. What I would say, it's a good ball and the oohs and ahs, but Bethel just seems to have real composure about himself at the moment. He's not been rushed by it.
That was a fantastic ball. Yeah, it hasn't done him for pace, but there was late reverse swing back into him. You know, the ball was a good sort of 2 foot outside off, but then by the time, you know, Bethel dug it out, it was on middle and off. So good late swing from Pretorius.
Into completely over. That's another good delivery, and that did rush Bethel. He jabs down on it around an off-stump line and force it out into the offside end of the over. That's 69 gone. Warwickshire 185 for 3. They still trail by 313. And the way that Somerset have bowled this morning, this first target of getting to 349 to avoid the follow-on, that is still the key, I think, for them at this point in the morning.
Well, absolutely. And you know, what we've seen this morning, in just over an hour's play, is how moving the ball sideways is so important as a bowler. I mean, Shane Warne didn't bowl fast, but he moved the ball sideways off the wicket and get it and with a bit of drift. But if you can shape the ball and have some movement in the air, so on its way down to the batsman, it's not straight, gun barrel, straight, but you've got it going straight, and then 3/4 of the way down, you just get a bit of shape. And it, to people watching, it might not be that obvious, but here we've got the replay camera, and currently, at the minute, you know, it's like, would you want to face a spinner, Jack Leach, who's coming on, you know, would you rather face an Archie Vaughan or a Jack Leach on a flat wicket, or face somebody bowling sort of 80 miles an hour who's getting a bit of late swings?
It would appear, incidentally, that Josh Davey may not be bowling today. He is out in the field, which, with his role as an opening bat, they have to kind of have him out there if he's going to open the innings. But after rolling his ankle yesterday, he hasn't bowled yet today. It'd be interesting when the second new ball comes along, whether he does. But we are going to see spin for the first time today, and because Somerset have bowled so well, it's taken longer to get there than we thought it might, in that we're 70 minutes in. Jack Leach will come in. He's got a bit of protection with a deep square leg, but that is encouraging Sam Hain to play across the line of a left arm spinner, to play it out there. Leach comes in only off a couple of paces, and it's floated up into his pads, and he steers it towards mid-wicket, too close to mid-wicket. Tom Abel scuttles across, and Jacob Bethel sends Sam Hain back. In the test match, by the way, England building steadily this morning, 71 without loss. They're setting up that run chase. Ben Duckett on 39, Zach Crawley on 26. I mean, if they're 100 plus by lunch, that's a good platform to launch. This is floated up by Leach, and it's almost a leading edge, really, from Hain that goes out into the offside. Certainly giving it a bit of air with his first two deliveries, Leach. Of course, quite a short man. England test spinner. This one flatter and angled in towards the pads of Hain, who just defends. What we don't know is whether this hybrid surface will show any deterioration or turn on days 3 and 4. It may not show much. We will see. Somerset are hopeful that it might. That one's back of a length, looking to dab it down on the offside is Hayne, but it's too close to Kohler Cadmore, who comes into field.
Yeah, I mean, there is turn already. I know we're on day 3 of the pitch, and it was used for 2 T20 matches on Friday. But there is assistance already for the spinner.
This is very full, but no timing in that drive. And it goes up towards mid-off.
Still a very good batting surface. But, you know, you've got someone like Sam Hayne, who's normally quite a free-scoring, you know, batsman, and he's 6 from 36 deliveries. So he's faced 6 overs worth for 6 runs.
They really have been treading water, and this one turns. There's an appeal for caught behind, and the umpire isn't going to give it. James Rue was running up the wicket to celebrate with Jack Leach, but looking at the evidence of the TV replay, I don't think he's got anything on that. But that did turn, a real warning sign for the Bears there.
Yeah, left arm around, and big turn. Sam Hayne had to play at that, but it spun past the outside edge, and I have to say that was a very orchestrated appeal with Rue celebrating, running to one of the fielders in the covers, and the umpire there was absolutely put under pressure by the ferocity of the appeal, but no tickle from Sam Hayne. But you'd have to say that was a win for Jack Leach in his first over that he's bowled today.
Yeah, Graham Lloyd wasn't having it. Jacob Bethel now faces the start of a new over from Pretorius, drives him up towards mid-on. And there's no run.
Yeah, he's actually getting a lot now of probably more than Overton got of reverse swing. And that last ball, nicely played by Bethel, but you know, once the ball got 3/4 of the way down the pitch, and because it was full, then there was that late movement from Pretorius into Bethel.
He approaches again, that's back of a length, and he's always wasted that because it's so short and it doesn't do anything, so Bethel's able to leave it outside off stump. There has been a century in Division 1 today. It's come for Yorkshire at Trent Bridge. Finley Bean, 108 not out. He was given good company by the night watchman Dan Moriarty for a while. They're 190 for 4, still nearly 300 runs behind, but Finley Bean opening the batting for Yorkshire and making a century. And they may not be too far away from a result at New Road, because Worcester are in terrible trouble against Surrey. I'll let you know the status of that game after this ball from Pretorius, who's into Bethel, leaves it alone again outside off stump. Worcestershire 119 for 8 in their second innings. 4 wickets for Matt Fisher and 4 wickets for the former Worcestershire bowler, the New Zealander Nathan Smith. They lead by 42 with 2 wickets remaining, so they are in, I think we can fairly say.
And they're using a Kookaburra.
Bother. Yes.
So, yeah, it does. And we're seeing here the Kookaburra reverse swinging for the Somerset bowlers.
Pretorius, again just back of a length, and again left alone outside off stump by Jacob Bethel. I think, yes, the ball before was a no ball. Pretorius' third of the morning. 187 for 3 up on the board now. What will be interesting, there are 9 matches being played this week, and talk in the press box just was that it looks like there might only be 3 positive results as things stand, but you never quite know, do you? Third innings often see games change significantly. But Bethel pushes forward, bounces through to point.
Well, yesterday we saw Warwickshire pick up 5 for 50.
Yeah.
At the end, and yes, they were gifted a few wickets by the strokes of the Somerset batsmen. But if Somerset manages a similar spell, either now or just after lunch, you know, they're going to be in a really good position to then get a lead of a few hundred and put Warwickshire back in.
Pretorius down the leg side, tumbling save again by James Root.
You know, if they don't manage to bowl Warwickshire out below the follow-on target. So the Warwickshire trail at the moment by 311. I'm presuming the follow-on is 200.
150. So
150.
so they need to get to 349.
Right. So it's still a long way off.
A lot of work to do to get there, and particularly at the snail's pace at which they scored today, as this tucks up Bethel and it drops out on the offside. It's not a maiden by Pretorius because of a couple of runs for the no ball, but so far this morning the Bears have only scored 29 for 2 in 18 overs.
Yeah, well, that last ball, you've got possibly the most talented batsman in England, if you like, on strike. He's facing a ball, which is 71 overs old from a fast medium bowler in Pretorius, but he's hardly got a bat on that last delivery. It's swung in late, bounced a little bit into him. It suddenly looks like Somerset are bowling on a different surface, and it's not because the surface has dried out more. It's because of that smartness of the Somerset bowlers in understanding reverse swing and then getting the ball in the right place.
We shall see the effect psychological on Sam Hayne, that last ball that Jack Leach bowled in his previous over has on him, whether he has to play him differently having seen that amount of turn. So we'll see as Leach wanders in round the wicket. Big stride forward from Hayne, full face of the bat. It has been hard going. These two batters between them have scored 7 in 63 deliveries. Hayne, who does tend to start slowly and accelerate in his innings, but this is extreme. As he waits next ball, he comes down the wicket and lifts it over mid-off and one bounce for 4. That was his reaction. Hayne now into double figures with 10. It's 191 for 3, and we've been probably the best part of an hour since the last boundary.
And a good shot and good tactics as well. Mid-on and mid-off are up, so if you pick the flight of the ball, then absolutely use your feet. And any batsman worth his salt should be able to hit a spinner over his head off a half volley, but the key is to make the ball into a half volley by using your footwork.
Mid-off has gone just a touch deeper, not a lot, but he's there for the miss hit. As Leach comes in round the wicket once more, and Hayne is driving a fuller ball, but he picks out extra cover, and there's no run. Yeah,
we saw yesterday Tom Banton to Jacob Bethel use his feet, similarly to Sam Hayne, but the ball wasn't in the right spot. So with Banton, it went straight up in the air, and he got caught.
Edge here from Hayne goes wide of first slip. Kohler Cadmore gives chase. They'll comfortably accept 2. Hayne to 12, 193 for 3.
Now, that would have been caught by a gully. A close gully fielder to Jack Leach here. At the moment, he's got a deep cover on the boundary, and I think Overton had slipped there. Is now just trying to cover that space and go a little bit wider. But there's no reason why Jack Leach can't have 2 in there catching.
They've certainly got plenty of runs to play with, and given how tight they've kept it so far today. That turns, but it's slow turn from just back of a length, and Hayne can just wait on the back foot and defend it out into the offside.
But we are going to see more deliveries, hold on the pitch, spin, find that outside edge, sort of a thick outside edge, and go to a close gully.
Hayne forward to kill the spin out into the offside. So for Somerset, who are clearly ahead in the game, this first 2 overs from Jack Leach will give them a lot of encouragement that he and Archie Vaughan can be at the heart of trying to turn a good position into a victory on a surface in which it's not easy to force a result.
And you don't have to give up your sort of offside sweeper. All you have to do is say bring the backward point, Kohler Cadmore, from backward point to a short gully, and that's still, you still got the protection there on the offside. But at the moment, if Somerset, if Warwickshire hit a couple of boundaries, that's not really the end of the world.
No.
But you've got to think wickets. Where am I going to get a wicket? And Jack Leach bowled beautifully there, and got a thick edge, and because it was a thick edge, not a thin edge, the ball went to where a gully would be placed for him. So
it's a good test of Jacob Bethel's patience and mentality. This he's only managed to score a single off 24 deliveries faced. Pretorius round the wicket is still probing the left-handers off stump, but then he gives him the loose ball down the leg side, gives him the outlet to just clip it round the corner for a single. 194 for 3, and you could see Pretorius' frustration there. He feels like he's let Bethel off the hook.
Yeah, well, he's got the hands on the head again because he's got his line wrong there. He's just started the ball a bit too straight, and then it's reversed in, but now it's, by the time it reaches Bethel, it's outside leg, and he can just play a little glance to find leg. But what we're seeing at the moment is a real competition between bat and ball, and we've talked how flat this wicket is and easy for batting, but Somerset doing a good job, a good smart job, and as I'm waiting here, Pretorius is working really hard on the ball, buffing it up.
Again, they've got that ring of 3 close fielders on the leg side to try and stop Sam Hain getting any easy runs. Pretorius comes into it. He actually advanced a little bit and takes it on his head. He's ducked into a bouncer there, Sam Hain. And I think he's fine, but the helmet will have to be checked and he'll have to be checked. Because there's always an assessment. The physio will have to come out. And he's just rubbing his head now, Sam Hain, as he now feels the force of it. He had advanced a pace down the wicket and then was in no position to deal with a very good short ball from Pretorius.
Well, it was odd, but because he advanced, but he advanced early. He took a little step out of his crease towards Pretorius, who probably saw him and banged the ball in halfway down, and Sam Hain has literally just dropped his head and headed the ball.
Yeah.
And it's gone off to cover, so a real strong blow on the helmet, which absolutely would cause discomfort to the batsman, and you could end up experiencing a bit of concussion from a blow like that.
Well, they'll take care that he hasn't got any symptoms of concussion. If he has, he'll have to leave the field. He could notionally be replaced in the game if he has concussion.
Right. Well,
because the only way you can take head injuries seriously is to say, right, well, if that's the reason your game's over, then otherwise, players will want to carry on playing, so the team's not left.
And the
short.
thing is that you don't. A lot of the time out there as a batter, when it happens, you don't actually necessarily know. Or as a fielder, I got hit in the. Talking about a close gully catcher, I was in really close to Chris Waller.
Yeah.
Who bowled a faster ball, left arm spinner, and the batsman drove it and edged it, and I didn't even have time to move. And if it had hit me in the nose or the teeth, it would have just been a real mess. But it hit me right on the forehead, you shake it off. I had a floppy hat on, and I'm there, but it took time for the concussion to actually, I had to keep me awake in the changing room. But it was I just didn't feel normal. It was an odd. I stayed out there fielding, and suddenly everything just seemed a bit vague, a bit dreamlike. And I think I missed the next match at Northampton with concussion. But and it took a couple of weeks really for that.
Well, they say it should be at least a week, and then he should have another test. And that's I think that's the general thing now.
Yeah.
But it's something that's taken considerably more seriously. We see it in rugby league where. Players will be taken off by a neutral doctor in the stand after they've had a bang on the head. The doctor will assess them and say you're coming off for 10 minutes, and they do a proper assessment, and they have to be off for 10 minutes. They can bring a replacement on. There's a lot of talk that might have to happen in football as well, because I certainly don't think head injuries are taken seriously enough in football.
The only time it happened to me batting was against Somerset in a NatWest semi-final down at Taunton, where I was responding to a quick single from Dominic Osler, and Richard Harden picked the ball up at backward point and went to throw it, and I just had to sprint absolutely as a non-striker to get in, and I collided with the wicket-keeper, Neil Burns, and they've actually used it now in the NatWest for, the promo, or the knockout trophy, and they show me getting absolutely sparkoed by Neil Burns. And I didn't know if I was Arthur or Martha.
Well, Sam Hain is continuing and steers this next delivery towards mid-wicket. And there's no run. It's another no ball. It's the 4th time that Pretorius has overstepped today.
I actually stayed out on the field initially, and there was a hole over from Mushtaq Ahmed that he bowled, which I have no recollection of actually.
But you've never read him as well.
And eventually I went off. I came back on at the end of the innings, but I had to leave the field. I was just... I didn't know what day it was out there.
Neil Burns must have been a sturdy figure if he was okay to continue after that collision. As forward in defence is Hain, 196 for 3 with those no balls.
Well, he saw it happening, and I had my head down, so I didn't. It's like I just ran into a wall. Yeah. He actually saw it happening and put his hands, his gloves, there, sort of pushed into my helmet. But sort of ever since then, I've had a bit of a neck. I have an issue with my neck where I'm always having to stretch it. And,
Okay.
And
yeah, it could be from that incident, couldn't it?
it was a it was a shocking collision. But we went on to win the match anyway.
All's well, kind of, that ends well. Good leave here by Hayne, as much as height on it. It's outside off stump in the end. Pretorius has bowled quite a lot of overs in this hour and a half this morning. I just wonder whether he might be coming towards the end of his spell. So not with the 2 extra overs today. I don't know whether that means there's an adjustment on the lunch interval or not, because we've got 2 overs to make up from the early finish on Monday. Got a feeling lunch is orthodox at 1, but we'll have to be on our toes. Pretorius into Hayne, forward and just kills that outside off stump. Doesn't look any the worse for wear, does he, Dermot, at the moment? But you make that. What the really valid point you make about concussion there is it doesn't necessarily happen straight away.
Correct.
And so
it might be in 10 minutes' time. Sam Hayne just feels gets a sort of foggy feeling, or difficult thing to assess.
I don't see him wandering down the track to Miguel Pretorius in a hurry. After that, comes in now, back of a length, defended by Hayne. End of the over, 196 for 3 Warwickshire. It's been Somerset's morning. Brilliant spell from Matt Henry. Craig Overton has bowled really well. Pretorius excellent. Wicket each for Henry and Overton. And now Leach is getting some turns. So everything they would have wanted to see this morning, they have seen, in the hope of forcing a result by the close of business tomorrow. The lead is still 302.
I just had a recollection of that semi-final, Warwickshire Somerset at Taunton, that I was concussed. I left the field, eventually came on and had a little bat at the end of the innings, but I was captaining, and I was in the end well enough, I guess, to take the field.
Yeah.
But we got the ball, 60 over cricket, and we got the ball just reverse swinging towards the end of the innings.
Ah, terrific.
If you ever watch the highlights of that one, I end up getting Andy Caddick LBW with a little bit of reverse that we're probably seeing a faster and more prodigious reverse from Pretorius here at Edgbaston. But
in your Sussex days, you could on your day muster a little bit of pace, and then you gradually
Sussex days.
Yeah.
Before my shoulder injury.
Yeah. And then after that, it became what I would call experienced seam bowling.
Oh, swing bowling.
You had to beat them. You had to beat them with your brain and the swing rather than the pace.
And I didn't need a third man. I was bowling that slowly. Third man was up in gully, so it was an extra fielder.
Yeah.
But you know what a shock to the system. I got signed by Sussex as a 20-year-old. You know, and I suddenly played 28 out of the next 30 days.
Wow. Jack Leach to start a new over, and he's bowling to Bethel now. And there is a bit of rough outside Bethel's off stump that will give him some interest. There's one slip in place. There's also a short leg for Bethel, who has very quietly scored 2 off 26 balls. It's been about leaving judiciously. Hasn't tried a shot in anger. Now he advances down the wicket, meets this on the full toss, but all he can do is club it up to mid-off. He'll get a single, though. That's an unusual misfield, given the context of the day. That was a wee bit shoddy. Oh, yes, Casey Aldridge is on the field at the moment as 12th man. I haven't noticed who went off. We've seen him here this year in the T20 during his loan spell with Durham. He went round the park a bit that day. I like Casey Aldridge. I think he's a good cricketer in there. This is floated up nicely towards Hayne, who just dabs out in the offside. 197 for 3. At the end of the over, Dermot, Anthony will be returning in your stead.
Yeah, I just want to point out that Jack Leach hasn't changed the field. He's just got the one slip. Hannon Dolby at backward point.
So it's flicked back out. It's past Kohler Cadmore, out towards the fielder on the deep cover boundary. Hayne goes to 13, 198 for 3. This is the first lull in the morning, this last 5 minutes, since Sam Hayne got the bang on the head. It's gone a little bit quieter. The deficit is exactly 300 now for Warwickshire. As Bethel pushes into the offside and Leach jogs across and then leaves it for Casey Aldridge.
What's interesting for me is Jack Leach is bowling to Bethel. Fantastic batsman, but he's got two close catches, a slip and a short leg. Then when he bowls for Sam Hain, there's just one. He's just got a slip. A bit negative.
This is well outside off stump, and he tries to guide it down to third, does Bethel, but he picks out the short fielder there. End of the over. Dermot will catch you after the lunch interval. And Anthony Gibson will make his way back in for this final half hour before the break. 198 for 3 the score. As Anthony gets into place, let me point out that England have made a very good start to the final day against India. They're 96 without loss now. Zach Crawley has 34, Ben Duckett 56. And that has them in very good shape. And Worcestershire are all out against Surrey for 125. Surrey need 49 runs to win. And Nathan Smith, against the county he represented last season, took 6 for 38 in the second innings. Kookaburra ball, love it, says Nathan.
Well, I think Worcestershire will be hoping that either option 2 or 3 is selected for the shape of next season's county championship. The conference options, because they won't then be relegated. Because otherwise it looks as if they're doomed. Here's Craig Overton from the Birmingham end, in and bowls to Hain, who's up on his toes, playing that to Jack Leach at mid-off.
So Overton's re-emergence in the attack means probably the end of the morning work for Miguel Pretorius. He hasn't taken a wicket this morning, but he's bowled with real energy and purpose throughout. I know he's overstepped 4 times, which isn't ideal, but I mean the Bears would barely have put a run on the board without that.
Well, the new ball is due in 5 overs time after this, as Tom Abel just manages to get a hand on that at second slip, and that's enough to deter the batsman from risking a short single.
I mean, tremendous planning overnight here by Somerset. Great execution. And as Dermot has been very keen to point out, the way they have protected, preserved and prepared this ball, the work they've put into it to try and get something out of this Kookaburra, just exemplary.
Overton then to Hain, who's down the pitch driving, but Casey Aldridge fields. I'm not sure who Casey Aldridge is on for. It's not Matt Henry.
Is that Josh? Is Josh Davey at backward point there?
Yeah, Josh Davies out there. He's at backward point.
Right, maybe Pretorius went off at the end of that second spell.
Yeah, I can't see Miggy out there.
Yeah, I think he might be due a fresh shirt.
Overton in and bowls to Hain. He turns this away through mid-wicket for 4 runs. And Overton with his hands on his head, as if Hain had whipped that away off middle stump, which he might very possibly have done, but it does bring up the 200 for Warwickshire. 202 for 3. They've taken their time this morning. What have they added? 44 runs so far.
Yeah, this is the 22nd over. I would say there that is absolutely a bread and butter shot for Hain. Now Overton has set the trap with those 2 short fielders, but he could hit over the top of that as well. It was a good shot, but there was a risk to it.
Overton in and bowls, and this time Hain defends. Hain moves on to 17 with that 4 through mid-wicket, and he seems to have recovered from what was a very nasty blow to the head. It was almost as if he was going to head the ball.
Yeah, it was like he was redirecting a shot into the corner of the net.
Yeah,
it was puzzling.
And the ball rebounded over the point boundary. That's how hard it hit the helmet. Overton in and bowls to him, and that one bounces a little bit more. Yeah, just going back to the state of the ball and the work that Somerset have put into it, you just wonder whether they will take the new ball when it becomes available in 5 overs time, or whether they will stick with the existing one.
I would think there'll be a temptation to wait a little bit, because Leach is getting some turn, and
he might get a bit more bounce there with a new ball, mightn't he?
He might. It's just, if they're down to 3 seamers, and we don't know for sure if and when Josh Davies is going to be available to bowl, but they haven't used him this morning. Maybe the plan would be to bring him on with the new ball. But I wonder whether I mean, they've got choices. They can have a rest for 40 minutes soon. My question, I don't know the answer. I mean, you know the way to Polly's heart. With those 2 extra overs, is there any change to the intervals today?
I don't know.
It's a fair question, though, isn't it?
It is a very fair question, and I was wondering that myself as to whether we might, lunch might be at 1:05 rather than 1:10.
Yeah, I'm not sure. As thick inside edge from Bethel, trying to drive Leach into the offside. He's really opened up the offside in terms of field. He's tempting Bethel to go out there, but he's got the close catcher on the leg side. He really wants him to try and drive against the spin into the offside. He now advances down the wicket, hits on the full toss. He's got a hand on that as Jack Leach. It won't prevent the 4. He's met it on the full. He's hit it powerfully, but Leach will feel if he's getting a hand on it, he maybe ought to be catching it, but it did come back so quickly. 206 for 3. So,
Dermot Reeve just said he thinks the batsman would want them to take the new ball, and I'm sure that's right.
Yeah.
It goes off the bat faster.
That definitely makes sense. There'll come a point where this might not be doing anything at all, as that turns but slowly from outside off stump. Bethel was waiting for it on the back foot.
The chance to Jack Leach, one of those that either sticks or doesn't.
Yeah, oh yeah. I mean, you're brave to make sure you get in the way of it, because it's coming, we know Bethel hits the ball hard, and off an ample deflection it still comfortably went for 4. As this is well outside off stump, and he stretches out with a stride as Bethel to get bat and pad behind it. What I would say is that if Jacob Bethel is being considered for Test match cricket this summer, and no doubt he's being considered, then the type of attack that he's facing today is a good test for him. And he's being tested. This is a bit too full from Leach, so he can push it. Doesn't overhit it, just pushes it with timing into the offside. Casey Aldridge will chase and slide and throws as he's falling backwards. And whilst it may not be accurate, it's got great distance on it, and it kills any thought of a 3rd run. That's a good piece of fielding from a rather tall substitute fielder. 2 more to Bethel, though. He's 9, 208 for 3.
Yeah, I wonder if Josh Davey will take the new ball when it is eventually taken.
Leach in, cut away by Bethel, and Davey has a bit of work to do here round the boundary. Has to make sure he gets his angles right, and they come back for 2 more. So a productive over that for the Bears, which also will factor into some of the decisions that Craig Overton's got to make. Bethel has 11, Hayne 17. It's 210 for 3. A member of the Bears backroom team is on his way out again. Is this going to be a pill or something for Sam Hayne after the bang on the head? Are they going to give him a painkiller, or is it a bit of a further check?
You sometimes get a delayed response.
Well, yes,
delayed concussion.
Whilst you weren't in the room, that's very much what Dermot was talking about, that one of the occasions that he got concussion, it wasn't for about 10 or 15 minutes that he started feeling wobbly, and then he took him best part of a fortnight to get properly right. So absolutely. So I think there was a little bit of a double check going on there. If Hayne feels at all inconvenienced, he would be better leaving the field.
He would. Here's Craig Overton to bowl to him. He's in bowls. Good ball from Overton. Yeah, it happened to last year up at Chester Street. Pretorius was hit on the head, and he carried on. And then at lunchtime, he almost collapsed.
Yeah.
And played no further part in the
that's
in the
scary,
game.
isn't it?
Yeah.
And we were saying earlier, you do get a concussion replacement. So teams are at least not discouraged by that.
Overton in and bowls. This is driven nicely away through the offside by Sam Hayne. That was a bit of a one-day shot. He made room for himself by coming down the pitch outside leg stump to create the space outside the off stump to whack that away through the covers between extra cover and mid-off for 4 runs. Moves on to 21, 214 for 3.
It was followed by a verbal volley from Craig Overton there, who might have been suggesting, as you did, that it was a bit much of a one-day shot, and it most definitely was.
Yeah.
But it's interesting, it's the sort of shot that Hayne was wanting to come down the wicket to Pretorius to do when Pretorius caught him with that short ball. But it was beautifully executed by Hayne.
It was. What's the betting? This is going to be a short one. Is Overton in bowls? Yep. Banged it in about halfway down, and Hayne has nothing whatever to do with it. It was too short, just too short. Just needed to pitch it up another couple of yards.
It's almost like that previous ball as if Hayne was trying to prove that he's okay. I'm fine. If I look, I'm seeing the ball this well. There you go. He's such a key cog to the Bears at least saving this game.
Here's Overton again. In and bowls, and Hayne gets in behind a defensive shot up to Matt Henry at mid-off. We're in the 77th over, so 3 overs after this before Somerset could take a new ball. Whether they will take a new ball remains to be seen. But I fancy that this ball is doing a little bit less now in the last half an hour or so than it did earlier on, as it gets softer. Overton in and bowls down the leg side, and good take by James Rue. I had a tweet this morning from Dave from Cork, who used to be Grumpy Git and isn't anymore. Happiness personified.
What's changed in his life?
He's taking me to task for having a go at Tom Kohler-Cadmore's hairstyle, saying that those of us who are of a certain age and follically challenged, as Overton is in and bowls, shouldn't take the mickey out of those who've got a full head of hair. And it is a very splendid head of hair, I must say, that Tom Kohler-Cadmore has, and I only wish I had a head of hair like it. It did used to have many years ago.
I was never blessed with good hair. I had thin hair, and it was a great release when I started shaving my head. It was good news for me, to be perfectly honest with you. But I do reserve the right to hold the opinion that if I did have a head of hair, I wouldn't choose to wear it that way.
Well, Dave says I was disrespectful. I don't think disrespectful. I think envious was probably more like it. Is Pretorius coming back on?
It's back on, but Casey Aldridge has stayed on and somebody else has gone off.
It's not. Josh Davey is doing a few stretches, and I must say, if Josh Davey isn't fit to bowl, I don't know what he's doing out there fielding.
He wouldn't be able to bat at the top of the order if he doesn't field.
True, yeah.
So that for me is why he's out there.
Yeah.
And we'll see, because if it's an ankle, you don't need to risk it. Leach is going to continue his 17th over. Jacob Bethel on strike, and again he waits for this one and defends it out into the offside, and there's no run. He's under an unnatural amount of pressure here, Jacob Bethel. There is somebody in the press room who is frankly watching his every move to a level that is not frankly natural. But it is difficult, isn't it? It's his first championship innings of the season. He's coming down the wicket here and he's lifting it straight. Has he got enough on it? He has. He's going to hit it all the way for 6. There is a man at long on who could easily have been in play there, but Bethel trusted himself and gets his first 6 of the innings. He's up to 17.
Effortless, wasn't
220 for 3.
Effortless.
There is an elegance about Jacob Bethel,
yeah.
but also he can hit the ball serious distances. He is one of these modern lads who loves a bit of range hitting practice. People throwing the ball back from the upper deck. When he and Dan Mosley are having a competition, it is flying. And he's going to keep Pretorius at long on, understandably. Hayne is standing nice and wide at the moment in the running area, in case any more of that happens. But this time Bethel smartly just picked the spot, an extra cover. That's a lovely one-handed pick-up by a tall man, by Casey Aldridge. And another single, 221 for 3. And if Leach doesn't contain, it does create a bit more of a quandary for Craig Overton. He now calls Pretorius in closer for Sam Hayne.
Yes, he needs Jack Leach to stop up one end and then rotate the seamers at the other end. But
Hayne on 21. Leach round the wicket. He's floated that up and it's pulled round on a full toss, but he doesn't get it cleanly and scuffs it to the man at short fine leg.
I was looking for that. I was looking for that down and going over the long leg boundary, I must say. It's where it should have gone.
It was neither fine enough nor powerful enough. Leach in again. Hayne pushes it out with the outer half of the bat. Bit of a false shot, that.
Silly point would have been in business.
Yep. 43 these two have added, and it was very, very slow progress initially, but they have started to accelerate the partnership. Each in to complete his over, and Hayne just defends that. 221 for 3, still 277 behind, still 128 from avoiding the follow-on. Meanwhile, England, I mean, this is the morning they wanted, 108 without loss against India. Crawley now to 42, Duckett 59, and that does set the platform. 263 more required.
Well, it was the ideal situation for England, wasn't it? Once they bowled India out, my money was very firmly on England to chase down those runs, because the Headingley pitch has indeed was the case with the Lord's pitch, just got better as the game has gone on.
I have enjoyed the way that in each India innings Josh Tongue has dispensed with the tail. I do have a bit of a soft spot for bowlers who have that in their armoury.
Craig Overton then to Jacob Bethel. He's in and bowls, and Bethel's back on his stumps, playing this square of the wicket. Out to Tom Lammonby. Lammonby's another option for Craig Overton with his left arm seamer. Wants to change the angle of attack.
Tom Abel?
No, he doesn't bowl anymore.
Has he given up?
Yeah.
Sore back, or?
He did his side.
Oh.
He's spring before last, just after he'd been selected for the England white ball squads against Sri Lanka. Overton is in and bowls, and this comes off the pad, I fancy, down to... No, there's a bit of bat involved as well, so it's a single to Bethel. 2 for 3. Bethel on to 19. Yeah, he strained his side, and he didn't bowl at all last season, and he hasn't bowled at all this season.
Well, he's too valuable with the bat to be risking injury.
But he was, as Dermot Reeve was saying yesterday, it was more than useful fourth seamer, I'd say, fourth or fifth seamer.
Yeah.
Bit of a golden arm partnership breaker. Overton in bowls, and Hayne goes for a pull shot, doesn't get hold of it. It's taken by James Rew down the leg side. We've got the this modified leg trap. It's a leg trap in front of square rather than behind square. Although Tom Abel's now going out to...
It's interesting. Are they going to put one on the... They've got a short square leg, a short mid-wicket, and a very short mid-on, really. But they're now putting a fielder on the boundary as well. They're just trying to starve Sam Hayne of scoring opportunities. It's the sort of thing they've been very smart about all morning.
Overton to Hayne, who turns this into the onside, and Tom Abel picks up from square leg. Overton just slanting the ball in towards Sam Hayne's body, encouraging him to turn it round the corner. They got him with a catch to Leg Gully a couple of years ago when Somerset beat Warwickshire at Taunton. Overton in and bowls a short ball, and a pretty wild short ball. Now I really don't understand why that is not a wide. There was no way on earth that Hayne could have got a bat on that.
No, that should be a wide. That was exactly what I was thinking. I was looking immediately to umpire Graham Lloyd. He was actually at point because of where the fielders are, and for all the world I thought that was a wide. Well, it was certainly above head height, not in any stance, but if he was standing upright.
Overton bowls and takes pace off there, I think, just a little bit. Hayne adjusts well to it. End of that Overton over. He's now taken 1 for 41 in 19. It's 2-2-2 for 3, and the mark, the first landmark that Warwickshire will be looking at is 349 to avoid the possibility. I think probably the probability of being asked to follow on.
Yeah, in that situation, almost certainly. Welcome aboard those of you listening via Sports Extra Channel 2 or Sports Extra 2. I don't think we use the word channel, do we? But anyway, Anthony Gibson and myself, Richard Wilford, here at Edgbaston as we approach lunch on day 3. Somerset have bowled beautifully this morning. They've stuck to their plan. They've starved Warwickshire of scoring opportunities, and they took 2 very good wickets. They've had the ball reversing, not extravagantly, but enough to cause real difficulty for the batters. And at the moment, they're facing up to Sam Hayne and Jacob Bethel, who's on strike on 19 to Jack Leach, and drives him through the vacant mid-on up towards long on for a single. Bethel is up to 20. He only scored 1 off his first 28 deliveries, but he's now 29 out of 41, including what was a rather nice on the eye straight 6 off Leach in his last over.
He hit it with such power, with so little apparent effort.
And he did take on long on, which was interesting. The wickets this morning, I mean, Matt Henry barely conceded a run. In fact, for 3.5 overs, he denied his New Zealand colleague Tom Latham any runs at all, and Latham then tried to force the ball through the offside and nick behind to James Rue for 65. And then Alex Davis was caught quite brilliantly low down to his right by Tom Kohler-Cadmore off the bowling of Craig Overton for 78. I reckon it was probably only a 50-50 catch that he's held on to there, Kohler-Cadmore. These two, though, Bethel and Hayne, gradually building a partnership, although Hayne has been struck on the helmet by Miguel Pretorius. More on that in a second. As he's paddling the ball round the corner here off Leach, they'll certainly get a couple. Josh Davey is running after that. They get 2 more, 225 for 3, 23 to Hayne. He took just 1 step down the wicket as Miguel Pretorius was advancing, and when Pretorius dug the ball in, he was in no position to defend himself, and he's pretty much ducked into a header and headed it away. There was a reasonably lengthy concussion check, and there's been a second check for Hayne, who at the moment seems to be okay, but we're very conscious of the fact you can find the symptoms take a while to come as he pushes the next ball past the man at Silly Point, who's now in position for Hayne, who defended a couple in that area in the last over. Anthony, you were keen to have a man in that position.
I was.
Your captaincy, we've learnt a lot from Dermot Reeve in the last 2.5 days. Your captain was right on top of it. So Hayne now is trying the reverse, and it beats the infield, and I think that is going to race away. That is one of the quicker parts of the ground, and as much as 2 fielders give chase and Kohler-Cadmore gets closest, that is going to go through to the boundary, and it brings up the 50 partnership of 100 balls. Now, considering how slowly it started, by the way, it has accelerated. Hayne has scored 25 of those, and Bethel has scored 20. So a 50 partnership for the 4th wicket. But the lead for Somerset remains at 269. Hayne and Bethel have both looked to score off Leach, who has got some turn. As he flights up on sort of middle stump, maybe middle and leg line, and forward comes Hayne to defend. Plenty of encouragement in the field as well. They've been vocal in this morning session, Somerset, as well they might be. Leach floats this into the pads of Hayne. He can't guide it wide of mid-wicket, though. End of the over. That means the second new ball is due, though not necessarily going to be instantly coveted. In the 80 overs, in reply to Somerset's 498, Warwickshire 229 for 3.
Well, Mickey Pretorius has got the old ball in his grasp and is doing some work on it, just polishing it with the bottom of his short-sleeved sweater. So it doesn't look as if they're going to take the new ball just yet.
I think the fact that we're coming up towards the lunch interval just gives them a good moment to assess, talk to the coaching staff about what they feel the ball is doing, if anything, at this point. But Pretorius and Overton followed on from Matt Henry very well with that little bit of reverse.
Overton into Bethel, who won't get a run here as that goes to Tom Lammonby at backward point.
You were looking forward to seeing Jacob Bethel today.
I was, yeah, and I mean that straight 6 that he hit was a shot of real class. It's just about the only shot he's played in anger so far.
Yeah.
As Overton is in and bowls, and this is a pull shot. A peel for he's gone. That's the end of Jacob Bethel. think he may have got an under edge. He's not happy, Jacob Bethel, but umpire Goff's finger has gone up, and it was short from Craig Overton. Bethel went for the hook shot and maybe just got an under edge through to James Rue, and Bethel looks around in disbelief to see umpire Goff's finger raised. But James Rue and the slips in no doubt at all that there was a nick. There was certainly a noise, and umpire Goff has decided it was the noise of ball hitting bat rather than ball hitting any part of Jacob Bethel's cricket clothing. So, a fourth wicket for Somerset, and Jacob Bethel has gone. Caught Rue bowled Overton for 20. They're going in for lunch with Warwickshire 229 for 4, still 269 runs adrift.
Yeah, Bethel's body language would give me pause to say that I'm not sure that he's got anything on that, to be honest with you. But he certainly wasn't concerned about an umpire's decision. He was surprised when he saw the slip cord him celebrating and looked around and say, well, what? So I think he may have been unfortunate there. It's very hard. The replays, you can't tell whether there's a nick or not because it doesn't deviate, but sometimes
it must have
doesn't.
hit something. It must have hit something, otherwise the slips wouldn't have gone up.
Yeah, although
it's just a question of whether they hit his bat or
there
whether
was that orchestrated appeal earlier, wasn't there, when they went up for one after the bowling of Leach. So,
but they all sides go up for
for
anything.
All I'm saying is Jacob Bethel is absolutely convinced he didn't get a touch, and it was a fulsome appeal. So we reach lunch. We will be back then just before 20 to 2 for the afternoon session. But Somerset have had a really dominant morning. 3 wickets taken for just 71 runs. They've executed their game plan absolutely perfectly. Sam Hain will still be there on 27. Ed Barnard will be the next man in. But Somerset in this morning session have given themselves a chance of forcing a result. We'll resume in around 40 minutes from now. This is Richard Wilford at Edgbaston, where Warwickshire have just lost a key wicket before lunch on day 3 against Somerset. They take lunch on 229 for 4, still trailing by 269 runs. But young Jacob Bethel has gone. He's tried to pull a short ball from Overton, and it's been ruled that he got a little edge on it through to James Rue, and he's gone for 20. Sam Hain has been very steady so far, although he did get hit on the head by a short ball from Miguel Pretorius. He's on 27. But at lunch, the Bears in a bit of bother in this game on 229 for 4. Welcome back to Edgbaston, ready for the afternoon session. On day 3 of this County Championship First Division game between Warwickshire and Somerset. Somerset 498 all out, Warwickshire 229 for 4. Big wicket of Jacob Bethel, which led to a slightly early lunch. Caught behind, trying to pull the ball from Craig Overton. The thinnest of nicks through, and he was given out for 20. He wasn't keen on the decision, but there was a noise of some sort, and umpire Goff felt that it was bat, and as a result you have to take that. That's cricket. You're going to get some for you and some against you, but there must have been something. It felt like there must be something, maybe. We will see. Hayne 27 and Barnard 0 will resume the innings. I'm Richard Wilford, this is Anthony Gibson.
Yeah, he was obviously disappointed, possibly by the decision, but also by the fact that he's missed out on the opportunity to score a first-class century, because it's still a pretty benign pitch.
It is, but they've bowled so well on it, Somerset, and that bit of reverse swing they've got was excellent.
Well, they had a plan this morning, didn't they?
Oh, and boy did they execute it.
And
yeah,
they bowled to it.
It's when what you want at times are bowlers who don't get bored doing that steady right thing. And Matt Henry set the tone from the Birmingham end this morning, just probing outside off stump with Tom Latham, until Latham eventually tried to force the ball just to get a run, and we hadn't scored a run in the first half hour.
Here's Overton to Barnard outside the off stump. No shot from Ed Barnard, who's the new batsman. Ed Barnard, who's been in good form for Warwickshire in the County Championship this season. He tops the averages, 587 runs at 58.7, 2 centuries and 2 50s. It's a very, very fine record as Overton is in and bowls, and he drives this on the bounce to Jack Leach, an extra cover who doesn't feel it cleanly, but no question of a run.
Well, they may need him to get a big innings here. Bear in mind, after these two, Kai Smith at 7, he made a big 100 in the 50 over format last year, but few scores here and there, but not really established yet.
Overton to Barnard. Ooh, that one comes back, and the is on account of the fact that Barnard left it, and it wasn't far away from his off stump, but good 6 inches away from it, I would say.
And then after that, it is a bit tail-like. Ethan Bamber has made some useful runs this season, but he does make them in sort of ebullient tail-end fashion. Rocky Choley, I'd fancy, will probably come in at 9.
He's got a decent record with the bat.
Modest record.
Overton in and bowls to Barnard, who drives nicely, but will be cut off by Matt Henry at mid-off. That's the end of a wicket maiden from Craig Overton, and at the end of it, Warwickshire remain on 229 for 4.
Yeah, he's got 1 half century in his career, but his average is sort of high teens, so
well,
not a lot.
That's
doing.
not bad.
You might want a bit better than that at 9. It's, at the other end, after that you've got Shay Simmons, who again has hung around a little bit, but he is certainly no better than a 10, really. And Ollie Hannon Dolby is your classic 10-11.
Yeah,
but
he's
can hang
a
around.
genuine number 11.
Yeah,
but he can hang around, as we know, to our cost.
That's why I'm calling him. I'm going to call him a 10.5.
Yeah.
He is my mate, after all. We've done too many podcasts together. I'm not hanging him out to dry. You know, I will always remember the day that I saw him get off the mark onto his 67th delivery, and then protested that it should have been a leg bye. But I think he was probably right. But Sam Hayne will be on strike, and Miguel Pretorius, he's got through a good shift already today. He's going to bowl. And he comes in with 2 slips in place to bowl to Hayne. And he turns it off his pads behind square for a single. He's to 28, 230 for 4. The other key news from the lunch interval, if you are a Somerset supporter, is that one of the bowlers having a bit of a spell out on one of the used wickets for 10 or 15 minutes was Josh Davey.
Well, there you are. Perhaps when they do take the new ball, Josh Davey will be asked to employ it.
Sports Extra 2, welcome aboard. The third afternoon of a game where Somerset are on the push to try and register a fourth successive victory in the first division of the county championship. 3 valuable wickets for not a lot of runs this morning as Pretorius comes into Barnard. Good leave from Barnard. He is the new man at the crease, yet to score. Came out after the end of the lunch interval. He's joining Sam Hain, who's on 28. The men out this morning: Latham 65, Davis 78 and Bethel for 20. 2 wickets for Craig Overton and 1 for Matt Henry. And Somerset, we were just saying, bowled immaculately to a good plan. Starved the Bears of runs, had worked the ball so it did a bit of reverse, and they bowled it very effectively. As this is back of a length and jabbed into the ground, so it floats up shoulder height through to James Rue. Bit of a missed shot from Barnard. 230 for 4.
Yeah, it's a fine afternoon. The sun is out. The clouds are, I wouldn't say they're particularly high, but they're not in any way threatening. There's plenty of blue sky around as well, and just this quite fresh breeze coming across the ground from west to east. Very pleasant.
I mean, we're really reasonably well up in the gods ourselves, so they're not threatening anyway, the height they are, as Barnard comes forward, walks through a defensive shot, pushes it to Abel at mid-wicket. Yeah, they're high enough that they're not making me nervous. And they're still moving quite briskly. The wind is slightly more gentle than it was this morning. At times there were some gusts. Ollie Hannon Dolby was saying on Sunday, for all that it was very warm, the gusty wind at times was making it hard for you to balance on your run-up. And he's relatively slightly built, of course. Pretorius not so much, and bowls full, is driven nicely by Barnard, but he doesn't time it, and it's comfortably fielded at mid-off. I just admire Pretorius' physique in that he's got these big fast bowlers' shoulders on him, but he's got a very smooth approach as well. And as Somerset have seen last season and this season, he's a very willing worker.
He is. He's a good team man.
Yeah.
You can chuck the ball to him and any stage in the game, and he'll give it everything he's got.
It's got that reddish hue of a man who earns his living outdoors. As he comes into bowl to Barnard onto his pads, but still with 3 fielders quite close in on the leg side. He can't divert that ball wide of the square of mid-wicket. And as a result, there's no run. Just the single off that over, 230 for 4. Warwickshire, the key statistic for them at the moment is they still require 119 to avoid the follow-on. They trail by 268. They are not racing towards batting bonus points. It might be quite a challenge for them to get more than 2 from here. But they seem to have, because of the way that Somerset have bowled, I suppose, been drawn into a try and draw the game mindset.
Yes, rather than let's put 700 on the board and bowl Somerset out mindset.
Yeah.
But the tightness with which Somerset bowled this morning, I think, accounts for that as much as anything. They've been asking a lot of questions of these Warwickshire batsmen. Here comes Overton, still with the old ball, we think. He's in and bowls a bouncer, and Hain just ducks underneath it. Umpire Goff says 1 for the over. Just got the 1 slip, Tom Kohler Cadmore, that mane of hair protruding from underneath his Somerset cap, in his long sleeve sweater, which has got his sweater sleeves rolled up to the elbows. As Overton is in and bowls to Hain. Overton persisting with this leg trap in front of square leg, mid-wicket, and a shortish mid-on, with Sam Hain's fondness for turning the ball through that mid-wicket area very much in mind. So Overton will be looking to bring the ball in towards Sam Hain, to encourage him just to turn it into the onside, to one of those 3 waiting catchers. They are all catching as well. as Overton there is put off by a gust of wind, and Matt Henry's Somerset cap is blowing away out towards the boundary on the Eric Holly's stand side of the ground, and it's retrieved very generously by Jack Leach.
Well, of course, we had a gust earlier that led to the introduction of heavy bales.
Yep.
We've got the heavy bale. I mean, you got to give the wicket a fair clunk now.
Yes, this is true. Yeah. Overton then is in. Oh, I think Hayne just about took his bat out of the way of that ball, leaving him. Yes, he did, outside the off stump. He went as if to play it and then just lifted the bat at the last moment.
Yeah, but what he did nicely is he's got into line so he can make that judgment. And through it goes.
It doesn't appear to be any the worse for that very nasty blow on the head.
Yeah.
Which he sustained from Miguel Pretorius. This is good ball from Overton, which is defended by Sam Hayne. Back up the pitch in bright sunshine. It's a very pleasant day for watching cricket if you can get out of the breeze. It's just a shame there aren't more people here to enjoy the cricket, because it's been a good contest here today. Overton in and bowls. This is turned between two of those leg side fielders, but Josh Davey is out patrolling the mid-wicket boundary, so it's just a single. 231 for 4. Tom Abel comes across from the leg side to go into the slips alongside Kola Cadmore for the new batsman Ed Barnard, who's yet to get off the mark. Faced 9 deliveries. Overton's in and bowls, and this is pulled and over the top of mid-wicket and away for 4 runs. Handsome shot.
Yeah, that was a little bit of a help yourself ball, wasn't it? Because it rather got stuck in the wicket. Very rare. I think Overton just trying something a little bit different, and Ed Barnard was able to fetch it. Not too far over the top of mid-wicket, but I think it was always going to clear him, and also it was really, really flying. Yeah, be glad to get off the mark. 235 for 4.
Yeah, end of that over from Craig Overton.
Yeah, you mentioned Sam Hayne there, stooping into a bounce, having taken a step down the wicket against Pretorius and got himself out of shape. It's quite unusual to see Hayne get himself into that sort of bother. And we were very much on the lookout of whether there might be delayed concussion.
But he seems to be okay.
Yeah, he's counting the fielders at the moment. Not as
he's got
clearly as Dan Mosley does it, which is always very funny. But, he does like a count.
Still got those 2 catching short mid wickets, and Craig Overton at a leg gully as well.
235. I didn't see you take lunch today. Have you got dinner plans? Is that what's going on?
I haven't decided yet.
Okay. The world is your oyster in the delightful city of Birmingham.
Yeah, absolutely.
Sam Hayne on 29. It's been a workmanlike innings from him so far. Turns it off his pads. 4 men in a ring, close on the leg side. Close-ish, in that there's a slightly backward square leg who's about 20 yards away. There are 2 mid-wickets, neither of whom are as far as 20 yards away. And there's a mid-on who is standing level with the non-striker at the moment.
Yeah, they're all catching as well.
They're all stationary positions.
Yeah.
And that is Sam Hayne's strength, and Somerset are working to cut it off, and it's been very effective. Pretorius in, again into the pads of Hayne. It's into the ground, and a diving catch, as it were, by Archie Vaughan, goalkeeper style, to his right. James Rue runs 25 yards to give him a low 5. For something to do, I think.
He likes doing that, does James Rue. It's one of his trademarks.
Well, you spend a significant percentage of your day squatting, then having a little jog and shaking out your legs is probably a very smart thing to do. Pretorius again into the pads of Hayne, who clips it behind square, and it's fielded by the square leg. Is Overton, is there?
It is. That plan nearly worked there. That's how they got rid of Sam Hain back at Taunton 3 years ago, I think it was now, with Overton at leg gully.
They've also, by the way, got a deep square leg and a long leg. So his only real source on the leg side, if they're going to angle it into his pads, is to lift it over this infield. And that's what they're trying to tempt him to do. It's his back of a length and he just defends it, and it's rolling along the deck by the time it gets up to mid-on.
Pretorius is bowling a very good line for the field that he's been set.
Now, again, they've got a plan, everybody's understanding it, and they're not getting bored of executing it. I mean, in a way, in the last over, Craig Overton has bowled a ball that didn't need to be bowled and given Ed Barnard those 4 runs, hasn't he? Because if they stick to it, today the run rate has been sluggish. Very full. This driven back to the bowler in his follow through, and he fields. I would say it was beyond sluggish. It was genuinely slug-like for about the first hour.
71 runs they scored this morning.
Yeah. Was it 28 off 17 in the first hour, or just over an hour, wasn't it, for the first 28 runs? They did have a bit of acceleration after that. They played some more positive shots off Leach in particular. Both Hain and Bethel, while he was at the crease, came down the wicket to him. Bethel just managed a 6. It was a lovely looking shot, and he just cleared the rope down in front of us. But he'll be frustrated not to have gone on to more than the 20 that he got, because he's under such a lot of scrutiny at the moment. It's his back of a length, and again guided to the square of the 2 mid-wickets. Archie Vaughan. End of the over. Vaughan, we haven't seen bowl today, and that is purely and simply because the seamers have done such a good job. 235 for 4.
Still no sign of the new ball. Unless, of course, they've already taken it. We haven't noticed.
Yeah, I haven't seen.
But I haven't seen. I've been trying to remember to keep an eye on the umpires, and just to see if they hold it out to indicate to the scorers that the new ball's been taken.
But as Dermot was saying in the morning session, Warwickshire would probably like them to take the new ball. Because
absolutely.
The shackles remain on, and the run rate for the innings is significantly below 3 and over.
Craig Overton to bowl another over. It'll be his 22nd. He's having a good bowl. He's in bowls and gone. That is the 5th wicket. Ed Barnard playing a nothing sort of shot to a ball, leaving him outside the off stump, getting a nick and a straightforward catch to James Rue. 235 for 5. Barnard is gone. Caught Rue, bowled Overton for 4, and Craig Overton now has 3 for 46.
Great reward for his persistence there from Overton, and your description of that as a nothing shot, you're absolutely right. There's no footwork. He's just offered his bat almost like a catching practice drill, and frankly very straightforward for Rue. And now Warwickshire are in real trouble. They still need 114 to avoid the follow-on, although the one thing in my mind is if these wickets were to go this afternoon, I just wonder whether Somerset wouldn't mind an hour and a half with the bat, because the one factor they might have is they might want to rest the bowlers. The amount of work that Overton and Pretorius in particular have got through, particularly if they're still concerned as to Josh Davies' fitness in terms of that ankle.
Yes, the trouble is, they've got to leave themselves enough time to bowl Warwickshire out a second time. That's assuming they can take these last 5 wickets before Warwickshire have got 349 on the board, which is still by no means a given. But it's been a good day for Somerset so far. 77 for 4.
They've got their opponent down. It's about finishing the job in this first innings.
But that was a bit of a gift, that wicket.
Oh, I mean, it's so uncharacteristic as well of Ed Barnard. You mentioned he's averaging 58 in the championship. He's batted very well. Made a century in the big run chase at Durham on the final day. I don't think he'll quite believe the shot that he's played there.
No, he was metaphorically kicking himself all the way back to the dressing room. Right, it is Kai Smith, who is the new batsman for Warwickshire. He's facing Craig Overton, steaming in from the Birmingham end. He's there and bowls outside the off stump, but far too wide outside the off stump to interest Kai Smith, who has scored 210 runs in 8 innings so far this county championship season. Best of 79, averaging 26.25.
Yeah, trying to establish himself this year. They're giving him a good long go, but really last recognised batsman in this innings. A lot of responsibility.
Overton in and bowls, and Smith is watchfully forward, getting his nose over the pitch of that ball from Craig Overton, who just kicks at the dust at the far end.
And the quandary this situation now gives Sam Hain is that if the Bears are to avoid the follow-on, they've got to score another 114 runs. He's going to have to get the majority of them. And if he continues to score at the pace he is at the moment, I think he could run out of time, run out of partners.
Overton to... Ooh, and that one takes off. And it was just wide enough that Smith didn't have to play at it. It was well judged by the batsman.
I like the way he just rotated away from the ball there.
It was a good delivery from Overton, who is pretty fired up, I think, in a good way, rather than being fired up because he's angry, which is not that unusual. Here he comes in, bowls to Smith and brings that one back into the right-hander, who defends it into the onside, picked up by Tom Banton.
He's fired up because they've opened up a door, effectively. They've given themselves an opportunity on a surface where you've got a choice in a way, haven't you? You can bemoan the Kookaburra ball and a hybrid wicket and think, oh, this is going to be really difficult. Or you can come out and try and grab the game and come up with a plan and a strategy, in fact more than one that they've executed well.
Overton to Smith outside the off stump. It was a sort of ball that accounted for Ed Barnard, but Smith not to be tempted into waving his bat in the direction of that delivery from Overton. But that was a wicket maiden for Craig Overton, who has figures of 22 overs, 5 maidens, 3 for 46. Well bowled, skipper.
20 years of age, Kai Smith, keeping wicket in this game. Has kept wicket in the majority of the championship games, but the last couple either Alex Davis had, or in fact Worcester, they both spent some time keeping wicket. Clearly not simultaneously. That would be a quirk. But he clearly has a lot of talent. There's a great deal of belief in him here. And they have other young batters. Hamza Sheikh, who didn't quite seize his chance in the early part of the season. Dan Mosley is currently not in favour in the red ball game, but could well be again in the coming weeks. Zen Malik, who's made the breakthrough, has made a first-class championship 100 this season at the age of 27, having made his first-class debut. But here's Hain facing Pretorius, and comes forward and ends up playing in defence. I think he was hoping to get into a position to drive it, but he didn't.
How come Dan Mosley is chosen for the England Lions then, but can't get into the Warwickshire Red Bulls?
Bear in mind, the England Lions, it was partly, especially the first game, players who were out of favour in their counties. If you look at it, there were very few. The second match, it was a bit stronger, but he made 100 in both games. He's never made a championship century. The second of those centuries that he made for England A, or England Lions, was a first-class one, whereas the first game was sort of 14 aside. As Hain awaits Pretorius, clipped towards the leg side, and there's no run. He's a terrific talent, and he's going really well in the one-day game. He's made a good 50. He took a 4-for against Worcester. He will come again in the red ball. But at the moment, there is a little bit of a queue in terms of talented young batters. There's another one, a 17-year-old coming through in the seconds at the moment, who they really like the look of. There's another one who's Isaac Mohammed, who's gone over to Worcestershire to get first-team cricket. He looked very good in his brief innings in the T20 last week. Short ball from Pretorius, ducked under by Hain.
And these are all products of the Warwickshire pathway, are they?
Zen Malik not so. He's come through Saka.
Right. Yep.
And there's another young batter who's come through Saka as well.
Saka being the South Asian Cricket Academy.
Exactly, which is doing great things. I mean, Kashif Ali making runs at Worcester, so credit for that. But Hamza Sheikh has been with the county since he was 9 or 10, I think. He's going to be one to watch in future years. Hain just cannot find a way of scoring runs here. Defends. It goes out in the offside. And there's no run. Only 6 runs in 20 minutes since lunch. Just over 20 minutes. Got a report coming up in the next minute, which I should get out of the way, and then
I'll keep quiet.
And Dermot, who you can hear in the background, will soon relaunch himself to the world. As Hayne awaits on 29, and he's driving this, and again it's Archie Vaughan, the square of the 2 mid-wickets. He picks it up, and this field is doing exactly what they need it to do. And rather than getting fed up with it, they're persisting with it, and it's proving to be very, very effective.
Well, the frustration must be building inside Sam Hayne's head, but he is a patient batsman.
Sorius approaching again into bowl to Hayne, who defends it down into the turf in front of him. It's the end of another maiden over. This is Richard Wilford at Edgbaston, where Warwickshire are still being tied down superbly by Somerset's bowlers, and they've lost another wicket. They're on 235 for 5. They still trail by 263. The man dismissed since lunch, the normally rather in-form Ed Barnard, who nicked behind off the bowling of Overton for 4. Bit of a nothing shot. Sam Hayne has been very subdued so far on his way to 29. The youngster Kai Smith has joined him. He's yet to score. Still 114 runs more required to avoid the follow-on for the Bears. That's got to be their initial target. They're 235 for 5. And with that done, I shall make way for Dermot Reeve and catch you later, Anthony.
Thank you, Richard. That's Richard Wilford. And I'll just do a couple more overs and then hand over to Phil Britt. Overton bowls short and Smith just ducks underneath it. Kai Smith, the Warwickshire wicket keeper. He's not tall like a lot of wicket keepers. Somerset have had 1 or 2 quite tall ones, but notably Rob Turner, who was keeping wicket in your day down at Somerset. Dermot, was he not?
Yeah, old Rob Noddy Turner. Very fine wicket keeper, excellent cricketer. I think he's now doing stuff with Western Supermare.
Oh, and Smith almost drawn into playing at that ball from Craig Overton, who's getting quite a lot of bounce, isn't he?
Yeah, it's a really good spell. He's running it into a slight breeze. It's a bit more of a cross breeze today, bowling from the city end. But you know, the ball's it's still the old ball. It's in its 87th over, and Pretorius is working really hard on it at mid-on there, buffing it up in his jumper, and they're getting that late reverse swing.
Overton bowls, takes Smith on the pad as a stifled appeal. That was clearly going down the leg side.
I think there's been more batsmen hit on the pad in the last 25 overs than the whole Somerset innings together, and it's just due to that knowledge of an abrasive pitch, and you get one side that's getting naturally scuffed up by hitting the pitch. The other side you look after and put some moisture on it and buff it, and you will get this sort of late reverse swing.
Overton bowls, oh, and goes past the outside edge.
Oh, it's a
terrific delivery.
Oh, it's a beauty. I mean, he's got an old ball. He's got an old ball behaving like a brand new one there, in the sense that that's angled in, and then that late swinging out.
Yep. Well, Somerset have had a plan today, and they've stuck to it. They've bowled to it really well. Combination of frustrating the batsman by bowling accurately and exploiting the reverse swing that's available. As Overton bowls to edged and short of first slip. It goes just short of Tom Kohler-Cadmore, who shies at the stumps in the belief that Kai Smith might have strayed out of his stumps, straight out of his crease, but he hadn't.
And now James Rew could have perhaps got a glove on that.
No, it was long. It was definitely a first slip.
But it was short of first slip, so if he knows it's not going to carry and does that instantaneously, he could have taken a catch like Kohler-Cadmore did.
Outside the off stump. I watched the replay and
without
Kohler-Cadmore is standing not in a conventional first slip position. He's sort of 1.5 slip. He's towards second slip.
Do you not think he could have got there if there'd been no slip?
No.
If there'd been no slips,
if he'd anticipated it, Yes.
and gone perhaps straight away.
Yeah. But it was honestly no. It was a good 5 yards. Well, 5 yards, 4 yards away from James Rue. But good over again from Craig Overton, who has 23 over 6 maidens now. 3 for 46. That was a maiden over, and very nearly a wicket maiden.
Yeah, Somerset absolutely on top. Totally on top at the minute. It's just been a matter of survival for Sam Hain. He's got one bang on the helmet. He's only on 29 off 93 balls on what we've all said is a fantastic batting wicket.
Pretorius in and bowls and takes Hain on the pad. Going down. He's bowling to the plan, though, is Pretorius. Somerset have got these 4 catches on the leg side at leg gully, 2 short mid wickets and a short mid on.
It's good fast bowling, but exploiting, the condition of the ball, which is helping with the reverse swing, and the field placements are doing the same.
Pretorius bowls, and Sam Hain will change ends, much to his relief, no doubt. That was a leg by, I think, to be signalled by Graham Lloyd. It is indeed. Just runs down to long leg where.
Yeah, it's hugely unorthodox field. You've got Pretorius right arm over, bowling to right-hander, and there's a slip, backward point and mid-off. They're the only 3 on the offside. So he's actually got like a 6-3 leg side field. And then we've got a mid-on who's up sort of level with the stumps. Then we've got 3 catches, all there for a little flick in the air. And then a deep square leg and a deep fine leg. So
Pretorius this time to Smith, who gets one on off stump and just runs it to Josh Davey at backward point.
Yeah, that was the reversing out slightly. So he defended it, straight bat, but the ball rolled out and went to backward point. So there's very good understanding here from the bowler what he's doing, and all he has to do is turn it round the other way and he will get a booming in-swinger.
Pretorius to Smith, who drives this nicely without full power. Tom Bantam will pull it in from mid-off. They take just the single, and that's Kai Smith off the mark with that single.
And that was a great example of a nice shot, well-timed, not a big flourishing drive, but well-timed. But because the ball is 88 overs old, it's soft.
Yeah, exactly.
It's soft.
Yeah.
It's not coming. It's not flying off the bat. So they only got a single. A newish ball that would have gone for 4.
Pretorius to Hain, pitches this one up, and that's gone through the leg trap. And away for 4 runs. He's finally broken the shackles, as Sam Hain. Nice shot. Pierced the gap between straight short mid-wicket and short mid-on for 4 runs. 241 for 5. Moves on to 33 from 96 deliveries.
Yeah, it was well placed. In control, kept it down. In swinging reverse ball on middle and leg. Full. It was a half volley, but it was well played by Sam Hain.
Pretorius again to Hain, and this one again goes into that short mid-wicket. It was in the air for a time, but taken on the first bounce by Archie Vaughan. End of that over, 241 for 5. I'll do one more over it, and then Phil Britt will come in alongside Dermot Reeve.
Yeah, I recall a test match at Lord's in my early days of watching cricket, Pakistan against England, and everyone I remember the commentators, they couldn't understand why Imran Khan hadn't taken the new ball when it became available, and it was because he was finding reverse swing with the old ball, and they didn't take it, and everyone was going, why didn't they take it? And he cleaned up the England tail, and yeah, a lot of Pakistani bowlers have been very good exploiters of.
Well, they were almost the inventors of it, weren't they?
Yeah, I think Sarfraz Nawaz. I think he was the sort of godfather of reverse swing and passed his knowledge on to Imran, and then it went to Waqar and Wasim, and because they played county cricket, English players started to understand the benefits of it.
Matt Henry from the Birmingham end. That's driven up to mid-off, and there won't be a run. Jack Leach there. Don't think, again, they still haven't taken the new ball. This old ball is now in its 89th over.
Yeah, and we're not seeing it, when there is a decent timed cover drive, for example, it's struggling to beat the field.
Henry in and bowls, and this comes off thick edge, and Tom Lammonby sprawls to try and make the stop, and he might have been better actually to have just pursued the ball in the first instance rather than putting in the dive, but he does manage to retrieve it just inside the boundary down at third man. They run 3, 244 for 5.
Yeah, it was
I think it probably only have been 2.
Yeah, it would have been if he'd just decided I'm going to chase it, because it wasn't flying off the edge with the ball now being soft. But he thought a backward point, I'll run and dive across and stop it, and didn't get close to the ball, and then had to get up back on his feet, chase it down to the pavilion end. So
Henry, who has figures of 1 for 47 in this is 18th over, bowled really well first up this morning. He's in and bowls, and goes past Sam Haines outside edge with an absolute beauty.
Yeah, swinging it out, reversing the ball out. I mean, you normally think of the begin swinging toe crushers, but
you'd have to be pretty good to get a bat on that, wouldn't you?
Yeah, that's late. I remember Alan Donald bowling to Graham Gooch when the ball was reversing down at Ilford one day, and I think Gooch was on 100 odd, but he couldn't get a bat on it. Suddenly he had a period where it became very difficult for batting, which is what Hayne is experiencing at the minute.
This is on leg stump, and Hayne will pick up a single as it's wide of Pretorius at mid-on. 245 for 5. 349 is the mark that Warwickshire will be aiming for to avoid the possibility of being asked to follow on. And have to feel that if Somerset might bat for a couple of hours just to give their fast bowlers a rest, but Henry in and bowls short and wide, and Smith has nothing whatever to do with it. But if they don't enforce the follow on, if they get the chance, of course, Somerset, then they can't afford to bat for very long, because it's not going to be easy to winkle out 15 more wickets, which is what they need to take as things stand.
Well, I'll make a prediction now that if they don't take the new ball, a couple of wickets of the next 5 will be LBWs.
Henry's in and bowls, and this is a thick edge, a loose shot from Kai Smith. He's gone for 4 down to third man. But if there had been a 5th slip, 4th slip, 5th slip, or a fine gully, that would have been a catch. End of the over, 249 for 5. After some words from Dermot Reeve, it will be Phil Britt to take up the commentary.
A good last delivery, but it just had a little bit of width to it, which encouraged Kai Smith to play a cut shot, which he didn't hit off the middle. It came off the outside edge, but with no third man, it brought him 4 runs. So he's moved quite quickly on to 8 off 17 balls. I say quite quickly, as in that's a strike rate of 50. He's just come in, but Sam Hain at the other end, 34 off 99. So he's scoring at sort of strike rate of about 30 per 100 balls, and that's showing how difficult he is finding this late reverse swing that the Somerset bowlers are getting, and it's Pretorius to continue.
So it's in from the pavilion end. First of all, it's played out into the onside, into that trap, which is set for Hayne, with 3 close fielders in on the mid-wicket area, just waiting for him to lift one. In fact, a 4th one just hovering at backward square. So it's quite clear what the intention is. Hayne so far has been able to avoid them. He played one in the previous over from Pretorius, beautifully through that gap. Pretorius comes in again to him and bowls, and this one is turned off his pads, but just round the corner. Kohler Cadmore does the fielding, and prevents the run. 249 for 5.
And Pretorius was very interested in that. The hands went up and ended up being on his head, and he kept them there for a little while because he was in the belief that perhaps that could have got through as a LBW shout. But you feel like that a bit as a bowler when you get that late swing, when it goes big, and you think, oh, I'm going to get it through. But Hayne adjusted to that late movement well.
And waits this one. He turns round the corner again. Coral Cadmore down on his knees, this time down to his left and going rather laboured, getting up from Coral Cadmore as if he's banged his left knee. And just hands on his the back, just as if he's pulled something, but not getting any sympathy for anybody as he goes through a few stretching exercises. He's still got his sweater on as it's still a little bit cool. Pretorius in. This is a bit fuller and played away nicely through extra cover by Hayne. Reaching for it. It's going to be pulled up just inside the boundary, and in the end they settle for 2. It was a nice shot from Hayne, but no great power. And with this softer ball, if that had been the new ball, that would have raced away. But
well, I think any overs up to about 60, I would have said that would have gone for 4.
Yeah.
But the ball now in its 90th over, and these kookaburras do go a bit soft towards the end of their life.
Bantam was able to get hold of it. Next one is turned away down to fine leg. They run the first one hard. They're going to come back on the throw and will get home comfortably. So 2 more to Hayne, and it takes Warwickshire on 253 for 5. So just under 100 now needed to avoid a potential follow-on.
And it's been a very good innings from Sam Hayne, because it hasn't been easy from the moment he's come in, even though it's a nice flat pitch, not seaming. The ball has been moving in the air, so he's got stuck in. He's normally quite a free scoring type batter, but he's 38 off 104 balls. But the important thing currently for Warwickshire is he is still there.
He waits towards this is down the leg side, and no ball called. So just overstep. He's done that throughout the day. It's just the occasional one where he's overstepped. But that one, in the end, Hayne had nothing to do with it as he went down the leg side.
Well, he actually left it, didn't he? It was, and he did it quite extravagantly.
Yeah.
It was probably a foot outside leg, but the kind of ball that some batsmen will have a little waft at out there and might tickle to the keeper. But Sam Hayne left it in the end by putting his bat up above his head.
Probably conscious that there's not a lot to come. With great respect to the lower order batsmen. After this one outside off stump. Again, Hayne takes the bat out of the way, out of harm's way. Ball goes low through to James Rue behind the stumps. It's the end of another over from Pretorius. It's 255 for 5. And Hayne has got 36.
Yeah, so slightly
38 rather. 38.
It may have been a slightly tired last delivery, but it was also, when you are bowling with a soft ball, if you don't get your fingers sort of behind it and get a good kick in it, it's not going to bounce through very high. And I wouldn't say that was so much the wicket becoming uneven. It's just generally is a wicket a bit on the slow side, and there isn't going to be much carry through with a ball of this age.
Matt Henry starts a new over from the Birmingham end, and Kai Smith is across to that one, just running it away into the offside. Ball just bobbles as that Tom Abel comes in from extra cover to do the fielding, but just as he got to it, it caught the edge of the matting, which is covering the test wicket.
Handful of grass, we used to say, when a fielder goes down to pick the ball up and misses the ball.
The ground gets further away from you as you get older, Dermot, as well. In comes Henry and bowls, and this Smith tries to follow it round, gets nothing on it, but again it was a ball which was short down the leg side, and he swung round after it. Good stop in the end by Rue, driving down to his left.
It was a swat, really, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Without any footwork. he didn't open up. I suppose you wouldn't open up to whack it off the power hit front foot pull. You try and play a control one in a 4-day game, but very little footwork.
Henry into him, and this time he's still hit it. It's high, it's going to drop safely, but again it's another pull shot which is not controlled, and his first reaction was after he'd swung, his head went up to see where it had gone, and that's always a sign. Whereas we saw in the Somerset innings yesterday, the bats were controlling the pulls. They're totally out of control. He was off balance as he swung.
Yeah, it's as though his feet were too close together. And there wasn't a platform, so as opposed to having a little press forward, and then when the ball's short you could push back, and on that push back gives you a little bit of time and balance to play the pull shot.
Anyway, Hayne, it's the end of all that. They got a single. Kai Smith got one for it. Hayne plays this next ball and runs it up to mid-on, and normal service is resumed just for the time being.
Yeah, good bowling from Henry. As soon as Sam Hayne's on strike, that was an attempted Yorker. And he's got a very straight mid-on. And there's also the deep square leg, deep fine leg. So he's got a bit of cover if he wants to try the occasional Yorker.
Henry Ian bowls a short one, which Hayne has nothing to do with. Fairly wide outside the off stump and just getting wider. But Hayne not at all interested. Saw it and ducked his head just in case, but the ball was well wide of the off stump.
I think that's a good plan from what I've seen from the couple of attempted pulls from Kai Smith. I think it is a decent plan to bowl short to him and give that a go.
Henry Ian, that's turned off his pads. I thought for a second that was going to be in the air. It went straight to Cola Cadmore at square leg, but in the end it was controlled and virtually along the floor to Cola Cadmore, but initially it seemed a bit uppish. I think, are we going to see a bit of spin here, or are we just bringing a short leg in? The helmet has come on, which generally means that...
Yeah, I think we've got a bit of Josh Davey.
He hasn't bowled today, has he?
No, they haven't needed him, have they?
No, not really.
Bowling well with the other three seamers.
They've bowled really well as a unit.
He did take the new ball at the start of the innings, but I think he's going to continue with this old ball and the reverse swing, and it not coming onto the bat, keeping Warwickshire scoring rate down.
We have had a result, by the way, in the Division 1 that Surrey completed a 9-wicket victory at New Road over Worcestershire, who seem to be struggling this year a bit. They had a good year last year where, having returned to Division 1, thought made quite a decent fist of things last year, but this year the results have not gone their way at all, and a lot of games being lost inside 3 days. Davey then from the pavilion end. He's replaced Pretorius. He's in and bowls. That's a good first delivery, and Smith plays at it, and it for a sec goes uppishly back down to mid-on, but almost like he jabbed at it, and it's immediately brought a change in the field, I think.
It was, his first ball, and he's run up. He's not sure how much it's sort of moving for him, but even with his first ball bowled at mid-crease, he got that definite late in-swing to Kai Smith, who popped it up. And now there's those 4 catchers have all come closer on the leg side.
So he's got a man very straight, approaching the old silly mid-on. This one is glanced again, uppishly down to fine leg for a single. Did it come off the pad? I think it might have done, actually. Yeah, it did. It's been signalled now by the leg by. As another one goes on to the total. Smith, has to be said, at the moment does not look particularly comfortable against any of the bowlers.
Well, it's what I have to say that currently batting isn't easy.
No.
Because you've got late reverse swing on show. And when you do get one that you think, well, I can just drive that's full enough, and I've seen the swing and I've adjusted, and you get the middle of the bat on it, it doesn't fly off to the boundary for 4 because the ball's soft. So it's now the ball's soft enough that the keeper's now standing up to Sam Hayne.
Here's Davey. He's in and bowls, and Hayne is... They're appealing for a stumping, leg side stumping. Hayne was... he suddenly moved across and his foot was in the air. And they're claiming that to Michael Goff that he'd gone, but...
Yeah, I think they were appealing for a leg side catch. You know, he's played the old attempted glance. He's managed to keep his feet in his back foot in the crease, but there must have been a little bit of a noise. It was the first ball that,
yes,
that James Drew had come up to the stumps.
Yeah.
But
yeah, he went to take the bails off, but I think in the end he was appealing for the little nick. Yeah, I think you're right. Anyway, whatever it was, it wasn't given, and umpire Lloyd wasn't interested. There's Davey in, and this is punched away into the offside. Overton goes sprawling and does the fielding and keeps them down to a single.
they're very good with their appealing, I have to say. They all, you know,
yeah, well,
in unison.
It's a well-practiced
The
art,
whole,
isn't it?
yeah. If there's a bit of noise, it used to be a bit annoying if you were a bowler and you were the only one when there was a... Oh, I've got a bit of feedback there.
Yeah, might just be a little bit of crackle there. So sorry if you just picked a bit of feedback from the... I think there's a wire here which is just a little bit loose if it gets knocked. 258 for 5. Hayne survives, and it's Smith facing this one down the leg side. He sort of plays across and leaves it in the end as the ball goes across him and through, and Smith sort of moved the bat, shaped the bat as if to play, but he was playing the shot long after the ball had gone.
Well, in the end, James Drew's taken that ball a good 5 yards to his left down the leg side. By the time it had finished on its reverse swing tail, went past the stumps at about, you know, 1.5 foot outside leg, and by the time Drew actually collected it, it was about 4 yards down the leg side. So, prodigious movement for Davey.
He's in and bowls. This one, Smith just gets over the top of, just drops down to the offside. There's nobody out to extra cover, so the ball rolls to, and Smith gets a single. He goes into double figures, and Warwickshire moved to 259 for 5. Hayne has got 39, and Smith has got 10.
Well, you can't have fielders everywhere.
Well, if
can
you
you, Phil? When
no.
you've got 4 of them, 4 of them as close catches on the leg side.
When you're looking towards a plan, that's
well, he's bowling with a 6-3 field, 6 on the leg side.
He's got to have
3 on the off, and the only one, and one of those on the off is a slip. So a slip backward point and mid off. So just a little defensive shot. If the ball happens to roll on the offside, it's an easy single. But with the in swing and the reverse swing that's been going on, generally the ball is going towards one of those 4 closest catches.
Matt Henry will continue. New over from the Birmingham end. He's in, and again, this time Smith gets inside and pulls to mid-wicket, and the ball has gone straight through mid-wicket's hand and down to the fence for 4. So a little bit of a gift there for
yeah, it should have just been a
Smith. It should have been a single.
Just a single. I'd be pulling my hair out if I was the bowler here. Just a bit of laziness, and
there haven't been many occasions where you could be critical of the Somerset fielding.
No,
we will.
That was a double handful of grass, that one.
Yeah, we won't name and shame there as Henry in. This one, it gives him an immediate chance to correct himself, and he does. It gets hit straight at him and fired back in.
Yeah, this time
Abel does the clearing up.
This time it was the same fielder, which is Davey, but this
time
you're going to name
him.
I'm going to name this time.
Him and shame.
No, you said you wouldn't. This time he actually got down into the little long barrier.
Well, it was straight, absolutely straight.
Yeah.
I think it would have been a hard push. He would have had to have jumped over it to have got out of the way of that one. There's Henry, comes in again and bowls, and Smith runs it away to cover point. And there's no run. Lammonby comes in and underhands it up to back to the bowler. England going extremely well in the Test match, 179 without loss.
Wow.
Need a further 192, and Ben Duckett has completed his century. So well done to him.
Yeah, it's so interesting, that wicket at Headingley, that runs per wicket go up as the innings go on.
This one, Smith is not interested in outside the off stump. And it goes through to James Rue.
Yeah, I think out of all sort of the 81 Test grounds, I saw a stat that at Headingley, you know, what runs you give away in a wicket in the first innings, then it goes up a bit for the second, then it goes up for the third, and then it goes up for the fourth. So actually, pretty much it's saying that it's best to bat in the fourth innings.
You're going to have to keep still, Dermot. It's Henry in outside the off stump. We've got that connector
Loose
there,
connection.
I think, is the fault. So Thomas waving his arms around as he describes here. So he's going to have to stop that because it's. He said he crackling through like.
Turn off that little bit of Italian in me.
Tie yourself down. Sit on your hands. 263 for 5. As the sun goes in for a moment, and Kai Smith dabs this one out to backward point to Lammonby. There is no run. It's the end of another over. What have we had? 93 overs now with this ball.
Yeah.
It's not very often these days that a team can retain the ball that long. Sometimes we've had games where they've done it for 5 or 6 overs. But
yeah,
I think they may even be having a chat now, you know, as to whether is it time to have a go with the new ball. And look at that.
Yes.
Even as if he takes the ball out of his pocket, shows it to the scorers, and the new ball has been taken. So here we are, 263 for 5. They've got... well, they can't have too many complaints about that old ball because it's got them 5 wickets. It put them in a strong position.
Well, it's taken through what, 4 today?
Yeah.
It's taken 4 today.
Yeah.
And there was absolutely, I think, about 50 overs up overnight, or 40 odd overs up. So it's picked up a wicket sort of every 10 overs, going at 2.5 and over.
Yep.
At a guess. But now, what we'll find with this new ball, which Josh Davies got in his hand from the pavilion end here, we'll get sort of normal swing and normal movement for a few overs, but it will come off the bat harder.
Normal service may be resumed, and Josh Davey will be the man with the ball in his hand and bowls the first ball. Ooh, no shot offered there by Sam Hayne. The ball rolls away down to third man. Now, it's going to be signalled. I was going to say, hopefully the rules haven't changed that much.
No.
Because there was definitely no shot offered. They took the single, and quite rightly, umpire Graham Lloyd, signals a dead ball.
Yeah, brand new ball, first ball, hit on the seam, so that's actually nipped back. That's actually seamed in to Sam Hayne, and probably just a touch high. A big LBW shout. It wasn't evasive action. If you take evasive action trying to get out the way of his short ball, you can run your leg by. But
that definitely wasn't evasive action, was it?
So it's Hayne still on strike.
Very dangerous action that was. This next one, and that gets him right across Hayne, who plays right across that one, and that has pitched and just going to miss leg stump. Davey was interested. He sort of turned back. A really good delivery, which had Hayne playing round it and ending up sort of on one leg as he fell across. But,
just hit him a bit high. It was in line with the stumps, just bounced a little, so going over the top. But a good start from Davey with this second new ball.
He's certainly just woken Sam Hayne up here. He comes in again. Parson Parloid bowls, and this time Hayne is across and plays it out into the offside, and there's no run.
And straight away you hear the difference there. It's hit the bat. The ball's hit the bat, and got a big bang that's, even though he hasn't timed it off the middle, but just blocked a short extra cover. So we've got 2 slips, and then there's a ring of 3, backward point, extra cover and a mid off, so 5 on the offside, and on the leg side a mid on, short mid wicket, and a deep square and a deep fine leg.
It comes again as the sun back out here now and bowls. And that one, it's got Hayne leaning forward to that one. He was thought about playing it at the last minute, decided as the ball was a little bit wider, I think, than he anticipated, and also he got a little bit of lift off that one through to James Reed. There was no shot offered, twirled the bat out the way. And, Hayne just goes down and does a little bit of gardening. Although quite what he's gardening down there.
Yeah. I don't think there's too much grass on it to tap down. But
I'm going to say, I don't think there's an awful lot happened on that. There's Davey. Comes in again and bowls to Hayne. Again, this is wider outside the off stump. And Hayne is not interested. Just lets it go harmlessly through to the keeper.
Yeah, misdirected by Josh Davey. He actually jumped wide on the crease and trying to get a bit of movement. It's a good flick of the wrist. The ball on pitching did bounce and carry through nicely because it is a new rock, a new ball, but wide of off stump. So no interest at all from Sam Hayne in that delivery.
We've got 2 slips there as Hayne is defending this one out into the onside. Tom Abel comes across, does the fielding. It's the end of the first over with the new ball, 263 for 5.
Yeah, and the only criticism, well, the criticism I would say in that over from Davey was it wasn't full enough. A couple of balls did hit the pad, but they were going over the top of the stumps, and every other ball you had, one was wide, which was full, but all the others were short enough that it wasn't giving the ball time to swing, the new ball. But you get a nice prominent seam for a little while on a new ball, but these kookaburras don't seem to have a very high seam, and you don't get too much movement off the seam. And compared to the Dukes and the old readers in the old day,
Yeah,
but the Dukes definitely have a sort of feel in your hand that the seam's in a way sharper. It feels sharper on your fingers, and you can sort of cut your.
I'm going to say, you can cut into the finger, can't it?
Absolutely.
When they're new, it's like a little razor blade across your finger. But Henry starts a new over, and this is lifted down to sort of long leg for a single by Kai Smith. He likes that shot, picking it up. Henry keeps feeding him, and
he just has a swat at it though.
Yeah,
he has his feet don't move at all. They bang it in short, and he doesn't even really swivel pull, but he just goes, right, I'm going to pull that, and has a flat, but it doesn't look in that he's in any sort of control with the shot.
I have to say, as a spectator and or a Warwickshire supporter, a heart in the mouth every time he plays it, because you're not quite sure where it's going to go. He gets a single there. Next one is a good full Yorker leg delivery, which Hayne plays out to mid-wicket, but that was a good delivery. And turned Hayne round, but it actually ends up looking like he's played a golf shot and watching it down the fairway. His feet were right across his stumps.
Yeah, but he did keep the most important aspect of batting on to that ball, which was he kept his bat straight.
Yeah. Henry into him, and he ducks underneath this next one, which gets a good lift and through to the keeper.
Yeah, he's sort of ducking it off the front foot. That's a bit like the ball that hit him in the helmet. He takes a little sort of steps
towards it and then
towards it.
Yeah.
I think where he is standing in the crease with the keeper back, he is actually slightly out of the crease to start with. I think his back foot's sort of on the crease line.
Henry in, and Hayne comes forward and just edges this one down into the slip cordon, where it's
very deliberate though. Played late. let the ball come to him, and he's dropped it down to third.
Craig Overton, is that who's wearing Casey Aldridge's shirt? Is that Casey?
That is Aldridge. I think.
Aldridge is on, is he?
He's on as subfielder.
Oh, right, he's come on for. I saw Tom Banton was going towards it. This one. Hayne tucks away down to deep backward square.
I'd say it's probably the tallest or the biggest, the largest 3 slips that I've probably seen on a cricket field with Coley, Cadmore, Overton and Aldridge on. They're all at plus 6 foot with a big wingspan, so they're covering lots of room. But that's quite rare that you get fellows of that stature.
Overton the biggest, I would say, there,
yeah.
would you? Then Aldrich, and then third.
Well, I think he's 6'6" for sure. 6'6", Craig Overton.
Henry in to bowl to Smith. Smith is this one rising, and he takes it from just under the chin and plays it back down to a good wicket. He didn't try to take that one. He began just attempt to, but he dropped the hands on it. The ball drops down, and but a good rising delivery, which could easily have caused him troubles. He survives it. 265 for 5. He doesn't look entirely comfortable.
No, he doesn't look comfortable against the short ball that's bowled halfway down and in at his body or at his head. He's had a few flaps and has got a couple of runs down to fine leg, but the ball's gone in the air for a bit of time. That last one, there had been a field change, so they had an extra catcher on the leg side behind square for a miscued pull. So Kai Smith decided, I'm not going to play it, I'll just ride the bounce. And he's not a very big man.
No, he's not.
And the ball got up sort of head height, and he ended up sort of fending it off.
Oops, as Davey breaks off in the midst of his run-up.
Looks like he missed his bowling mark then, running in. But
turns. Haynes settles again. 2 slips waiting for him, just one there in that close catching position on the leg side, as this one is just pulled round and pulled out beautifully between long leg and backward square down to the boundary, and there was not really great effort with that. That was just turned round by Hayne, and you can see straight away the newness of that hard ball.
Yeah.
It's a completely different shot, which 10 minutes ago with the old ball would probably have just hardly made it out there. This time just leaves 2 fielders saying, well, we're going to just go and fetch it from the fence.
yeah, he was stuck on 39 for a while, Sam Hayne, and then he got a single to get to 40, and now he's, if you like, in race to 44 and funny as a batsman, it always sounds more, say even from 40 as opposed to 30 something.
Yeah.
But he's I guess you think sort of 30 odd is a failure. It's not, I've got in and got out, but you got over 40. Well, that's a pretty good effort by a batsman. He doesn't want to throw it away now.
If everybody got 40, you'd have some decent scores every week, wouldn't you? 30. This next one, Hayne goes after, and it's given width and a little bit shorter outside the off stump. And Hayne says, thank you very much indeed, and puts that one away through the covers for 4.
Well, so far, taking the new ball hasn't worked because it's and it's partly been Josh Davey not getting it right. There he's bowled a short one that's been pulled, and another short one that's been cut.
Yeah, we were a bit critical in the previous over, with the first over with the new ball, that he hadn't really used it, and so far, this over, it's been a bit more of the same. As he comes in again, and Hayne waits, and this one is going to be more runs for Hayne. It's just stretching forward and turning it down to square leg for a single all on the floor. Again, just almost like he's just straining a little bit to get the right line and length at the moment, David, with this new ball.
Yeah, there's been a couple of absolute freebies that Haynes dispatched to the boundary. The ball racing off the bat, the nice new hard ball.
274 for 5. Smith, who has moved on to 15, is waiting, and he watches this one go harmlessly through width, and he's not interested. It was well wide of the off stump, and Smith lets it go through.
Yeah, he's got the breeze behind him as well. I mean, you wouldn't say there's really any excuse for a good opening fast bowler not hitting the spot, but I know he did turn his angle slightly yesterday, so perhaps he's conscious of that, but he hasn't started well here. He's let Warwickshire slightly off the hook because they were under the pump.
In he comes again. Past umpire Lloyd bowls, and forward comes Smith, defending that one back to Davey, who tries to control it with his foot as he follows through. And there's no run.
Yeah, this newish ball will, with a slightly more prominent seam, will probably spin more if the spinners get a chance of bowling with it while it's sort of new and hard. But for the moment, it's in the hands of Davey.
And he comes and bowls, and Smith again is across and defending this one into the onside. Tom Abel comes in from mid-wicket, does the fielding. It's the end of another over. It's 274 for 5. Hayne is on 49 and Smith is on 15. And we have got 55 overs remaining in the day. So, little drink being had by Matt Henry before he bowls the next over. And it's so Richard Wilford will be joining us in right now. In fact,
we're going to do a staggered double change.
Yep.
So you give us one more over, Phil.
Okay.
And Anthony is—you can see he's poised.
Yeah, absolutely. He's like a he's like a coiled spring.
He just pulled the expression like a puppy dog who doesn't want to go for a walk. There. That was tremendous.
There's Matt Henry in down the leg side. This one is Hayne looking for a single to get to his what would be his third half century in the championship this season. He got both of his previous half centuries came in the last championship game at New Road. Prior to that, he'd not had a 50 this season.
It's interesting, he got those 2 half centuries in that. Kai Smith's 2 half centuries both came in the win at Durham. Both innings under pressure as well.
Yeah.
It's interesting how he's responding to the pressure here so far.
This one from Henry sees Hayne lunge forward, but then whip the bat out of the way, and the ball goes through, harmlessly through to the keeper. There's no run. And keeping an eye as well on the test match for you.
It's raining.
It's raining. It's a dear, oh dear.
Yeah.
Oh dear. England 181 for no wicket in the rain. But hopefully it's just a passing shower.
I hope so.
As Henry comes in and bowls, and Hayne is across and defending it down into the onside. Here in the sunny Midlands, it is blue skies predominantly. It's been had a little bit this season, a few odd spots, but generally speaking, we've been extremely fortunate with the weather here this season so far. Let's hope that doesn't bring on black clouds and thunderstorms, but there we have been. That's Henry in, and again Hayne is watchful, but not drawn into the shot outside the off stump, and it goes through to the keeper.
Specifically, Warwickshire were very fortunate with the weather in the home game against Nottinghamshire, where the final day got.
And yet that was an interesting. The day itself, there wasn't a lot of rain on the final day when it didn't play. It was just the fact the ground was so wet. Wasn't it?
It just had the occasional dampening shower.
Yeah.
Just when you needed it to keep him off. It was one of those.
Henry in, bowls. Hayne again is not interested, so he's. A watchful innings this from Sam Hayne. He knows that really once you've got broken this partnership, with great respect to 8, 9, 10, 11, don't have huge batting credentials.
No,
to go.
Bamber's batted well this year, to be fair.
Yes, he has. He has. But you wouldn't put him in as an all-rounder level, though, would you?
No, getting closer too.
Henry in, bowls, Hayne helps this one round the corner. It's going to come down to deep backward square leg, and that will bring Sam Hayne his 50. And well done to him. That's come up 130 balls. It's got 7 fours in there. And it takes Warwickshire on to 275 for 5, and I will leave you with Richard before Anthony
Thank
rejoins.
you very much indeed, Phil. Yeah, so 3 successive half-centuries in the championship for Hayne. He will dearly want to turn this into 100. They still need 74 runs to avoid the follow-on. And the second new ball hasn't so far helped the visitors enormously. And this partnership is now worth 40. So getting there bit by bit, trying to cancel out the prospect of the follow-on and then bat as long as they can. Those are the 2 things in terms of bonus points. They should trickle over the line for a second batting bonus point, but they're not going to get anything more than that, I don't think. It's unlikely they'll go chasing, because it's nearly 6 and over to chase 350. As Josh Davey lopes in now and bowls just outside off stump. That's the leave of a batter who's in from Sam Hayne.
Somerset need another wicket for a second bowling point.
Yeah, that was a very firm statement, and of course absolutely accurate.
Yep.
Yep.
But I don't think they're going to get much more out of this game now.
They've opened up a door. The next wicket, the timing of the next wicket is really important in terms of the avoiding of the follow-on. It's then comes down to overs after the follow-on's avoided and how long Warwickshire can bat to make life quite difficult.
I can't see Warwickshire making life difficult for Somerset, other than in the sense of winning the game. I can see them making life difficult for Somerset in terms of drawing the game. I think draw is odds on again now. All of that momentum post-lunch seems to have dissipated for Somerset.
You can see why they delayed taking the new ball as long as they did. As this is pushed by Hayne towards mid-wicket. Abel is around quickly and does the fielding, throws the wicket-keeper. No addition to the score. 275 for 5. Sun poking through at the moment. There's more blue sky than there's been for much of the day, which is nice.
Yeah, it's a very pleasant day now, isn't it?
It's always hard to tell because we've got a bit of aircon going on in here, so it's always a bit cooler in here than it is outside. I think that there may be a topless bather at the far end there, a chap who I think has taken his t-shirt off. That may be quite brave in this breeze. Beautiful drive here from Hayne, but won't beat the fielder at mid-off. Is that Pretorius?
It is. That's Miggy Pretorius. Very good stop. Surrey have beaten Worcester by 9 wickets.
Yeah, 6 wickets for Nathan Smith. Worcestershire are definitely struggling. In that sort of swings and roundabouts way, Warwickshire having been rather fortunate on the final day at home to Notts to survive because of the weather, were deprived of a win at New Road because of the weather when they only needed a couple of wickets and lost about 4 hours on the final day. So cricket will reward and then will deny from time to time.
Conference going on between Matt Henry, Josh Davey and Miggy Pretorius as to bowling tactics, I presume. Matt Henry giving Josh Davey the benefit of his experience.
Whatever it is they're doing, it's starting to bother the umpire. Has somebody got a problem here?
Perhaps someone's gone off.
Has Pretorius hurt himself in the field? On they're waiting for a helmet.
Yeah,
basically what we're saying is the 12th man wasn't on his toes.
Yeah.
So in the end, Tom Abels had to go and get the helmet for James Rue, who obviously can't stand up without a helmet. So it's all taken rather a while. And the over rate throughout the match from both teams has not been, let's say, vigorous.
Somerset aren't too bad. But with all of these funky fields that have been set, that's slowed things down a bit.
Yeah, they're short of 15 overs an hour today.
Yeah.
And we're supposed to get through at 16, aren't we? So
We haven't had much spin either.
no, probably less than even Somerset expected at the start of the day. A limited amount of Jack Leach and no Archie Vaughan at all. Hayne on 50, awaits Davey again. Oof. And that one just kept a bit low. It was a gentle bit of swing in, but good length, good angle.
Well,
Davey liked it. Yeah.
Davey certainly thought he was almost through there.
Yeah. Shouldn't get too much variable bounce on this hybrid surface. The question is, will it die altogether like the one at Taunton did for the final day last year? Because there was nothing in it. Great run chase led by a fabulous knot from Tom Abel. David Ahane once more outside off stump, and he'll cut that behind square for 4. Lost his line there, Davey. Control is usually such a strong suit for him. Hayne to 54, 279 for 5, the Bears.
Hasn't been a good spell, this, with the new ball, Josh Davey. It's allowed Warwickshire to break the spell. There's a period after lunch when it looked as if a wicket might fall at any moment, and that's all dissipated now, with the batsman firmly back in control.
The ankle that he turned yesterday doesn't appear to be giving him any trouble.
No, I don't think. I just think he's not bowling very well.
Yeah, he's been able to get around the outfield with reasonable vigour. He comes in now to bowl to Hayne. Full, drives it up towards mid-on. No prospect of a single there. 279 for 5, so Warwickshire trail by 219. A further 70 runs will avoid the follow-on. That is the first priority for these two. Have now added 44 for the 6th wicket. And you just wonder at some point whether there will be a putative over of spin tried with a harder ball to see if that bit of extra bounce might help Jack Leach.
Well, Craig Overton's just going to run up to have a quick word with Josh Davey, which may very well have been take a spell. So it's possible we might see Jack Leach bowling from this pavilion end with a hardish, newish ball. Is it 5 overs old, I think, the new ball?
It is exactly that. By the way, they are back on at Headingley. Sports Extra listeners have left us now.
Here's Matt Henry from the Birmingham end, bowling to Kai Smith, who just drops that into the offside, picked up by Archie Vaughan at backward point. 21. Warwickshire now just 70 runs short of saving the follow-on with 5 wickets in hand. And if they do save the follow-on, I think we can say with some certainty that this game is going to be a draw. Matt Henry in bowls and brings this one back into Kai Smith, turns it into the onside. Tom Abel comes dashing enthusiastically in, as he always does. There's no such thing as a lost cause where Tom Abel is concerned. He'll keep going right to the end. Henry bowls and Kai Smith comes forward. Yeah, Somerset, I mean, this morning and after lunch they had a plan. Somerset, in fact, they had various plans and they bowled to them. I'm not sure they've got really a plan now. They're bowling more in hope than expectation. They're plugging away with a new ball, hoping for a batsman error as much as anything. Just the odd ball is misbehaving, a little bit of extra bounce occasionally, a little bit of keeping low a little bit, but its batting's looking pretty comfortable again as Henry's in a badge and almost a catch. Well, that was almost the commentator's curse in reverse. I think that may have been a drop catch by James Rue.
Yeah, I think
he just about got a glove underneath that and couldn't hold on. In which case, that's the second chance that he's fluffed. Oh, and yeah, Matt Henry looks to the heavens, but it was a difficult chance. He had to go low down to his right. Henry in a bowl short and sails past Kai Smith.
Yeah, he's got his glove underneath it, and it's bounced off his glove. It's almost, he's gone to scoop it, but the glove's not really in the right shape when it gets there. So rather than pouching the ball, it's pushed the ball away.
Yeah.
He's done well to make the ground initially, but he'd be annoyed with himself having got there. He hasn't scooped it up.
Good keeper would have caught that with 2 hands.
Dermot Reeves saying a good keeper would have caught that with 2 hands. I'm not sure about that, but Matt Henry is in and bowls. But Somerset have needed to take every chance that's come their way, and that's another one that's gone down. So that makes 4 chances that have gone down. Catches, one of them very difficult. Jack Leach this morning caught and bowled off Jacob Bethel. Was rocketed back at him. He got a hand to it and couldn't hold on. So 4 catches have gone down and a stumping chance missed yesterday evening as well.
We're about 30 seconds or so away from an update for BBC Radio WM and BBC CWR. We are going to see Jack Leach coming into the attack very, very shortly. And I have an important question for Anthony, because there's something we really need to know, and I think he might know how to find out. But I'll reveal that in just a second once we've got our duties done as helmets and... It's Richard Wilford at Edgbaston, where Warwickshire 279 for 5 in their first innings, trying to at first avoid the follow-on against Somerset, who made 498 all out. They're still 219 behind, and they've just had a life. Kai Smith dropped low down by James Rue, the wicketkeeper, off the bowling of Matt Henry. Smith is very, very watchful so far. He's on 15. Sam Hain has reached 50 for the 3rd time in successive innings. It's been, again, a pretty slow innings by his standards. He's on 54, but the Bears need 70 more to avoid the follow-on on 279 for 5. And in doing that, mid-sentence, we didn't miss a ball. Leach 18 overs, none for 65 so far. But he's got a newer ball to bowl with. It's only 6 overs old. He may get a bit more bounce, and a little flick to defend that by Sam Hain. My question is, have you got the keys to the scoring mothership? In other words, are you able to send a message to Polly to ask her whether tea is at 32 overs or some fixed
sadly
point?
I don't. I could send her an email, but I don't think she'd be watching out for emails.
No, she'd be rather busy. Leaching again, left alone outside off stump. And that does offer a little bit of grip and a tiny bit of turn. But 1 or 2 patches where we've seen the ball go a bit further, particularly outside the right-hander's leg stump if Leach was to go over the wicket. As he forces Hain onto the back foot, defended out into the offside.
My guess is it'll be 4 o'clock. Rather than when 32 overs remain. Because of the extra.
Because the extra 2 overs, yeah. Forward comes Hain in defence. I have another solution to try and find this out, because it helps us then plan for Dermot, because Dermot does have a train to catch this evening, so we're trying to work out his schedule. Each that short run onto the pads of Hain, who sweeps round the corner. It's well struck, and an attempt at a one-handed pickup. It's a parry. They'll come through for 2. Is it Archie Vaughan out there on the boundary?
It is.
Who?
Good stop.
Yeah, it was a good stop, but a slightly ambitious attempted pickup, if you see what I mean. Made good ground, made good contact on the ball, but tried to scoop it up and threw it behind himself a little bit. But 2, I think they were always going to get 2. Looking forward to seeing him bowl at some point this afternoon, hopefully. Hain to 56 now, and he defends the final ball of the over. 281 for 5, Warwickshire. They need a further 68 to avoid the follow-on.
Yeah, nothing much to encourage Somerset hopes in that over from Jack Leach. He's getting a little bit of slow turn, but nothing to discomfort the batsman to any great extent. 2 batsmen confer in mid-pitch, touch gloves, and take up their respective positions. Matt Henry's going to bowl another over. Unlucky in the last over not to pick up a second wicket. He's got 1 for 60 in 23 overs. Bowled really well today. Got the vital wicket of Tom Latham early on this morning, in the middle of a very good, accurate spell of bowling. He's bowling to Smith, who pulls this. It's just going to be a single down to Pretorius, who's at long leg. Tom Banton was sort of halfway back on the 45 for a top-edged or miss-hit pull shot, but nothing miss-hit about that shot from Kai Smith. Brings him another run, 16 he's on to now. The partnership, though, is worth 47. And these two inching Warwickshire towards the safety of 349 plus. 3 slips go down as Henry is in a bowls, and this is punched into the offside, and a good stop by Jack Leach, tumbling over on a used pitch, a pitch that's been used for a 20 over game, judging by the blue guidelines that have been painted in the creases.
It's a bit of a giveaway, isn't it?
Yeah.
They're quite handy for a commentator, I have to say.
They are.
I mean, they're very handy for an umpire, but it does help us do our job.
Henry in bowls. This is pulled, and that will be cut off by Josh Davey at backward square leg. Obviously a bit of a ploy going on here with Matt Henry digging it in short, encouraging the batsman to pull or hook. But both of them have played the shot, and both of them have kept it down very well. So far in the over, 283 for 5.
At the end of the over, I'll have a message for Bears fans who are pondering whether or not to go to Hove on Sunday.
Henry in and bowls, and this is swung away, and that will be a very good stop by Josh Davey, who managed to get across and stretched out his left arm and intercepted the ball just a yard or so short of the boundary, and they come back for 2 runs. But that is the 50 partnership in 100 deliveries exactly, 28 of them to Sam Hain and 18 to Kai Smith.
Very valuable partnership. Josh Davey does cut a sort of unusual boundary ride, a slightly barrel-chested character, but he's got great coordination, which makes him very effective.
Henry in and bowls outside the off stump. Nothing from Kai Smith. Yeah,
he judged it beautifully.
He was guilty of a pretty egregious fielding error earlier on this afternoon at square leg.
He turned a Kai Smith single into a 4, didn't he?
He did, yeah. But, he's not the most athletic of the Somerset fielders. They are a very good fielding side.
But I am standing by the fact he is well coordinated.
Yeah. Matt Henry in and bowls. This is driven. It was in the air for a time by Kai Smith, but straight to Jack Leach, who fields at extra cover. Ended that over, 285 for 5, 57 to Hain, 18 to Smith, and Warwickshire now 64 runs short of their target of 349 to avoid the follow-on.
So while I haven't got a definitive answer as to when tea is yet, but I'm working on that, news comes to me that Sussex have announced that the first day of the game against Warwickshire on Sunday is free entry to all. And I know a few counties do that from time to time, but if you were weighing up whether to go down or not, that might help persuade you.
It's the second time at least they've done it. They did it for the Sunday of the Somerset game down there.
Leach into Hain. Just a little bit of drift into the right-hander who defends back down the track.
The only shame was that it was one of the dullest days cricket I've watched this season, as Sussex were building a big lead and were in no hurry to do so. It wasn't a great advertisement for 4-day county cricket.
So it being a day 1, at least
it should
all
be
options
day
are
1,
available.
Right. That was a day 3.
Yeah. Leach in again to Hain, who defends. So the official word is they don't know what time tea is, from the people who I thought might. I'm not going to say who, because it's unfair. The question does beg asking, though. What time's tea? So what I might do is vacate at the end of this over, as Leach comes in and is defended. So I think you and I will have some heavy lifting to do after tea, Anthony.
Right.
Yes.
No Phil Britt.
I think he's got to go early today, but he will be with us tomorrow.
Good. Could be a long day tomorrow.
Yes, well, the Wilford rule has to apply. Call it off at 3:40 if it's going to be a draw. Somerset has still got a say in this before that, as Hain pushes forward and defends, and there's no run, because it is a tail after this wicket. So don't rule anything in or anything out just yet. Well, okay, you can rule out a Bears win. But other than that, Hayne comes forward to defend again, unless they are set an extraordinarily generous target, which is not going to happen.
No, it's not going to happen. Not with 8 points for a draw.
No. So Leach almost dries the ball between his hands and comes in. Hayne comes down the wicket and launches him back for 6. Well, that was a no-doubter, and there is a long off back, but Hayne has hit that as sweetly as anything. He gets 6 more. He's to 63, and the score is 291 for 5, and with 58 now required to avoid the follow-on.
Well, I don't think Jack Leach should be too concerned at seeing Sam Hayne giving him the charge, because if it's the shape of things to come, then you never know, he might miscue one. As Richard Wilford moves out and Dermot Reeve moves back in.
Good afternoon.
And some of the wind has gone out of Somerset's sails, hasn't it, Dermot?
Yeah, I mean, the batsmen have definitely found it easier batting against the second new ball than they did against the other ball that was, reverse swinging at the end of its days, from sort of over 60 through to 90. How many had gone before they took it? 90.
It was 93.
93, so 13
so
extra
13
overs.
extra overs.
With the old ball.
Here's Overton to Smith. Turns it into the onside, and there won't be a run. Yes, and they're going to have to wait quite a long time, Somerset, before this ball starts to reverse. And in the meantime, they don't seem to have too much of a plan. They're just plugging away, hoping that batsman will make a mistake. And when Kai Smith did make a mistake and nick one from Matt Henry, the chance was spurned. It was a difficult one, but should have been taken really by James Rue, and Kai Smith goes for an unwise pull shot to a ball that was above head height from, well, at head height from Craig Overton. It was above his eye line.
He has no footwork and sort of control when he is playing that shot. He just sees that it's short and his feet are very close together. He doesn't sort of swivel pull and get on top of the ball. And there's no sort of push back onto the back foot. He doesn't open up the front foot to whack it in front of square.
Here's Overton to Smith outside the off stump, but no shot from the diminutive wicketkeeper.
Yeah, so he's got a bit of work to do on his short ball play. I mean, he's got a good eye. He's picking the ball up quick enough to have a pull, and he will hit the odd 4 and the odd 6 on a hook shot, playing it that way. But it's a bit risky. There's 2 men out there for the hook.
Overton to Smith, and again he pulls this from above his eye line, but this time he gets plenty of bat on it. Goes down to Miggy Pretorius at long leg, in the air for a time, hence the shout from Craig Overton that you may have picked up on our effects microphone, but perfectly safe. 292 for 5. And
that was high enough, that one, that he's had the one from the umpire. One ball overhead height or shoulder height. It's brought Sam Hayne onto strike, who's looked far more comfortable between 40 to 63.
Overton in the bowls, and Hayne moves nicely into a defensive shot. He's moving his feet well, is Sam Hayne.
Yeah, it's, I'm watching the monitor here, and since they've taken the new ball, there is just so much less movement in the air.
Absolutely.
I mean, if you take someone like Jacob Bethel, this would have been an ideal time for him, for example, to be in now.
Yeah, it would.
With the ball and the wicket, how it's playing. But from the moment he came in, batting was difficult with that reverse swing.
Overton bowls. This one bounces on Hayne, but he controls it nicely, just drops it down into the onside. It runs away down to Pretorius at long leg. It's the end of the Overton over. He has taken 3 for 48, and Somerset have got another 7 overs in which to take a 6th wicket and bring themselves a 2nd bowling point, and who knows how significant that might be come the end of the season. They missed out narrowly, or fairly narrowly, on a 5th batting point yesterday, and cost them a couple of wickets as well trying to get there. And could well be that that miss by James Rule will cost them a bowling point.
There was also very early on, Sam Hain just blocked one off. I think it was in Leach's first over that he bowled today, that just would have gone to an orthodox gully. He's just got the one slip.
Leach in bowls, and Hain is down the ground, driving that over the top for another 6. This one to the onside of straight. Previous one over long off, this one over long on. So successive 6s.
Yeah, nice
Sam
strike.
Hain.
Nice strike. Even though there's a long off in place, because the long off's a little bit wide, Sam Hain is advanced, come a little bit on the straight and on the inside, which sort of opens up the strike straight or over long on, makes it a bit easier with the footwork that he employs. But yeah, lovely strike, lovely straight 6.
Moves on to 70, 299 for 5. This time he stretches forward and plays a defensive shot. It's been an interesting mixture. Block, 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 blast from Sam Hain. Leach persevering. This is a little bit short, and Hain can just go back on his stumps and play that comfortably out into the offside. All the time in the world to adjust to anything just a little bit short of a length, which that was. Just the slip, only close catcher, Craig Overton. Leach gives this a little bit more air. It's just run up to long off for a single, and the 300th Warwickshire run. 300 for 5 in 103.4 overs, and they're now just 49 runs short of avoiding the possibility of being asked to follow on.
And a second batting point.
Indeed. Leach bowls, and this is driven back to him, and they have got 6.1 overs in which to get up to 350, which is a tall order. Leach bowls to Smith, who defends, and it's the end of another Leach over. He has 7 runs from that Leach over, and his figures have been taken off the scoreboard.
None for 80.
None for 80.
Off 21.
Yeah.
But Sam Hain, I mean, it's been a good innings. It was stodgy to start with, but he didn't give it away when he was finding it difficult and getting wrapped on the pads a lot with the reverse swing. But he's bided his time, and you've got to have your eye in now. He's been in 156 balls, so he's got to be seeing the ball early, seeing it well. And now that it's a newish ball that's not moving much, he's raced from 40 to 71 in no time.
Here's Overton to Hain, who clips that off his pads down to Josh Davey, loping in from the deep backward square leg boundary for another run. Moves on to 72, 301 for 5. Batting looking as straightforward now as it did in the early part. Well, both the first part of yesterday and the last part of yesterday. The bit in the middle when Somerset contrived to lose 7 wickets for 91 was a rather different matter. But I think that was more down to a lack of application on the part of the batsman rather than anything in the pitch. As Overton bowls short, and that sails over the top of Kai Smith. And Graham Lloyd says, over shoulder height. We'll say that again. It was overhead height, if you ask me. But they do seem reluctant to signal wides on height. Overton persevering. He's in. Bowls down the leg side, appeal for a catch behind. Oh, he's given! He's got him! Kai Smith is given out by umpire Gould, and, well, it took him a long time to make his mind up, But
Yeah,
Kai
but
Smith has gone, and it's a 4th wicket to Craig Overton, and it's a 2nd bowling point for Somerset.
I can hear the joy in your voice, Anthony.
Well,
But it was short and at the body of Kai Smith, and he just tried to glance it round the corner to find leg, and that's not the first wicket that we've seen off that's been caught down the leg side in this innings.
I said good. Say umpire good.
Yates nicked one down the leg side.
Goff.
Pretorius, and then Goff here. Michael Goff has put the finger up because there was a little touch on that attempted glance, little flick of perhaps the glove, and Kai Smith wasn't looking at his best against the short ball, and he would have been better to have attempted to pull that, but they had put a fielder at backward square leg catching as well as a couple out on the boundary, so he decided, right, I'm not going to pull it, I'll just work it round the corner. It has to be said, it wasn't the best ball that Craig Overton had bowled, but he is charged in for 25 overs. He's now bowled 24 and a half overs, 6 maidens, 4 for 49, leading from the front as the captain. And
I tell you who'll be very relieved about that wicket, and that's James Rue, who took the catch, having put down a much more difficult chance off Kai Smith about half an hour ago. Right.
So 47 more needed to avoid the follow-on.
Rocky
right?
Choli is the new batsman. Overton is in and bowls a bouncer at him. Welcome to the crease.
And that was a wide. That should have been called as wide. That was a foot and a half over his head.
Rocky Choli is tall, 6'2", 6'3", I think. He's got a good head of hair on him, poking out from underneath his helmet. Overton in and bowls, and this is full length delivery, which is dug out, played up to mid off, and there is no run. Rocky Choli, look up his
batting stats.
Try and find them. Here's Overton and bowls. This is played into the onside, but Tom Namanby quickly across to do the fielding, and there is no run.
Well, he would have grown up on lively Australian wickets in Western Australia. He played a lot of club cricket for the university club out there in Perth. I'm pretty sure he was sort of batting in the last 4 in the batting order in club cricket, and was in the side for his attributes as an off spinner, and then in recent times has headed over to New South Wales to play his cricket.
Leach is going to bowl to Sam Hain, and Sam Hain's wicket now very, very important to Warwickshire.
Yeah, and a long off and a long on now in place for Sam Hain.
Leach bowls, and Hain's back on his stumps. Here we are, found it at last. 36 first-class games prior to this one. Corey Rockacholi averaging 17.75 with about highest score 50. So a modest record. I think that's what Richard Wilford described it as, and I think that's just about spot on, as that's played into the onside picked up by Tom Abel. 301 for 6, 48 more Warwickshire need to avoid the possibility of being asked to follow on. Leach in, gives this one a little bit more air, pushed into the offside. Tom Banton ambles across to pick it up. We're in the 106th over, so any hopes of more than 2 batting points for Warwickshire have all but disappeared. Ditto 3 bowling points for Somerset. They would need to take another 3 wickets in 3 and a bit overs. 4 and a bit overs. As that's pushed up for a single. 302 for 6.
Now, if you were, for example, a Rob Yates or a Jacob Bethel or a top order batter for Warwickshire, would part of you actually think, well, I actually don't mind if they enforce the follow on and I could get to bat for 4 sessions? And
this is Rocchiccioli back on his stumps defending. I don't know. It's an interesting point. It's certainly batting looks pretty easy, unless the ball is reversing. Leach bowls to Rocchiccioli. Doesn't bounce quite so much. He plays it well there. Keeps it out. End of the Leach over. In now 22 overs. None for 81 Jack Leach. Just the 1 run from that over, but both batsmen playing in pretty comfortably. 302 for 6. And that's a cue for me to make way for Phil Britt.
I know, thanks very much, Anthony. I'm going to have no change, though, from a bowling perspective out in the middle. It's still going to be Craig Overton from the City end. No, the Birmingham end, as it's known these days. And Sam Hain on strike. There's 2 slips, and now there's a backward point is going out to the third man boundary. 5 on the offside. There's an extra cover and a mid-off, but a wide third man and 4 on the leg side, and that's pulled away by Sam Hain for a comfortable single. Another short ball from Overton, but he won't really mind that, and Somerset won't really mind it at the moment because it brings Rocchiccioli on to strike. And they'd rather he has more of the strike currently than Sam Hain. And up comes the deep third man to a backward point. Mid-wicket comes to a leg gully, and mid-on goes to mid-wicket.
Overton in, and Rocchiccioli is back and looks for his first run and gets it up play through the vacant mid-on position. And he gets back for 2 in actual fact. So he's on his way on his Warwickshire career.
I don't think you'll find an easier way to get off the mark there. It was just a block, but there's no mid-on, so
just give a nice little easy...
Nice easy
through,
2.
Wasn't it? That's Overton with 4 wickets in. Bowls, all that comes off the shoulders as he leant back. That one followed him and caught him on his right shoulder and bounces down into the slip cordon, which has got Calder Cadmore and Tom Abel waiting there. Calder Cadmore at slip and Tom Abel at second slip.
Yeah, it just came off his arm. It was a good short ball from Overton, but it is still a slowish pitch. But a good line to
Overton in, up on his toes goes Rocchiccioli, pushes it out into the offside. Archie Vaughan there fielding at backward point. He does the fielding and there's no run. 305 for 6. The first thing Warwickshire will have their eye on is avoiding the follow-on. So they'll be looking to try and scramble the necessary runs as Overton in, and Rocchiccioli turns this one back down again, down to Vaughan, who does the fielding, and again there's no run.
Yeah, short of a length, not a bouncer length, just a few yards fuller than a bouncer length, but rising up on Rocchiccioli. He doesn't look all that comfortable with playing that short ball. He has managed to effectively stay there on it, but not looking that comfortable.
Overton in, and Rocchiccioli again leans back and pushes out into the offside, and again Vaughan does the fielding. It's the end of the over. Rocchiccioli has survived that one.
He has a definite flinch on that last ball, though. It was short, coming up towards sort of his chest area or towards his throat, and as he's played it, he's jerked his body backwards towards the leg side, so not looking comfortable or confident, you know.
On a quicker pitch, I think he would be almost treading on the umpire's toes.
I mean, on this pitch, this pitch and the slowness of it, if you were a decent bat, you would go, oh, I'm going to pull you. If you're going to bowl short at me, you're going. It's not a fast, bouncy wicket, but Rockacholi hasn't gone for the pull shot. He's just tried to ride the bounce of Craig Overton, but hasn't looked too comfortable and confident in doing so.
Well, he's got in above Ethan Bamber, so he's some convincing going in there. Jack Leach will continue here at the pavilion end, and he's to bowl to Sam Hayne. Hayne lets this first ball go outside the off stump.
Well, it's obviously the reason is he's good at batting against the Kookaburra
ball. He's got all the marks to show of it.
So we're playing with the Kookaburra. Let's sign an Aussie.
Yeah, exactly. Leach. Well, I did make this point. Wasn't the idea to develop our young English players who they could go abroad and play with the Kookaburra? So. And then you're stuck between winning games and giving people experience. And unfortunately, I think winning games has become as important as Leach in with his next ball and bowls. And Hayne comes forward to that. When he ends up in some extraordinary positions, Sam Hayne, after he's played shots, his sort of legs seem to go all over the place. He was got almost his feet either side of the wickets. As the next one from Leach sees Hayne defending stoutly out into the offside, and there's no run.
Yeah, occasionally when he defends, or if he uses his feet and defends, he then brings his right leg out towards the offside.
He gets square on then, doesn't it? It looks like he's played it.
He does that movement sort of after he's played the ball.
Hayne gets away with that one. He sort of went for the sweep, got a top edge which flew up. Was in the air. A leg slip might have been interested. It goes down towards the very fine leg boundary, and they get back for 3.
Yeah, it wasn't a premeditated sweep or paddle. Sam Hayne's there facing up, and Jack Leach has bowled one down the leg side. So at a sort of last moment, he decided, I can sweep that. So you don't tend to hit them as well when you just make up your mind right at that last moment. But you're playing it because it's a poor ball outside leg, but he did get a top edge on it and got himself another 3. So Rockacholi on strike.
As Leach is to him, and Rockacholi is leaving that last ball of Leach's 23rd over outside the off stump. So Leach has got 0 for 84 so far from his 23 overs. Sam Hayne, meantime, is 77 not out, and Corey Rockacholi is
2 not out off 11 balls and not on strike now, which will be probably slightly more pleasing for the Warwickshire players who are watching.
Sam Hayne, important innings. There's 167 balls he's faced. He's really the glue which is holding this Warwickshire innings together as it stutters towards the first target of avoiding the follow-on, I think. In comes Overton for a first delivery, and it's played just to square leg, and there's no run. Tom Banton out there, or mid-wicket really. He'd moved to square leg from mid-wicket to do the fielding. So they trail by 190, so the further 41 runs required to avoid the follow-on as Overton in and Hayne up on his toes. Rockacholi a bit slow setting off there. He gets home in the end, but that might have been interesting had Tom Banton pick up and throw hit the stumps, because Rockacholi was definitely on his heels when Hayne called him through. Although it was played behind him and down to backward square leg, I don't think the call came from the non-striker's end. I think Hayne had to call himself there.
Yeah, Hayne absolutely called him through. There was a big single there, an easy single, and I mean you could say that Rockacholi wasn't looking that keen on getting down this end, and he wasn't backing up and going, oh yep, here we go, I'll get down there.
Well, normally
it was a reluctant single he took.
Normally at backward square leg, it's normally the backer-ups call, isn't it? This one is short, and Rockacholi, in fairness, gets right underneath and out of the way of that one.
Well, it's one of those ones that's a call's really not needed, because there's no fielder behind square. There's a man at deep backward square, so anything that's played a bit on there behind on the leg side, if Tom Banton's 10 yards in front of square, both batsmen should just start running. And
That didn't happen there, though. Not quite. Anyway, they survived it, which is the important thing. It's got Warwickshire on to strike. He's on 2. And this next one, he flays away through the offside and gets that one out the middle of the bat. And that has gone away through the extra cover area down to the fence of the Hollies stand for 4 runs.
And that was a really good shot. Cracking back foot cover drive. He probably has been anticipating things being on the short side from Overton because that's all he's received. And on that occasion, it wasn't as short as around his throat or head. It was just sort of about waist height. But he stayed up on his toes and played a lovely...
Just a fraction more width on it as well, wasn't it, for him to be able to get hit through?
Yeah,
get through.
It was a good shot.
A nice shot, wasn't it? As he waits, 313 for 6, and this next one he cuts away, waits and cuts it. Not a lot of foot movement, waits and times it beautifully away in the gap through the gully and down to the fence, unprotected third man fence for 4 more. So consecutive boundaries for Warwickshire, and the Bears move on to 317 for 6, trailing by 181.
Yeah, that was sort of more guided than, as opposed to being a bottom hand cut that you're whacking it past backward point. You know, there was no follow through. It was just sort of running it into that vacant gap off the back foot with a bat sort of at an angle of 45.
Tom Abel's gone a bit wider now, as this next one is tighter in from Overton, and Warwickshire looking to turn. That one is squared up a little bit at the end of it. It's a bit of extra bounce, just surprising him, and a bit of extra. I think he put his arm in through that one a bit quicker as well, his shoulder into it. End of another over though from Overton, 317 for 6. The trail by 181, and 32 more required, and it will be, let's say, the first target, which is the follow-on. Dermot is leaving us, so thanks very much to Dermot.
Thanks, guys. Okay.
He is on his way, so thanks for his work on the commentary the last 2 or 3 days. I hope you've enjoyed it. And we've got Richard Wilford is replacing him. So 317 for 6.
Yep. So yes, it's been good to have Dermot's insight. He certainly captains the game when he's sat here, doesn't he? It's Jack Leach to bowl to Hayne, who's compiled an innings of 78. There's been a rearguard innings in its most part. A couple of straight 6s off Leach, and now he's got a little nick off Leach, and he's been caught off the wicketkeeper's gloves by slip. He's gone off the glove of Rue and through to slip, and we could have quite a tight squeeze here in terms of follow on or not. A ball from Leach that has turned quite a bit. It may not have quite touched Rue actually, but it's very well held by Overton, and that's 317 for 7, and the priceless wicket of Sam Hayne for 78, and it looks like tea will be taken at that point. So each session today has ended on a wicket, but that was the crucial one. And Jack Leach gets his first of the day. Hayne out for 78, and when the Bears resume with the tail, they're going to need 32 to avoid the follow-on. There's a bit of it that's slightly Pyrrhic for some tired seamers for Somerset, but they will give themselves a chance of winning this game if they can avoid the follow-on, and Sam Hayne would love that shot back. But T, the door is open.
Absolutely, there was nothing he could do about that. It popped on him, turned, and it was almost like a slow motion in the end as it went to Slip's hand. But big wicket for Somerset.
One of the members of the Somerset team or backroom staff has got a heck of a clap. Can I just say that? That is one solid clap that he's providing. Another good session that for Somerset. Warwickshire has Bamber, Simmons and Hannon Dolby to come and avoid the follow-on. They probably avoid defeat. If they don't, then we've got a game on. So we will be back with you around 4 o'clock for the resumption, with Warwickshire on 317 for 7, trailing Somerset by 161 runs.
So this piece of videotape was done through Mid-innings. My production manager, Rob, he had to go to court for this prosecution. And so he went in and he lost his job over this. So, Mr. Chambers, this videotape playing shows our Australian, has this been in your possession ever since the incident? Oh, right, so would it be not too necessary that Sky? Are you the only person who has access to this safe? No, come on. So you cannot guarantee that it has not been got since the and the bastards go off on it. You know, you think, hero. Yes, no, that was back in the, in the massive day, when there was lots of football, and the police wanted to use TV footage to prosecute people, and I was slightly involved in terms of that footage was then whenever there was at every football match, and indeed personally, I mean, I did a massive stuff, and I'm not going to stuff the week, behind it, and I can really sort of thank you for it, and what's concluded with it, and I looked down, and there's a guy trying to do the nuts. Yes. Someone's going to but I understand the stories that people bonfires of youth around it. Swans and things with ITV's Sunday, and it swans the camera on the way up at a cage. But the size of the thing was like this, and the crowd used to see whether they could throw coins through and get it through the cage. I mean, it's suffice to say that on one occasion there, I counted up, all the coins that come through, and I sort of made a joke to the company I was working for. I could make more money just standing there than you do, yeah, quite interesting. And Swansea got promoted. Go out on the pitch to do interviews and fans and that sort of thing. And I'm stood there with my camera over the shoulder, ready to do this interview, and suddenly I'm picked up properly. And I'm carried away, and it's one of our regulars you're about to be done, so I'm saving you, boy, and he carries me off.
Is it a nice photo?
Oh, yes. Yeah. Oh, lovely. Did you take it? Sure, you must. some reason.
Have you done nothing? Well, this is what happens to me when I go to the cinema. Right. It's this.
It's adaptive flight stuff.
Yes,
Yeah.
yeah, it's that. And then sometimes they say I can't stand the film, so I go on to that and move it. But it changes automatically, you see.
It's got me on. It's got me on airplane. Where's it done all that? We're looking back at like half an hour ago. And years ago, who loved it, and this bloody woman just turned her off. Yeah. When I said to her, I said, you have absolutely cast iron case for rainfall distance. Simple, constructive dismissal is there on. But if she wants to get some other job somewhere else, she has to have, the previous head teacher, she's worked for 20 years, would like to have known before, but it's always your last reference. And she can't afford that to happen. So what? If we stood on the platform and she was in front of me, and the train was coming in, she'd get enough. Well, yes, but it's too late for our road. And the strange thing is that people can't talk to Rosie knows how well he taught her German when she was at school, and she's always wanted to learn. Why did you? And she said, well, I wish you were because...
I hope to be in that day off.
Yeah. In the meantime, lives so close. She's been so oh, she has. But it's going to come a time when we'll have to pay her for doing all she's doing.
And so to session 9 in this Rothesay County Championship Division 1 game between Warwickshire and Somerset at Edgbaston, and I would suggest the most important session of the game so far by a stretch, because the wicket of Sam Hain provoked the early tea interval, out for 78, wicket for Jack Leach, lovely ball, nicked off to Overton at slip, means that the Bears only have 3 wickets left and they are still short of avoiding the follow-on. They need another 32 runs and the tail is out there. Rocky Choli is a generous 8, to be fair, in terms of his career record in Australia. Ethan Bamber is generally a 9 who likes to flail the bat. And then at 10, Shay Simmons, young player. And at 11, Ollie Hannon-Dolby. All of which means, excitingly, for Anthony Gibson, alongside myself, Richard Wilford, Somerset have got a real opportunity to force the follow-on here, and they can attack until these 32 runs are or not claimed.
And if they take 2 wickets in the remainder of this over, they'll pick up a 3rd bowling point. And if they don't pick up a 3rd bowling point, it'll be the first bowling point that Somerset have missed all season. To date, as Simon White helpfully pointed out to me on Twitter, they've taken 21 bowling points from 7 games. Is Leach then to bowl to the new batsman, who is Ethan Bamber. Plays that to Tom Banton under the helmet at short leg slip, not short leg, silly point. Silly point and a slip for Leach to Bamber. Holds that one back a little bit, does Jack Leach. Tom Kodakabmore comes rushing in, threatening to throw the stumps down. Having a bit of a joke out there, I think, at the moment. Larking about is TKC. Leach bowls and Bamber equal to it. So just 2 balls remaining in the over. Leach needs to take a wicket with this one if Somerset's hopes of a 3rd bowling point are to be kept alive. And he's in and bowls, and this is cut and very well fielded by Tom Lammonby at backward point. Saves the run, but no wicket for Jack Leach, and that in fact was the last ball of the over. The scoreboard still saying 23.5, and the umpires are having just a little bit of a disagreement.
I think there may well be another ball left in this over. By the way, I thought it was a very good shot for a number 9 coming in against a good spinner. I thought it was a good shot, excellent stop.
Michael Goff, I think, has intervened and said to Graham Lloyd, "You've still got 1 ball left." And
I think Somerset have intervened.
Have they?
Yeah, I think both umpires were walking into their positions for the next over.
Well, the scoreboard still says 23.5.
Yeah, because I'm sure they're right. I'm sure they're right. Mel and Polly are on the money.
So, last ball then of Leach's over. He's bowling to Bamber, who's back on his stumps to a ball just short of a length. It does turn a little bit, but only turning slowly, and Bamber can adjust to it and keep it out. End of the over, 3:17 for 7.
I did wonder cheekily whether he might try leg side stumping, but if they had more than 31, 32 runs to play with, in terms of the follow-on, they might have gone down that route there to try and get at least 1 ball at Ollie Hannon-Dolby, who is not a good player of slower bowling, it's worth pointing out. Got an update to do in the next minute or so for BBC Radio WM and BBC CWR. But, getting ready to bowl is Miguel Pretorius. So Overton's most recent spell ends, currently with the rather splendid figures of 27 overs, 4 for 61, on a surface where you have to work hard for your living. And with that first ball as well, they work very, very hard to keep it in good condition and get it to reverse a little bit. But, see whether the first ball comes before my update. He has a couple of practice deliveries. Corey Rockiccioli, the man on strike. As Pretorius comes in, This is Richard Wilford at Edgbaston, where Warwickshire are scrapping to avoid the follow-on here in the second half of day 3 of this county championship match. They need to get to 349 to ensure that Somerset have to bat again, and they're 317 for 7, having lost Sam Hain just before the tea interval. Lovely delivery from slow left armer Jack Leach that took the edge and was caught by Overton at slip. Hain out for 78. They're into the town now. Rockacholi has 10, Bamber yet to score. Warwickshire 317 for 7, need 32 to avoid the follow-on. Some oohs and ahs for the first delivery, but the second delivery Rockacholi gets nicely behind and steers it up towards mid-on, where the fielding is done by Lammonby. 1 or 2 jumpers have been shed as the day has gone on. A bit of sunshine around. You caught a little bit of sunshine in the press room upstairs, because it does glare through the window.
Yeah.
As you
Nice
look
view
over
of the
Cannon
park.
Yeah.
Yep, nice view. Cannon Park.
Well, inevitably always some building going on just nearby. Rockacholi, tall onto his toes, defends the ball back to Lammonby.
Here in leafy Edgbaston, ground is surrounded by trees, or it gives the impression of being surrounded by trees.
There's a lot of green land around Edgbaston. Obviously Cannon Hill Park we've mentioned. Straight in front of us you've got Calthorpe Park. But not too far away to the left is Edgbaston Priory Club, where the tennis courts are.
And not far away, Edgbaston Golf Club.
Well, the other side of Priory Road, behind the hospital. As Rockacholi ducks under a bouncer. He was a little late ducking, but once he decided to go, he got out of the way pretty well. That was sharp from Pretorius.
Almost ducked into his stumps. Yes, Dennis Amis plays his golf at Edgbaston, doesn't he?
Ah, yes, he will do. A lot of the players enjoy playing there. Welcome back, listeners, to Sport Extra 2. Well, Warwickshire on 317 for 7, need 32 to avoid the follow-on, and Somerset are going in for the kill. There's a leg slip in place now, as Rockacholi is driving this, and he's caught plenty of that along the deck, and a long chase on for Lammonby that he can give up now, because that is going for 4, the third boundary for the Australian Corey Rockacholi on his debut. He's to 14, 321 for 7, 28 tantalisingly needed to avoid the follow-on. I'm Richard Wilford alongside me, Anthony Gibson, who's take a swig of water. It's very warm again here today. Very warm indeed, although there's a strong breeze that has been a feature of this game, coming from the west. One orthodox slip, the other slip is sort of at 4.5, plus the leg slip. As Pretorius comes in again to Rockacholi, that's a short ball, he gets up very high to kill it down into the surface outside off stump. End of the over, 321 for 7. And we have a tense pocket in this game that will either result in us having a far better entertainment on day 4, or it might result in us having a rather soft day 4. But what I would say is if Warwickshire only just avoid the follow-on, time-wise Somerset would probably still have an opportunity to give themselves 50 or 55 overs, maybe 60 overs on the final day.
Yes, but it's going to be hard to bowl out Warwickshire in 50 or 60 overs, I think. There was plenty happening when the ball was reversing, but not much subsequently since the new ball was taken.
And it is only 18 overs old, even though we're in the 112th over now.
Yeah. Leach then to Ethan Bamber. He's back on his stumps, and that one almost through. It didn't bounce as much as Bamber was expecting. He gets it away into the covers and picked up by Pretorius. It was quickly onto Bamber from Leach. This is down the leg side and turn to Abel at straight mid-wicket.
I mean, that was a miscued sweep. He was trying to go through square leg, and it's almost come off the toe end of the bat from Bamber, whose instincts will be to attack.
Leach bowls, and Bamber comes watchfully forward, and there's no run. Tom Banton picks up.
The wisdom of attacking is an entirely different thing. So
here's Leach. Gives this one a bit more air, and it's cracked away, but only for a single, because Josh Davey is providing cover out on the offside boundary. 322 2 for 7, so 27 more. Warwickshire required to avoid the possibility, and I think it is only still a possibility. I don't think it's a certainty that Somerset would enforce the follow-on. As Leach is in and bowls a quicker one, which is up in the air but perfectly safe, and gone for 6 in fact. Away over the deep mid-wicket boundary from Corey Rocchiccioli, and well, that tilts the equation very much in Warwickshire's favour. 328 for 7 now, just 21 runs short of the follow-on target.
In your defence there, because you're wondering at first whether it's safe or not, and I think it's the way that Rocchiccioli gets up and starts running fast. I don't think he realises how much he's got of the ball, and then it just kept carrying.
It did. It was a fine blow. He moves on to 20. Leach bowls and short of a length, and Rocchiccioli is back on his stumps, just playing it into the offside. And well, he looks a more than capable batsman, I must say, does Corey Rocchiccioli, belying his modest average of 17.75.
Well, he's bettered his average, so the Bears can ask a little more of him than that. He has one first-class 50. This is his 50th innings. Maybe that augurs well, but we will see. England have lost 2 wickets in 2 balls in the Test match. Ben Duckett out for 149, which is a rather fine hand. But Harry Brook first ball.
Yeah.
So route 11, Stokes 3, 256 for 4. England require a further 115. Thakur with the double breakthrough there. So again, there are always turns and changes during a game like that. As, Pretorius now will continue. Bamber on strike. Slip, leg slip and 4th slip in place again as he pushes forward into the offside, and through the vacant point he can get another single. Runs are key, of course, at the moment. I mean, they always are, but all the more so now because that has the Bears 20 away from avoiding the follow-on. And then they will want to just hold on as long as they can after that, really. Time out the game becomes the second of their priorities. This is one of 39 remaining overs today. So we're looking at play through till around 6:30 if you're in the neighbourhood and fancy nipping in. Watch an hour of premium cricket. Rocchiccioli on strike, drives the bowler back past him, and he does well to get a hand on that. It sat up at a nice height, but had it got cleanly beyond Pretorius, I'm not sure that mid-on or mid-off would have done anything other than collect.
He was trying to flick it back onto the stumps.
Might have been.
In the hope that Bamboo was out of his ground, which he wasn't, but it was a nice idea.
It's worth a punt, isn't it?
Yeah.
Been impressed by Pretorius today, and he hasn't taken a wicket, but he's bowled with real verve and purpose throughout. He's lost his run up now. I mean, that is a weird commentator's curse I've put on him. Put one on myself, then I couldn't say commentators. But yeah, you don't normally pull up halfway through your run up when somebody's saying something nice about you. Maybe he was embarrassed. Maybe he's got an earpiece on. He'll come in now to bowl to Rocchiccioli, and that gets up from only just short of a length and wraps him on the glove, Rocchiccioli. And he'll go for a walk with his bat stuck under his arm. There's really too much handle and not enough willow under his arm there. It looks slightly curious. That's a bit of a tail-ender's pose from Corey Rocchiccioli, but he does well to go and collect himself.
Steep bounce there from Pretorius.
Yeah. It wasn't terribly short, was it?
No, there's just a little spot on a good length out on the off stump.
So it's again driven by Rocchiccioli, who flicks out his right boot and almost clips the backside there as he flicks it up. I think he thought he was going to get 4, but he suddenly realised that he'd stroked it neatly in the direction of Tom Lammonby. He wasn't going to miss out there. But there's such a lot of room on the leg side that he was annoyed that he picked out on a few people who could have stopped it. I think it's rather important for the Bears that these two get them over the line to avoid the follow-on. Short ball, he's going to play the pull, and neither fielder in the deep knows where it is, and it's gone for 4. Helped it round the corner quite neatly. He's to 24, 333 for 7. And these two needed 32 when they came together to avoid the follow-on. They've halved it to 16 already.
Triple Nelson. 3-3-3 for 7. Perhaps something will happen.
Are you lifting a foot? Are you lifting a foot, or are you keeping them both down because you want to wicket?
No, that would be dear old David Shepherd.
I know. Wonderful figure. Always so enjoyable watching him. Loved his umpiring. Very short this one. Outside off stump. Rockacholi leans out of the way, and Dermot Reeve would again make the point. I think that's the third or fourth time today that you can argue that's a wide because it is above head height when he's standing straight. And there's no way you can play any sort of meaningful shot to that. I think it was smart nonetheless from Miguel Pretorius, because Jack Leach, I'm sure, would rather start this over bowling to Ethan Bamber.
Yes, because Rockacholi has been taking Jack Leach to task. At, hitting him for 6 over straight mid-wicket. Bamber has 2 to his name from 10 deliveries. Leach is going to bowl his 26th over, 1 for 91. Slip and a leg slip, close catches. Leach bowls and Bamber is forward, playing that to Pretorius in the covers. Henry comes to have a word with Tom Banton about something. Where do you recommend going out for something to eat tonight? Probably Banton being, oh goodness me, as Bamber goes for a big hit and gets in a terrible tangle, not taken cleanly by James Rue. That one bounced quite sharply.
If you were to ask him where he wanted to hit that, I think the answer would, the only serious answer would be far. I'm not sure he picked a shot really.
Leach again to Bamber. This is down the leg side, a loose ball and carted down to long leg, where Archie Vaughan does brilliantly, diving down to his right to make the stop, because that ball was travelling, and saved his side a couple of runs there, did young Archie. 335 for 7. 2 runs to Ethan Bamber, moves on to 4.
He's clearly been keen to play the sweep. I don't think Jack Leach would be too disappointed to see him pull that shot out.
Leach again, and this time Bamber's back on his stumps, playing it off the back foot, back up the pitch.
My guess is that if asked, Tom Banton would recommend an evening out in Barnt Green.
All right, because
that's where he played his club cricket.
I was going to say
under Andy Flower.
Yeah. Leach in and bowls and just holds this one back a little bit, but Bamber waits for it. Just comes forward and defends that to the offside.
And there are some welcoming hostelries in Barnt Green.
I don't think I've ever been to Barnt Green.
It's quite an affluent area.
Leach in and bowls, and a little bit of turn there. But Bamber equal to it. End of that Leach over, 1 for 93 he has from 26 overs. It's 335 for 7, and Warwickshire now just 14 runs short of their 349 objective, which would rule out the follow-on, or the possibility of the follow-on.
To put Barnt Green in perspective, one of my daughter's friends lives there, and if I have to go around to pick her up or anything, I have to wear a clean pair of tracksuit bottoms. That's all I'm saying. So 14
north, south, east, or west of
it's southwest. But if you stay on the Bristol Road, if you're heading down to the M5 on the Bristol Road, you go through Longbridge, and you go straight on for a couple of roundabouts, then Barnt Green is on your right.
So
it's quite leafy. They're fond of a tree on the roads of Barnt Green. Fond of an Arga as well, if I'm honest. 335 for 7. And Pretorius is going to try a bit of leg theory here by coming round the wicket to Rockacholi. And that's a very high bouncer.
That must be a wide.
And, well, I mean, it's over the shoulder, yeah. It's over his shoulder if somebody... If Ollie Hannon-Dolby put him on his shoulders, it's over his shoulder. I'm surprised. He's also... And this might be an official warning for his follow-through, because he was warned earlier in the day. And Michael Goff is having a look. And I can't he's not made it obvious if that's an official warning or whether that's second unofficial don't do it. He hasn't seemingly indicated it to the other umpire, nor to Craig Overton. Pretorius is in again. That short pulled by Roccaccioli past the short backward square leg for 4. 28 to Roccaccioli. Vital runs, 339 for 7. The target to avoid the follow-on is now at 10.
I'm not sure this bowling short to Roccaccioli is a very sensible plan, because he's shown he's more than capable of playing the pull shot.
Yeah, he is, but of course his willingness to play it and the fact he doesn't seem to like the chin music too much, it's an interesting idea. Another short ball, he's pulling this, and is he going to find the fielder this time? He's caught at mid-wicket. He's clothed it, and mid-wicket, almost falling backwards, has just managed to hold on to it. And Lammerby has done very well to keep this alive again. 339 for 8, and just as Corey Roccaccioli looked like he was going to see the follow-on avoided, he's holed out. Pretorius gets his second wicket in the innings, but his first of the day, thanks to Tom Lammerby. Roccaccioli out for a good hand of 28.
And what do I know?
Yeah, it was one of those, wasn't it?
Yeah, well done, Miggy Pretorius, and well caught, Tom Lammerby. High over his head, he doesn't miss much, does Lammerby.
This is going to get tense now. If he'd put that in the crowd, I was expecting it to go out to the fielder on the boundary, not to the fielder who would be inside the circle were it a one-day game. But Shay Simmons comes out with a whole bundle of responsibility on his shoulders. Only Ollie Halland-Dolby left in the hutch. The Bears did win by 1 wicket at Durham earlier in the year, and the batters down the order showed some aptitude and determination on that occasion. But they've certainly got to do so now. Just as they look like they're going to be safe, something else happens to change the picture again. I mean, Roccaccioli with an average of 17 comes out and scores 28, not the end of the world, and you can understand him being very positive. He'd hit the previous ball for 4, but he has nonetheless fallen for the trap. So Miguel Pretorius and Michael Goff have a lengthy discussion about the merits of his follow-through, and he's remarking his run-out, and he's one of these who meticulously places one foot directly in front of the other. It takes him a long time to get back to his mark that way, but he's just checking whether he's got it right or not. And he's going to adjust it slightly. So he's going to persist with this line against Shay Simmons. 2 wickets needed before the Bears score 10 more runs if Somerset are going to have the chance to enforce the follow-on. And the way they're fighting for it, you would suggest that they feel that is their best chance of winning the game. It may be their only chance of winning the game. But to give themselves that opportunity has required a lot of diligence and planning and execution today. They've had an outstanding day in the field. Pretorius into Simmons, it is inevitably another bounce, and Simmons ducks under it.
Well, Somerset have a record in recent years of enforcing the follow-on whenever they've had the opportunity to do it, both under Tom Abel and Lewis Gregory, and I doubt if Craig Overton would be any different, because it really is their only hope of forcing a win.
Yeah. I mean, look, if you had 30 odd overs to bat today, if you manage to get 180 more, you're still going to have to bat on until tomorrow. So, yeah, gives themselves a chance to have a chase. Simmons awaits Pretorius round the wicket. That's a high bouncer, and for a moment Simmons looks like he's going to try and play at that, but he doesn't.
It's a good ball.
The signal from Graham Lloyd appears to be that wasn't above the shoulder. And that, I think they're not sure between them how many he has bowled above the shoulder, or
he's going to get. I think he's getting a warning now.
It's a no. I think a no ball.
No ball,
a no ball has been called for too many short balls in the over. I think. And of course the runs are absolutely invaluable. 341 for 8 now. That is his 5th no ball of the day, but 4 of them for overstepping. And
no more short balls in this over then.
Yeah, so the leg theory is taken off, and instead they line the inner ring on the offside to try and prevent a single. Pretorius into Simmons, who just is able therefore to push forward in defence. But 8 more required to avoid the follow-on. You may hear a hearty cheer if that is achieved. If Somerset take the 2 wickets before that, you will hear an absolute roar from the balcony down below us. Because even with 11 players out in the field, there is enough supporting cast here for Somerset to properly get excited. They've been supporting their team really well from the balcony. You pick it up on the microphone that we have outside. They've given themselves a chance. Pretorius is trying to make it even more of a chance. Oh, and he beats Simmons just outside the edge of the bat, just outside the stumps. It would have clattered into a 4th stump. 341 for 8. And now the quandary for Ethan Bamber is this. He's the senior batter. 8 runs are required. His natural instincts are to have a strike of the ball. Jack Leach would love him to have a go at him. What does he do? Do they try and nudge and nurdle? Pretorius and Michael Goff are having what I would say is a proper, genuine just exchange of clarification. I don't think there's anything more to it than that. What did I do wrong? Why was that one a no ball? How many have I really got for the over? And how many is it per batter? And I think he's just having a sensible conversation about the laws there. And I know we're trying to gather that from 100 yards away, but there was nothing agitated about it.
No. And Craig Overton went up, but he was just listening in.
Yeah.
He wasn't chipping in. So Jack Leach to Ethan Bamber. And Bamber steers this down to backward point where Tom Lemonby picks up.
I mean, a healthy conversation between an umpire and a player to make sure that everybody knows what's what. That's fine. That should be part and parcel of the game.
Leach to Bamber, who pulls this, and it's well fielded by Tom Abel at short mid-wicket.
Saves 2 there. And the angle that Long On would have had to have made round. Leach
in and bowls, and this is cut away, and there should certainly be one as Josh Davey fields. 1 is all there will be as he gets his throw into James Rew over the top of the stumps. 342 for 8, 7 more.
Big ask for Shay Simmons, this not particularly experienced batter against the wiles of Jack Leach. Yeah, Jack Leach has wisely realised that he doesn't really need Long On back. He needs him further forward for a miss it.
Leach to Simmons. He's in and bowls. Oh, play and a miss. Simmons going for an optimistic slash into the offside.
It's his front foot there. His front foot comes forward, but not in the direction of the ball. So he's just opened himself up.
Leach to Simmons. This time he's down going for the quick single, and Tom Banton at a deepish mid-off took his eye off it. He was watching the batsman and lining up the stumps to have a shy at them. They're through for the single. 343 for 8.
See, now, conversely, that was really good cricket from Shay Simmons. He judged that with him that distance back, there was a run on if he ran hard and decisively.
Leach to Bamber, who turns it round the corner. And there isn't a run, which means that Miguel Pretorius will have Chase Simmons to bowl at.
Splendid game within a game, this, isn't it? It's one of the reasons that cricket is so absorbing. You get a situation like this where you could say that the destiny of this game could be determined in the next 10 minutes if Warwickshire avoid the follow-on, and certainly if they bat on them beyond the next 10 minutes, even for half an hour, it saps a lot of time out of the game. And on this hybrid surface and the Kookaburra ball, Somerset are unlikely to be in the business of setting a target that would be even remotely achievable. You wouldn't have thought, although the Bears have not batted with any urgency at all in this match. Pretorius round the wicket to Simmons, gets up on his toes to flick a ball down off his hip down towards mid-wicket, and there's no run. So he hasn't used his bouncer yet. Pretorius is going to be very careful about that this over. I think he's decided he wants a short leg now. And a box, says Craig Overton. It's fairly essential you get the right kit at this juncture. That's for sure. England 269 for 4 while we have a brief delay. They require a further 102 to win in what has been a quite brilliant test match. At Headingley, it's available now on Sport Extra, on via BBC Sounds. Joe Root 14, Ben Stokes 13. There's no way they're calling off the chase with those two at the crease. One wouldn't imagine. Right, short leg is in position. Pretorius steaming in from the Birmingham end to bowl to Simmons, who turns it around the corner, but it's too close to Abel at backward square. So there's a short leg, a backward square. Another guy who's halfway between an orthodox square leg and an orthodox mid-wicket, and a man on the square leg boundary. So you know there's going to be some short stuff. Kohler Cadmore is at slip, next to James Rue, already has 5 catches in the innings. Overton is in the gully. And then the only other fielder on the offside is Cover. He's in and just turns Simmons round. He defends it out into the offside. There's a long leg was the one I was missing. So a 6-3 leg side field here. And he hasn't pulled out anything really short yet in this over, Anthony. It's coming. You're going to need your wits about you here, Anthony. It's coming.
Yep. They've got the 2 men out on the hook. Top edge pull.
Oh, Roccaccioli fell into the trap with a miscue to the shorter mid-wicket. This bouncer is over Simmons' head. He just ducks under it. Discretion distinctly the better part of valour there.
And Michael Gough looking at where Pretorius has been following through onto, and I think
that's an official warning.
That is an official warning. Yep.
One more, he has to go. Somebody's shouting, change the bowler. I think I'm allowed to do a Brummie accent because I am one. Yeah, I mean, they will if he does it again. And actually what he's decided to do
go over the wicket
is to go over the wicket. He wasn't bowling around the wicket to try and rough the surface up. That wasn't the plan. It was in order to bowl the short ball as effectively as possible. But now over the wicket he bowls it and he just sways out of the way, Shea Simmons. With a sort of suppleness that suggests that he'd be rather good on the dance floor at Snobs on a Friday night. Archie Vaughan is just stretching and exercising and practicing some deliveries at the moment.
He does that quite often.
Yes, I don't think it's a sign of imminent arrival.
No, I don't think we're going to see Archie Vaughan.
I suppose to say, not until the score's got to 3-4-9, or it's the second innings. And Simmons gets into line for this delivery and guides it down. One bounce to short leg. Who does the fielding? End of the over. It was a maiden. 343 for 8. And Craig Overton may have to ponder whether he needs, whilst the follow-on is still in play, does he need to come back himself to be able to bowl that line, if that's the line that they feel he's going to get the wicket? It will all be academic, of course, if they were to score 6 runs in the next over from Jack Leach, or indeed if Jack Leach took the 2 remaining wickets.
Yeah, I mean, Overton and Pretorius, very similar bowlers, actually. They both run in hard, they both hit the pitch hard, they're both tall men. And they both bowl at around about the same sort of pace, low 80s. High 70s, something like that. Jack Leach is going to bowl to Ethan Bamber. Gives this one some air. It's played square of the wicket. The sight sheet at the far end billowing in this quite stiff breeze blowing across the ground from west to east. It's helping Jack Leach drift the ball into the right-handers and then hopefully turning it away as is swept, but straight to Kohler Cadmore at on the 45 backward square leg. Bamber's instincts are attacking ones. He's looking for his opportunity. He wants to whack Jack Leach over the top. This time he's back on his stumps though. Gets a good ball.
See, I think Bamber, the responsibility weighs a bit heavily. I don't think he dares go over the top here. I think he probably feels he has to keep the ball down with only Hannon Dolby to come.
Leach in and bowls, and Bamber's forward, just turning that into the onside, or trying to turn it into the onside. It may have been a little bit of a leading edge, but just dribbling back up the pitch.
Other than the sweep, I don't know what attacking shot he feels he can play at the moment. As long as Leach doesn't bowl outside off stump.
Leach bowls. A sweep shot, and that's gone off the pad, I think. And there will be runs here. Kohler Cadmore will pull it in. They're just coming back for two runs off the bat. There was a little bit of a bottom edge.
It went too quickly to be off the pad, I think. To get down there, the pad would have taken a bit more pace off it.
So just 4 runs short now are Warwickshire.
Now it becomes even more tempting, doesn't it, to try and play one big shot, and yet that is what Somerset will want them to do. Fascinating.
Last ball of this Jack Leach over to Ethan Bamber. He slashes at this and he fell for it, and he misses it, and it's taken by James Rue, and Bamber survives. And Warwickshire 3:45 for 8 need just 4 more runs to avoid the possibility of the follow-on.
Lest there be any doubt, Miguel Pretorius had his sweater off very quickly. He wants to keep on going.
Well, he is a bit of a workhorse.
He is. It's just that the events of the last couple of overs might have led to an adjustment in terms of the attack. Given the no ball controversy in the first over, when he got a bit confused in terms of the number of bumpers that he bowled, and then the warning for running on the track, which had been a while coming. He'd had a couple of fairly sturdy warnings.
Yes, he had. Can't complain.
No. But he'll come in now. He's backing up to his marker, and now comes in to bowl to Shay Simmons, who gets up on his toes to defend the ball out into the offside. They're trying not to do anything rash here, these two tail-enders.
Well, you really don't want to do something rash and then get out, do you? I mean, because you've got your teammates to face back in the dressing room. There would be a stony silence, I suspect.
Tom Kohler-Cadmore, either for himself or for somebody else, has suggested the substitute fielder needs to be ready. So I would imagine that's what the gesture means. Pretorius bowls to Simmons, very similar, up onto his toes to defend it out into the offside. And again, there's no run. So somebody is wanting a break out there by the look of it. Because he did the sort of rolling arm gesture that would imply that. Some calisthenics going on at mid-wicket. Having a good stretch, practicing doing the long bridge. Simmons awaits Pretorius. That's too short for Simmons to play. He thought about it initially, but then did a good job of ducking under the ball. Fire from Pretorius.
1 for the over, signals Michael Goff.
See if he sends down a couple more again. that would finish the job. He's being very careful not to overstep now, having done that a few times today. In the morning session for a period, it was the only way that Warwickshire was scoring any runs. As he's into Simmons, Fuller, and he drives, but doesn't get it past the bowler. There is no mid-off. So had he just got a firmer contact on that, that would have been rather handy. It's sunny out there now. This is better than the forecast suggested.
He's going back round the wicket.
Okay. So he's going to have to take some care not to run on it here. He feels it's his better bet against Simmons. Short ball, which again he looked like he was going to offer a bat at. And this time it was very, very last millisecond that he just angled his head away from it. Again, I admire his flexibility, but for a moment I thought that was going to wipe him out.
Looks as if he might be a useful limbo dancer.
He certainly got out of the way of that really well. Simmons 1 not out off 17 deliveries, trying to do this job for his team. Short ball, and it does go up in the air off the bat, but it's very, very soft hands, so it dies well before it gets down to the gully and Craig Overton. That is another maiden. I realise I'm overdue to make way for Phil Britt, so I shall do that. And Anthony Gibson will take up the story of what is a real tight one on the follow-on here.
Thank you, Richard. Yep, still 4 runs needed. Last 2 overs both been maidens. With the drama being spun out. Of course, getting Warwickshire to follow on is one thing. Taking another 10 wickets after that is very much another. But at least Somerset would then have a chance. It's a good little game within a game, though, isn't it, Phil?
It is, yes, and it's interesting to see how they're battling on to try and get this avoided.
Leach in and bowls, reverse sweep, and that will be it. It'll go down to the third man boundary for 4 runs, and the follow-on has been saved.
And you'd think, judging by the whoops of joy in the crowd, that that was the winning runs having been hit. But,
well, I think you might say it's the not losing runs that have been scored.
It should be, shouldn't it, in theory? It's going to be very difficult. Unless Somerset come out and absolutely bat for about 40 overs. Bowl, get these 2 wickets quickly with a 140 lead, Anthony, and then get a couple of 100 runs. But it's not a sort of wicket where it's easy to score quickly on, is it?
Now, will we see a different Ethan Bamber now? The follow-on has been avoided. Oh, no, we won't. He plays and misses with a defensive push off the back foot at a delivery from Jack Leach that turned.
I've got to remember, Warwickshire's still 149 in arrears on first innings, so whilst that avoided the follow-on, they've still got a big deficit.
Leach bowls and Bamber defends. I'm not sure that Somerset would come out all guns blazing.
No, I don't.
In their second innings. They want to make the game absolutely safe.
Absolutely.
They've got... and this is up in the air. It's safe. Went off the top edge. Craig Overton from slip looking hopefully up to the sky, but the ball clearing him by some margin. They come back for 2 runs, and the 350s on the board for Warwickshire. 351 for 8.
Well, Somerset at the moment are going to, if it were a draw, would leave with what, 14 points?
Yeah.
Yeah. So,
which is a reasonable haul.
Yeah.
Leach bowls. And this is turned into the onside, whereas Warwickshire would take 11.
Well, they've only got 1 bowling point and 2 batting, didn't they?
Yeah, so 11 points,
11,
so 14, 11, which means that Somerset would overtake.
They would. They'd go
Warwickshire.
past them in the table. Yep, absolutely.
Leach to Bamber. Turns it up to Tom Abel at mid-on. There won't be a run. End of the over. 351 for 8. With Bamber on 13 and Simmons on 1.
And they all fall in line behind the juggernaut of Surrey, which has won again and moves to the top of the table at the moment, ahead of Nottinghamshire.
Yes, elsewhere it is Sussex 98 for 3, 132 runs ahead of Durham with 7 wickets remaining. That looks like a draw.
You see Archie Vaughan into the attack for the first time today. Yeah.
Essex 62 for 2, still trailing Hampshire, who made 453 all out by 95. That looks like a draw. Yorkshire 329 for 5 against Notts. That looks like a draw. And Surrey have beaten Worcestershire, as we were saying, by 9 wickets. So Notts will probably go back to the top, assuming that they draw that game.
Yeah, it'll be much closer though, won't it?
It will.
So Archie Vaughan going to take over at the Birmingham end, and with still 31 overs remaining in the day, he'll be bowling to Chase Simmons. So he's in with his first delivery, and Simmons turns that one down just behind square on the onside. One he'll probably be quite happy not to know that he's not going to get unlikely to be having bouncers around his ears and threatening or needing him to perform the limbo. He comes forward to this one, which gets a little bit of bounce and turn, bounces off his body and down in front of him. James Rue tidies up. Just having a look, chat to Cole Cadmore, who's out there at deepish mid-off. They're going to bring another fielder in. It's close in for catching.
Oh, Tom Banton.
Tom Banton's coming in, isn't he, from a short fine leg, and he's being... So he's going to come into short leg, which I think is sensible because Jessam's likes to play that ball down towards short leg. Here's Vaughan into him and bowls. It gives himself space, and in the end that one completely... He went to cut it away and it went underneath the bat and over the top of the stumps. And
A little bit of turn.
completely deceived Simmons, and very fortunate there to survive. So 351 for 8 it remains. In comes Vaughan again and bowls, and Simmons is bowled out, and that is the end of Simmons, and Vaughan gets his wicket. So after all that bouncing and jumping from Pretorius, the answer was put Archie Vaughan on. The 9th wicket falls, 351. So Warwickshire trail by 147, and Simmons is for 1.
Yeah, it just sort of went on with the arm, that.
Yeah.
And
He just
past the
played,
outside edge of, I think he played inside it.
played down the wrong line, didn't he?
Yeah.
Just inside, yeah. Just watching it again. Yeah. It was... he hadn't looked very convincing on the previous ball from Vaughan. And in the end, yeah, it was straight through. So, last man, Oliver Hannon-Dolby, comes out, and that is the first person to be player to be bowled in this match, Anthony.
Yes, it is, isn't it? Quite extraordinary.
Every Warwickshire wicket had gone to catches. There was one LBW, I think, in the... let me just look at the score. What am I saying? I think. I've got it in front of me. There was. So... one bowled, one LBW, everybody else has been caught.
Yeah, Archie Vaughan was LBW.
So this innings is speeding towards a conclusion now, you think? Hannon-Dolby has a record against Somerset of having hung around, but under different circumstances. So Archie Vaughan has impressive figures of 4.4 overs, 1 for 6, and perhaps you should have brought me on earlier, Skip.
And he's bowling to a left-hander.
Yep. 2 slips he's got now. Tom Abel, Craig Emerson's there, and a short leg for Hannon-Dolby, who faces his first ball. Goes defensively down, bat and pad together, plays it away into the offside.
It's rather ungainly. Richard Wilford saying he's not so good against spin. Would that be fair?
Yes, he's got now a man in at Silly Point, who's just in forward Silly Point. That's what I would call old silly mid-off. We never use that term much these days, do we? It's end of an over. Well done to Archie Vaughan. Of course, problems there for the tail. Hannon-Dolby knocking entirely comfortable against a couple of balls he replaced.
And actually, Tom Banton there was more at Silly Mid-off than he was at Silly Point.
Yeah.
Because Silly Point is square of the wicket close in.
Yeah. It tends to be used instead of
It does.
using
Absolutely
Silly
right.
Mid-off.
Yep.
Yeah. You know, there's the term.
I'm guilty as charged. Well, we haven't got a Silly Point for Jack Leach to Ethan Bamber. We've got a slip and we've got a
Kind of feel
a
that
backward square leg. Tom Banton with still with his fielding helmet and fielding
I think
pads on.
they feel that Bamber might just have a go against Jack Leach and see if he can reduce the deficit a bit.
Tom Abel going back at straightish mid-wicket. Tom Cadmore retreating at mid-off. Leach to Bamber, who's appeal for LBW. Gone. That's the end of the Warwickshire innings. They've been bowled out for 351. It's a second wicket for Jack Leach, who has figures of 29.1 overs, 2 for 103, and 2 runs too late, or 3 runs too late. Somerset have bowled Warwickshire out.
I don't think there was very much doubt about that, LBW.
So Somerset have a lead of 147, 29 overs less 2 remain in the day's play, so 27 overs remain in the day's play for Somerset to build on that lead. And at some stage tomorrow, one would imagine that Somerset will declare, but not until they have made this game safe.
Yep.
Right, so there we are. Warwickshire bowled out for 351. The players will take a break now, as will we, and we'll be back with you in around about 10 minutes' time for the start of the Somerset second innings.
Welcome back to Edgbaston for the final session of today's cricket. The buzzing noise that you were hearing in the background there, I suspect means that the effects mic outside needs a new battery, which is not good news. Which I don't think I've got one. So, and also I can't exactly go out and do it because I'll be behind the bowler's arm at the moment. So I shall search for a battery in a moment. I'm Richard Wilford. Phil Britt is alongside me. But yes, we'll have to make do without the effects just for a moment. But if I can come up with a solution after I've done my piece into the news at 5 o'clock, then I will. Somerset coming out to bat for a second time with a really good first innings lead of 147. Hard earned by just doing all the right things in the field today. And they've ground the Bears down.
They kept on top of the Bears of Warwickshire all through the day. Sam Hain, top scoring on the day with 78. Alec Davis had made 78 largely, most of those runs coming yesterday, but he also got 78. But it was Hain through the day who tried to keep it together, but once he'd gone, it was bits and pieces really. 19 from Smith. Rochelli got 28, but just scraped them past the follow-on by 4 runs, and by 2 runs rather, and but still a big lead for Somerset.
Ethan Bamber is going to bowl the opening over. Just one slip in place, and it's edged, and it bounces in front of that one slip. It's then parried by Rob Yates out to Bethel, who's at backward point, and there's no run. I was looking at after the bang on the head that he had earlier today to see whether Sam Hain was going to be out there, and I've got a feeling that he isn't. I've got a feeling that we may find that Jake Lintop will be in the field, but we'll keep an eye. Who is it in the sun hat who's out at the square leg boundary? Trying to work out at the moment who's out there. But either way, Bamber comes in and bowls to Davey, who pulls this round the corner for 4. And if Somerset are going to try and set up an opportunity for victory, then scoring runs.
That's Hain
In a hurry. Oh, it is Hain in the sun hat.
Yep.
Okay, wasn't sure whether it was. So they're putting him in the outfield at the moment, and it looks like they're going to bowl a little bit of leg theory here in terms of going to boundary catchers out. But they will want to keep a lid on this as much as they possibly can. So here comes Bamber once more. Into bowl to Davey, who clips this fine down the leg side down to Simmons, who's on the long leg boundary for a single. 6 without loss.
Well, bright start. Somerset, if they do want to chase, they've got a team full of people who can score quickly and get themselves into the best possible position to make the game safe while still allowing enough time to bowl Warwickshire out for a second time.
Bamber into bowl to Kohler Cadmore. Oh, and he goes past the edge. Through to Kai Smith. Good hand from his teammates. That was a bit more like it.
27 overs tonight. They've got, and by the close, they'll be looking to have extended that lead into a very healthy 200, 250 lead by the end of the close of play tonight.
They'd love to sleep on a lead of 250, I think. 250 or more.
Yeah.
If Kohler Cadmore bats the 27 overs, that's certainly reachable as this one comes off a thick outside edge down to third. Hannon Dolby does the fielding. And the score goes to 7 without loss. The Bears have got to find a way of gaining some control and not allowing things to get away from them too quickly.
Yep.
Alex Davis, that's his challenge as captain. It's almost a bit like a one-day game you've got to strangle. About to do an update for listeners to BBC Radio WM and BBC CWR, then I'll try and sort out our situation for background noise. Try and get some, would be a good thing. As Bamber approaches once more to Davey, who pushes out in the offside. He shouts loudly no to his teammate as Jacob Bethel comes round to do the fielding. And it's 7 without loss at the end of the over. This is Richard Wilford at Edgbaston, where Warwickshire have been bowled out for 351 on the third day of this championship match against Somerset. They did just avoid the follow-on, though, because they got the deficit down to 147. If it had been 150, they could have been asked to bat again. Somerset now need to score quick runs if they're going to set a target into day 4. They're 7 without loss and lead by 154.
Oliver Hannon Dolby is going to take the new ball from the Birmingham end. As Richard is going to go out and try and resolve the mic, the effects mic, which is on the balcony outside of the studio. If he has a battery. And it's going to be Tom Cadmore who will be facing as Hannon Dolby with a pigeon right immediately behind his head at the non-striker's end as he comes charging, running away from the pigeon and bowls, and Kohler Cadmore runs it away into backward point, and there's no run. Jacob Bethel does the fielding. It's greyed up a little bit this last hour, lots of blue sky, and just been blanketed out by some fairly dark cloud at the moment blowing across from the east as we look, or from the west in actual fact, but to our left, as Hannon Dolby in Kohler Cadmore waits, bat held high, drives this one but straight to mid-wicket, and there's no run. One slip in play, so Warwickshire starting this one in a protective mood. They've awkward one here for Davis because he can't over attack whilst he needs to get wickets. He also has to keep an eye on that scoreboard, which is already showing 7 runs on it from the first over and a lead of 154, which is effectively 154 for no wicket. That's Hannon Dolby in, and Kohler Cadmore cuts this one but straight to Simmons, who's out in the covers, who goes across and makes a good stop, just moving across to his left, gets both hands to it, prevents the run. So Kohler Cadmore, who has got 2, anxious by the look of it to get that board moving. These two, remember, in the first innings had that terrific opening partnership of 186, Cola Cadmore making 104, as Hannah Dolby is into him and bowls, and Cola Cadmore was got hold of that one, and that's gone flashing away through the offside and down to the fence. So boundary to Cola Cadmore. He moves on to 6 already, and the total to 11 with that. Just picked it up and fired it away, and Chase Simmons there, but all he could do is went like a rocket across the ground. Most of the area it was covering was the wickets, and it was running away and into the fence. Richard is back. Has the look of a man who's not found a great deal of success out there with that.
Oh, you can hear now, can't you?
You can hear it, yeah.
I'm not sure that the microphone was the fault. I think it was something with shorting in here, which is exciting.
This one is down the leg side. Kai Smith is standing up to it, and it has gone down off the pad, down to the very fine leg boundary. Cadmore's indicating he got a little bat on that. It's been signalled as leg byes. Tom Collar Cadmore sort of bent the bat back at umpire Lloyd and said, as if to say, no, I touched that one, but it has gone down as extras. The total is 15 without loss. There was no chance there for Kai Smith, who's standing up, to be able to stop that one. It just was very, very fine. Whatever it did hit and deflect, Smith had got no chance of cutting that off. It's Hannah Dobby, the last ball of his opening over. He's in and bowls, and Colin Cadmore covers up, runs it up to Alec Davis at mid-off, and there's no run. 15 without loss up to 2.
Contrast of the two teams and the way they've bowled and fielded is that straight away the Bears' plans don't look so tight. They're not bowling to the lines that back up those plans that they have come up with. And unfortunately they have been second best for much of this game, and home form has been disappointing.
Has been for a couple of years now, though, Richard, hasn't it?
Yeah.
Was hopes that this year it was going to be different, but it really frustrates, I think, a lot of the regulars who come to watch.
Ethan Bamber coming into bowl to Josh Davey. It's full, he gets a big edge that's flying down towards third. It bounces about 2/3 of the distance and then hops along the ground towards Ollie Hannah Dolby, but he's trying to hit that through mid-wicket and puts it through third man. He goes to 6, does Davey. 16 without loss. Of course they're coming out batting with purpose here. The lead is 163. If they lost a couple of quick wickets, they can dig in and make sure they don't get themselves into trouble. But it is interesting to see how easy or not it is to try and score quickly on this surface, because that will also dictate a little bit about their declaration when it comes tomorrow. As this is turned off his pads by Colin Cadmore. Simmons around from long leg.
I think they will have been encouraged by the way that ball was. Jack Leach was getting something out of the wicket, and also, even though he only bowled a couple of overs, Archie Vaughan there was getting something as well. So I think that would encourage.
Yes, although the wicket he took was an absolutely narrow, straight delivery that Shane Simmons played inside.
The ball before he could have got a wicket. Let's give him a bit of credit for turning one.
That's a better line of length from Bamber outside off stump through to the wicket keeper, and there's no run.
You're suggesting then that ball may not have got one of the upper order batsmen out.
Yeah, I think there's a real possibility that there were a couple of balls from Leach that were peaches, not least the one that got Hayne just before tea. In fact, tea came slightly early as a result of it, that turned from a really proper spinner's length, and it was an authentic edge. Not a lot that Hayne could do about that. Bamber in forward. Here's Davey pushes it out into the offside, and no run. At the Test match, they are back playing in England at 283 for 4. They need 88 more to win. There's still quite a few overs left. Root has 22 and Stokes 19. Bumrah is getting through quite a workload, which is interesting. The more they work Bumrah in that match, the more you wonder whether he plays at Edgbaston. He's not used to that level of work rate. He's the best fast bowler in the world right now. As Bamber is steered towards mid-wicket. Latham does the fielding. 17 without loss.
The indications were pre-match that he would play the first and miss the second, but it depends, I think, what the result is on that. They might change their minds on that.
He is a true attack leader, isn't he?
Yeah. Yes, it does look a bit thin with respect to the others, but he does. He's their main strike by a long, long way.
Bamber approaches once more, and again he's strayed onto the pads, and Davey helps himself to a single. 18 without loss after 3. Somerset lead by 165. I keep on looking at the game at Trent Bridge, waiting to welcome the first double 100 of the day. Finley Bean is very, very close to it now. On 199, he's been batting for 133 overs.
448 balls that comes to. He's faced.
Yes, well, yes.
With 353 of them dots. So that's
there he is. He's got to 200.
He's there
on his 450th ball with a 6 and 27 fours. But I mean, they've been looking for a partner for Adam Lyth for a while, and Finley Bean's had a couple of injury issues. But Yorkshire have had a tough season so far. Very competitive in that game against Notts.
Here, ex-Yorkshireman Oliver Hannon-Dolby starts his second over in and bowls, and Josh Davey pushes this one back as he crouches down and sort of pushes at it, and then whips one hand off the bat as if to say, well, that hurt, but I don't think that anywhere near it, but it's just jarred the handle. Sometimes that happens. Anyway, he's fine. He spins the bat and waits as Hannon-Dolby comes back in. Just the one slip in place. There's a cover point, an extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. Man out on the square leg boundary and the fine leg. As Hannon-Dolby in, and this one, Davey again plays back to Hannon-Dolby. Just playing defensively. 18 without loss. Overall lead up to 165.
Alex Davis needs a decent opening burst here from Hannon-Dolby. I mean, a wicket or two would slow things down clearly. But also, he'd like to think that his most experienced bowler can keep things reasonably tight for him.
Dolby in bowls, this is turned away through square. They just get a single, that's all. Josh Davey just ambles through for the single. 19 without loss.
Among the day's Centurions today, Cameron Bancroft for Gloucestershire, making a good fist of things in the second innings against Derbyshire. They were 211 behind on first innings, but they're 286 for 3. Century for Luke Wells, 152 for Lancashire against Kent. Josh Bohannon is 98 not out, and Ashton Turner 80 not out. Lancashire 435 for 3, lead by 61 against Kent.
This is Tom Kohler-Cadmore who waits as Hannon-Dolby comes in and bowls, and Kohler-Cadmore defends up to Chase Simmons at mid-on, and there's no run. The crowd, which I think has thinned down a bit since the end of the Warwickshire innings. There wasn't a huge crowd here today. I think it's been a bit disappointing, the crowd in this game. Here we are in June. There's only two, after this match, only 2 more championship games this season at Edgbaston. This one is played nicely by Kohler-Cadmore down to the deep mid-wicket boundary, but that just prevents it being any more than just a single.
There's been a lot of cricket to watch here in recent weeks. A whole bunch of T20. I think they've already played 5 of their 7 home games, something like that. But also the one-day international test match coming up in a week or so.
Yeah, there's the test match, then there's some Legends, the Legends competition, which was here for the first time last year. That's back here with 2 or 3 games here in July. Hannon-Dolby in bowls, and this is played out into the offside, just dropped down into the offside. No run there. End of another over. 20 without loss. 4 overs.
Then those players who aren't involved in the 100 will decamp to Rugby School for the home games, of 3 of the home games in that tournament.
Yep. And just got the 1 here at Edgbaston.
Did you go to any of the games at Rugby last
I went to
year?
all 3, yeah, with commentators.
How were
on all
they?
3. Excellent. Really enjoyed them. We were lucky. The weather was fantastic. There were good crowds. That makes a huge difference to the outgrounds.
Yeah.
Because one of the problems, once it rains in an outground, there is absolutely nowhere to get under cover.
No.
But we were very, very fortunate. The cricket was good. Nottinghamshire and Surrey both cracking games. And then this year, the 3 in a week. I know 1 or 2 have moaned a little bit.
As this ball is driven, as Bamber begins a new over, Colin Cadmore can't penetrate the field on this occasion.
It's not the easiest place to get to, rugby, but the setting is absolutely superb. And they have promised to put more food outlets on this year for those who did go. And
Oh, okay.
it was very thin last year.
You can ask.
If you didn't like burgers, then I'm afraid there was only 1 stall.
You can ask for nothing more than learning from experience. Short ball pulled round the corner, fine for 4. He didn't get a lot on it, Colin Cadmore, but because he got it so fine, it whistles away. And he won't mind. It was productive. 12 without loss. 12 for Kim, rather, 24 without loss. The lead 171. The sun is out, it's shining on Somerset, and they are trying to make the most of the situation they've put themselves in. They would have loved to enforce the follow-on, and that would have been the best possible route to trying to win this game, albeit with some weary seamers at that point. But now they will try and rattle along as quickly as they can.
Yes, so that will be something to look forward to in August.
Bamber in, back of a length, cut into the offside. It ricochets off the body of Corey Rocchicholi, but that does at least prevent the single. He's been decent in the field. He's going out to the boundary now, though. So they're going to allow the single out there. And that, I mean, they have got to try and cut off the scoring to some extent, but
Yeah.
it's a very spread field now. And even if they happily tick along at 4 or 5 and over, they're going to put themselves in a very strong position by the close of play. Bamber driven, this could be a chance, and he's holed out Colin Cadmore to Ed Barnard at mid-on. And that can slow things down a little bit. Somerset 24 for 1, Colin Cadmore gone for 12.
I suppose that's always one of the risks you have with Tom Colin Cadmore. The first innings, he batted beautifully, hit the ball cleanly. This time, he knows he's probably played a loose shot, almost trying to get on with it, just perhaps a little bit too quickly. And in the end, a loose drive gets straight at Ed Barnard, who took the ball at sort of just above shoulder height. But an early breakthrough for Warwickshire, but effectively it's still a good start. It's effectively 171 for 1, so
Yeah.
you know, in true perspective, it wasn't the end of the world from Somerset's point of view.
The Bears have got to keep Somerset batting as long as possible, though. That will be
Yep.
at the heart of what they're going to try and achieve, as Tom Lammonby comes out fresh from his first innings 100, and then halfway out decides he's quite properly clad, and just organises some of his padding in certain areas. And you can be certain they are those certain areas, yeah. Those ones. 24 for 1. Ethan Bamber, who didn't get a lot of reward in the first innings, will be delighted to get a wicket in the second.
That's right. He got just the 1 for 82, didn't he, in the first innings? That, his 25th wicket of the season.
And not too many of them with a lofted drive to mid-on, but you take what you get.
Yeah, exactly. So it's been a successful move for him from Middlesex. I think he's... I think 1 or 2 people sort of looked and thought, well, if he's not a regular in the Middlesex side, you know, how is he going to be fit into the Warwickshire side in Division 1? But he's actually, I think he's done a very good job this year.
Well, I mean, they'd had to have not have seen him play to think that, really. I mean, he's bowled very well here before, hasn't he, when he's been?
Well, he got 5 for last time he played.
Yeah. He's coming in round the wicket to bowl to Lammonby, who dabs it out into the offside. Sam Hain comes to do the fielding. That was a very neat flick up with his right boot. I'm keeping a close eye on Sam because he is due to be one of this week's guests on the Bears Pod Blast, which shall be live this Thursday on BBC Radio WM between 6 and 7, and then from the following morning you'll be able to hear the full recorded version on BBC Sounds. If you just put in the word Pod Blast, you'll pick up all of this year's episodes so far. I think we're 4 down, 4 to go as Bamber is in again. This is a much better line from him, defended out in the offside. Good over that from Ethan Bamber. 24 for 171 the lead.
That's Thursday, is it, when it's live?
Thursday, it's live on Thursday.
Oh, that's a pity. I'm in Sussex.
Well, yeah, but the joy is that you can listen to it on BBC Sounds. So, you can hear it on your mobile phone or your smart speaker.
Yeah.
Always go to BBC Sounds. It's always got, I mean, I've known Phil the best part of 20 years, and he's always been so supportive of the Pod Blast, which he accidentally heard some of it the other day for the first time.
Only because it came on when the commentary broke down for the T20.
Oh, when the technicals decided to play.
They played your
games with
podcast,
us.
yeah.
No, that was deliberately there in case such things happened.
What did you do? Did you pull the plug out so they could hear the
No,
podcast?
I'd rather they could hear the T20 at the time, yeah.
Alan Dolby starting a new over. He's in, and Josh Davies across his stumps and pushing it up to mid-off.
I mean, who wouldn't want to hear Jake Lintott talking about Clarkson's farm? Who wouldn't want to know what George Garton's dad did for a living that should have given him a helping hand on a quiz and really didn't?
Well, I know all these things because I listened to the cast. I know he was a bookmaker.
That's because you accidentally heard that particular episode.
Yeah, well, that was more than
Would Ed Barnard rather be a bear or a pear? That's been answered on this series.
Here's Hannon Dolby in and pushes this one up to Chase Simmons at mid-off.
How many theme parks are within easy reach of Laura Harris's house in the Gold Coast? These are the things that you need to know. How long would it take her to drive to Wet and Wild? I tell you though, it's an eclectic show. It's an eclectic show.
That puts me in a slightly difficult position answering that one. When about how, not even recognising, I made a mistake. I didn't recognise her in the photograph as Hannon Dolby is in, and this one is pushed into the onside. And there's no
yes, I don't want to give too many details. She was in a photo with myself, Ollie Hannon Dolby, and Richard Gleeson, who we've all agreed universally at our place is a handsome bloke. And Laura Harris was in the photo, and all I'm going to say, Phil, I'm not going to reveal who you thought she was, but I would point out, I'm going to say this: Laura Harris is 34, Phil.
My eyesight's not so good, Richard.
No. It's a very clear photo, though, wasn't it?
Bad light from a distance, I'm going to put that one. And Dolby in and bowls, and this is turned past through mid-wicket down to the fence, but just for a single. So the ball is picked up and returned.
You would also you'd find out whether Laura Harris prefers AFL or NRL. Honestly, I'm just going to throw out initials and see what Aussie rules.
Or NRL.
NRL is rugby league, National Rugby League in Australia.
Right, I didn't know that.
Yeah, I like a bit of NRL.
To be honest, I suppose I'm not entirely certain I care.
Yeah, but you see, Can't Care was made to care.
Okay. 25 for 1. Somerset leading by 172. That's Hannon Dolby in and bowls, and this is run away into the gully by Lamby, left-handed Tom Lamby, who first innings made 133. So we got rid of one centurion from the first innings and brought another one to the wicket.
So I don't know what I'm going to ask Sam Hain this week, but he's one of our OGs, because he came to the filming that we did before the first ever series when we did Three Bears in a Boat over at Bartley Green Reservoir.
I can remember you telling me about that one. And Dolby in bowls and it's left outside the off stump. There's no run. End of another over. It's 25 for 1 and the lead 172. I remember that Three Bears in a Boat. It was that was one of the very early ones, wasn't it?
We did some pre-filming before the first series, and it was Ollie, who's been co-host all the way through, Sam Hain, and Josh Poysden, the leg spinner.
Yep.
Lovely lad, Josh.
Yeah, we saw Josh. Was it last season he came at one?
Well, he's an agent now, isn't he?
Yes, I think he is. Yeah.
I think he's Sam's agent, funny enough. The following year, we did Three Bears and a Dog at Birmingham Dogs Home, which is brilliant, absolutely brilliant place. And 3 of them brought their dogs with them to do a sort of assault course thing. As Ethan Bamber comes in to bowl a new over, and Davey pushes out in the offside. So Ollie with Toby, who's such a lovely, daft, tall dog. You know, not saying anything about owners and their dogs. Tim Ambrose with his delightful pug, Frank the Tank. And Adam Hose with his little yappy dog called Isla.
So they get dogs really to suit personalities.
I think they do. I think they do.
It's almost like the caricatures you see of owner and dog.
If you had a dog, it wouldn't listen to its friend's podcast. As Ethan Bamber comes in, and off the back foot, Davey pushes the ball up to mid-off, and there's no run.
I think if I had a dog, Richard, it wouldn't last in that too long. We have the village I live in. I think you have to own a dog to live there these days.
So they haven't turfed you out yet.
Oh, I'm afraid constantly having to go and ask people to take their dog off our lawns.
Oh. It's because you keep them so immaculate. Bamber to Davey, forward resolutely in defence. They've pegged the scoring rate back since the departure of Kohler Cadmore. It's always lively. And Kohler Cadmore's at the crease.
Yes, it had a feel of limited overs cricket in those first 2 or 3 overs with Tom Kohler Cadmore playing some shots. But it's just quietened down a bit. Still plenty of overs remaining in the day. We're going to be here late this evening.
Yeah, it's all gone a bit 10 to 7, hasn't it? As Bamber is driven into the offside, but Rocchiccioli moves across to his right at extra cover to field.
We'll bring Anthony in to replace me at the end of the over.
Michael Goff, who's very active in the follow-through circles today, is just having a look at where Ethan Bamber is going after he releases the ball.
Yes, he had a good old go, didn't he? Pretorius when he was bowling, and now he's just having a look down this end.
Pretorius was eventually officially warned.
Yes.
Bamber to Davey, just defends on off stump.
When you get an official warning, just make this clear at this point, it only lasts for that innings, doesn't it? Or does it last for that game?
It's a really good question, and I really appreciate you asking it.
I got a shrug of the shoulders to my left.
And what we're going to do is we're going to tease the audience with that, and eventually we'll come up with an answer as soon as somebody who knows gives it us to.
Yeah, well, I'm coming off air, so somebody can. I'm sure.
Oh, you can look it up then. Excellent. Yeah. No, that's good.
And I shall keep it to myself.
Bamber into Davey off the inner half of the bat. He steers the ball through square leg out to Sam Hain for a single. That was the only run off that over. 7 gone, 26 for 1. They lead by 173. Phil Britt is making way for Anthony Gibson. That may not be the last of Phil, because this is going to be a long session. So once I've done my 6 o'clock report, he may return. Now, England 302 for 5 have lost Ben Stokes for 33 off the bowling of Jadeja. They need a further 69 to win. I don't know how many overs are left, but it's getting tense. Root is there on 27. Jamie Smith, who's on a pair, is next to come out to bat. So, Somerset 173 in front. 9 wickets remaining. 20 overs left today. 3 and over will get them to 233 in front. Anthony Gibson.
Oliver Hannon-Dalby in from the Birmingham end to Josh Davey, who just pushes this into the offside. It was a shame that Tom Kohler-Cadmore holed out. I was rather looking forward to him whacking the ball around the ground. But
I thought it was cracking that he got out. It slowed the run rate down neatly.
It has. It's also slowed the excitement rate down.
Well, there's nothing at the moment. If you're looking at it from a perspective of a Bears member, I mean, grinding out a draw from here would be fabulous.
Yeah, I shouldn't be too difficult either. Witness the field that we've got here. Hannon-Dalby in and bowls to Josh Davey. Plays that comfortably enough defensively with just the one slip. And how many have we got out on the boundary? 1, 2, 3 boundary riders. The others saving one.
So if this was, say, match 13 in the season, and one of these teams, or more than one of these teams, was either battling to win the title or battling against relegation, then you might have a bit of collusion and the captains might come up with something. And I think it'd be really, really hard to work out what that something is in terms of a target in overs.
On this pitch, very difficult. Hannon-Dalby in and bowls and gets that one to bounce on Josh Davey. It's the second time he's just taken his bottom hand off the bat handle to one that's got a little bit of extra bounce about it from Hannon-Dalby.
So the added experience of the Somerset bowling attack and their ability to bowl to a plan means they have out-bowled and out-batted Warwickshire over the first 3 days.
They out-bowled Warwickshire this morning when the ball was reversing. When the ball wasn't reversing, as yesterday afternoon when Warwickshire finished on 158 for 1, I didn't think there was much in it between the two attacks. This is turned into the onside and it won't get a run as Tom Latham picks up at mid-wicket.
But what they were able to do, apart from the little flurry from Roccaccioli, is that they were able to keep the lid on the scoring rate. So the field that they'd set made it very hard for Sam Hain to keep the scoreboard ticking over. It was a very smart field that they had with those 3 close fielders on the leg side.
Again, that was with the old ball. When the new ball was taken, batting looked pretty straightforward again, as it has done in this Somerset second innings. Hannon-Dalby in and bowls. Oh, it bowls in! Good delivery from Hannon-Dalby. Came back between bat and pad and knocked out the off stump of Josh Davey. Good piece of bowling. It was a little bit quicker, I think, from Hannon-Dalby. He bent his back there and took Josh Davey by surprise. And he's gone for 10, and Somerset 26 for 2, lead by 173 with 8 wickets in their second innings remaining.
The natural angle of the delivery did part of it, but there was just that little bit of movement off the seam. And I know earlier Dermot was saying that any movement there's been in this game has been in the air. I think that was certainly true when the ball was reversing. But on that occasion, as you rightly described it, Anthony, that did, I mean, it wasn't a full jag, but it has cut back off the seam and therefore hit the top of off stump. Reward for Hannon-Dalby, a bit like Ethan Bamber, it's only his second wicket of the match. But it just keeps Somerset a little bit honest this evening. The worst case scenario for Somerset is they find themselves 50 for 5, and you know, tomorrow might be a bright sunny day and a target of 250, 300 might be very manageable. They've just got to be careful. It's often the case, isn't it, in the third innings of a match, you have to be that little bit careful.
You do, especially if you're Somerset, because they are collapse prone.
Well, the Bears had a classic one at Chelmsford last year where they utterly dominated the first innings and then threw the whole match away on the second or third evening when they had a batting collapse against a good attack, of course. But the game changed radically during that period.
Well, up at the Oval, Somerset, this was in April, made 283. Surrey replied with 367, and so Somerset were only 80-odd behind. They went out in their second innings and soon found themselves 38 for 7.
Oh my word.
And they eventually got up to 119 and were beaten by 8 wickets. So it's Hannon-Dalby though to the left-handed James Rue, who turns this into the onside for his first run. 27 for 2. James Rew hasn't had a great game with the gloves. Mr. Stumping last evening and Mr. Catch this afternoon. So, and he got out to a poor shot when he looked well set in the first innings as well. So he will want to get some runs under his belt. That's the end of that over. Successful one for Ollie Hannon-Dalby, who has figures of 4 overs, 1 for 8.
It is one of the delights and quirks of cricket that you can quite rightly say that James Rew wasn't as tidy with the gloves as he'd like to be, and yet he claimed 5 catches in that innings. But you're right, you know, there were a couple that were put down, difficult chances, but ones that he would want to take, whether it be the stumping miss, whether it be the catch where he got his hand under the ball but really didn't get the glove at the right angle. He will want to set that as his standard if he's of course got England ambitions. And now he's got a chance to try and set the plate for his team. He's on 1. Ethan Bamber coming in round the wicket to him. And he defends the ball out and towards mid-wicket.
Yes, of course, he was in the England squad for the Zimbabwe test.
Yeah.
As backup to Jamie Smith, really, as much as anything. But
I think he was.
But even so, it showed how close he is to England selection.
He's sort of in that category with Jacob Bethel as sort of next cab off the rank in terms of batters. Of course, he's partly because he's got that positivity about the way that he plays. As he dinks this off his pads in towards the leg side. Latham comes round to do the fielding. I've never seen him look quite so active in the field. Tom Latham.
Well, he's normally standing at first slip, isn't he?
Yeah. He's on the move today. 27 for 2. Yeah, but even in T20, he's not frenetic in the field. Bamber, slightly slower ball, held that back, but he's forward route and is able to defend it. Head into the offside. A lot of people walking around in studs underneath where our microphone is perched outside. It's really quite peculiar. Not used to hearing studs to that extent. Because it's not hanging far over the players' balcony area. Bamber to Rew, deflects, probably just pad. There's an appeal for LBW. It would have struggled to hit a second set. And they'll come through for 2, and Michael Goff will say that those are off an inside edge by the look of it.
Yeah.
29 for 2, that'll be. And Rew is up to 3.
And the lonely gull has returned. A gull that was described by Phil Britt as a pigeon. And
oh, he wouldn't have liked that.
The gull did not like that, I can tell you that. He's a lesser black-backed gull.
There's a good ball angled in towards middle and leg that Rew covers behind. We don't generally get many pigeons around this area of the pavilion, except, and I will always make this assertion and people always say that I'm mad, but the biggest congregation of pigeons we get each season is when Surrey are here, and I'm pretty sure they're Surrey members. Because of course at the Oval, it's pigeons a go-go.
Yeah.
But yeah, so that when Surrey are here, traditionally we get pigeons around the commentary area. Bamber full, walking through his defensive shot is Rew. Decent over from Ethan Bamber, apart from that one ball that he dragged onto Rew's pads. 29 for 2 off 9 overs. Alex Davis's first desire for his team was to hold back the scoring rate of Somerset.
Oh, look, there are pigeons. No sooner said than they appear.
Well, you see, yeah, but I can explain that. Surrey's match at Worcester finished earlier today.
So
they've come up here to see the tail end of today's play. So I'm pretty sure I recognise one of those pigeons as well.
There's 5 of them up the far end of the ground.
Yeah. Yeah, very good. Yeah.
Right. Suddenly I see Oliver Hannon-Dalby.
Was that a reference for my for my Katie Tunstall gig last night?
Well, I thought, you know.
That was good. Phil's still got no idea who she is.
At Katie Tunstall at the Albert Hall. Here's Oliver Hannon-Dalby at Edgbaston and turned into the onside by Tom Lammonby. Now tell me, what does KT stand for?
She's called Katie.
No, she's not.
She is.
Oh, she is she?
Yeah, no, her
So
name.
it's
yeah.
so it's she's just converted Katie into
She
KT.
has. Yeah,
I
she is
see.
called Katie.
Right.
It was a lovely night. It was both the 20th anniversary of her debut album, Eye to the Telescope, which she played in full in the first half, and it was also her 50th birthday, literally last night. So she'd booked the Royal Albert Hall 3 years ago, so she could have her 50th birthday party there. So in the second half, it was star guests with her singing backing vocals for them.
Yeah, lovely. Here's Hannon-Dalby into James Rue. Drives pleasantly away through the offside, 4 runs. That's a classic James Rue shot, that. With the absolutely ramrod straight bat through the offside. Brings him 4, takes him on to 7, takes the score into 34 for 2. So who were the special guests?
Well, in the first half, for the last song of the first half, which is Black Horse and Cherry Tree, which
was her first hit, wasn't it?
A first hit, because she came on as a guest at the last second onto a TV show. So the man who introduced her that day came on to introduce the song, which was Jules Holland.
All right.
And he played piano for that bit of the performance as well. But since he introduced her on that show, they'd found her in a pub. And she came in on the day. They'd seen her perform in a pub. But she's lodged with him, she's toured with him, so they're big friends.
Here's Hannon-Dalby to Rue. Just lets this run off the face of his bat down into the gully, where it's not fielded cleanly by Ed Barnard, but no harm done. And is she a Midlands girl?
No, she's from St Andrews in Fife.
Oh, is she?
She is indeed, sings with a Scottish accent. But I first saw her when the album came out 20 years ago in a little club in Birmingham. So it meant a lot to see her last night.
Is it really 20 years since Black Horse and a Cherry Tree? Doesn't time fly?
It does, doesn't it?
Might hang rather heavily tomorrow, though, in this game of cricket, as this is turned into the onside by Rue for another single. Moves on to 8:35 for 2. I think Somerset's priority here is to make the game safe. I don't think they're going to offer any sort of carrot to Warwickshire.
I think what we've seen, even within this 45 minutes that Somerset have been batting, is that I don't think it's easy to score quickly.
No.
If the bowlers choose to cut it off, and as you pointed out, the fields will be much more run-saving. There's only a slip and everybody else is in a run-saving position, whether it be on the boundary or whether it be 25 yards deep.
Hannon-Dalby loses his run-up, just runs past umpire Graham Lloyd.
Yeah, that might have been a gust.
Yeah. Craig Overton had to stop midway through one of his deliveries this morning with a strong gust of wind, and that's when the umpires called for the heavier bails, which are now firmly in place. We've got another 17 overs this evening, so we're going to be here until nearly 7 o'clock, I think.
Yeah. Neither team has got through their overs rapidly.
No. Hannon-Dalby purposefully in from the Birmingham end, and Tom Lammonby tucks that off his hip out into the leg side, where Jacob Bethel fields. Unusual to see Jacob Bethel back on the boundary. And in 4-day cricket, he's a very, very good boundary rider in white ball cricket.
He is, yeah. He has taken some extraordinary catches in the deep. There was one full-length diving catch on the long-on boundary at Headingley 2 years ago that kind of marked him out as a bit special. He was still a teenager then. He wasn't able to bowl during that season due to a stress fracture in his back, and he's diving full length to take boundary catches.
Well, didn't get many runs today.
No.
But hit one wonderful straight drive as Rue covers up and plays it back to the bowler with no apparent effort whatsoever. He almost sort of flicked it over the straight boundary. Beautiful timing. But he got a short one from Craig Overton, which he tried to hook and got a bottom edge through to James Rue. At least that was the umpire's opinion. Not sure that Jacob Bethel entirely agreed with it, but he didn't show any obvious dissent.
Yeah,
He just looked at the umpire with an expression of surprise on his face.
I think he did stop short of dissent. There was some discussion in the press box about that upstairs.
No, I wouldn't say that was dissent.
I think the balance of probability, he probably did get a touch on it. It's, I don't think he felt he had, but. Replays are inconclusive, but you know, you said that something. There was a noise. I'm not sure what else the noise could have been.
Yeah, that's what Dermot Reeves said, because of the nature of the shot, being a horizontal bat shot. The ball wasn't near any of his.
No, and the bat wasn't touching the ground or anything like that. No. So Bamber's going to bowl the 6th over. Lammonby is on 2. Hasn't seen much of the strike since he came in, so he pushes forward defensively. For the vocal minority, the 1% who want to know the rest of the answer to the question of which are the big... If Jules Holland doesn't cut it. Yeah. So in the second half, she was joined for 2.5 songs. I won't explain why it's 2.5. But by Mel C, Sporty Spice, who has got a very good voice, to be fair. So they did one of her songs and a cover, which was good. Bamber once more to Lammonby, neatly worked off his pads down towards long leg, and Alan Dolby for a single. 3 to Lammonby, 37 for 2. She was then replaced on stage by former Neighbours actress turned singer Natalie Imbruglia, who did her song Torn, and then they duetted on Holding Out for a Hero.
Oh, yeah. Bonnie Tyler.
Exactly that, Bonnie Tyler. As the floodlights come on here at Edgbaston. We were then treated to Rick Astley.
Gracious.
Who, for the second song, went on drums, and they duetted doing AC/DC's Highway to Hell. Wasn't expecting that. Well, I'm told that is his party piece. Yeah. Bamber to Rue, driving nicely, but won't get beyond Sam Hain at mid-off. And then the final treat was a knight of the realm and rock superstar at the tender age of 81. She was joined by Acton's finest, Sir Roger Daltrey. And that was just for the final song, when it seemed like the night was over, and they sang, and I'm using that slightly generously, Won't Get Fooled Again. Bamber in to Rue, angled down towards 3rd for a single. Shay Simmons moves across.
And is he still recognisable as himself, Roger Daltrey?
He remains...
At the age of 81?
He does remain resolutely a good-looking fella.
Yeah, good.
Yeah, he does. And he was very pleased to be there. The after party must have been quite something. It really must have been. But it's really, you know, she just wanted it to feel like a proper birthday party, and it did. And I was delighted to be there. When you followed somebody for 20 years, it's just nice to be there while they party. As Lammonby awaits, and it's turned towards mid-wicket. And a rather splendid hour before the gig, just sitting on the steps in front of the Albert Memorial. It was a lovely afternoon.
Yeah. Watching
pedestrians trying to get across the pavement or the pathway at Hyde Park, which is full of cyclists, particularly at that time of day. And it really is, it's like a computer game, watching people trying to get across.
Well, they go so fast these days, the cyclists as well.
Yeah.
Quite a lot of them with electric bikes.
Yes, there were quite a few of those. Bamber full, driven, one bounce into his follow-through, picks up, threatens to roll the ball at the stumps, but Lammonby has his back foot neatly pinned inside his crease. 11 overs gone, 16 to go. The light might just curtail things. 38 for 2 Somerset. They won't want it curtailed. They lead by 185, although they'll be a little wary of the wickets column.
Yeah, I mean, we went to, what did we go to, 6:45 last evening without the light being a problem, so...
Did you have the floodlights on yesterday when I wasn't here?
Yeah, they came on at about the same time as they've come on today, but the light was a bit better, I would say, this time yesterday afternoon than it is now. Just some heavier clouds drifting across the ground at the moment.
Yeah, it's filling in a bit to the left, although there is no precipitation in the forecast. It's not expecting it to rain, but you never quite know, do you?
185 is the Somerset lead, so 185 for 2. effectively. But we've got another 16 overs, so say 48 this evening. 230 is Hannah Dorby in and bowls, so they might be 350 ahead at lunchtime tomorrow. Give themselves that would make the game pretty much safe.
It'd be about 68 overs. For me, it then will boil down, I think, to the spinners. At that point, you almost have to put it in the hands of Leach and Vaughan.
Yes, absolutely, because you're not going to get the reverse swing until much too late in the day. As Hannah Dorby's in a bowls, and this is just short of the advancing Tom Latham. Whether that came off any part of the bat or was just off the pad, I'm not entirely sure.
I think the reaction of all of the players suggests that there was inside edge onto pad there. Rue, I've just seen a replay, is nervously looking at where it's going and then looks quite relieved. The Warwickshire players are hands on knees. Yeah. He would have been incredibly unlucky to get out that way, by the way, because a bat pad going out 20 yards is fairly unusual. But it's a little bit of a scare for Rue.
And Dorby again loses his run up.
He admitted he was struggling with the side wind during the first innings on Sunday.
Annie Chave wants to know what the gull is that's following her around in her garden. It's a herring gull, Annie. A herring gull. The most common form of gull. As Hannah Dorby's in and bowls and Rue defends. Ironically enough, one of the rarest gulls native to the British Isles is the common gull.
Oh.
I'm not sure I've ever actually seen a common gull. We get herring gulls and lesser black-backed ones down at Taunton.
So presumably then it's a herring gull that's the one that's most likely to pinch a chip when you're eating them by the coast.
They're the most likely, followed by the black-backed ones, but they're not quite so voracious. As Rue plays this defensively up the onside of the pitch, but I'm glad to gather, Annie, that you're listening.
So you're an ornithologist on the side?
No, I'm not. No. Just pick it up as I go along. The great ornithologist was John Lees, who commentated for BBC Sussex for very many years.
Yes.
Famously, when he was commentating by himself, fell asleep.
Awkward.
It's true. Here's Hannah Dorby into Rue, who just plays this quietly into the onside, and there's no run.
I've been in the odd meeting where I've been dangerously close to snoring, but
I think it was a warm day.
I do know, I'm not going to name him, but I do know of another sports broadcaster who fell asleep whilst reading a sports bulletin in the middle of the night. But he didn't fall asleep whilst he was playing a bit of audio. He actually went mid-sentence.
That's what I think John Lees did as well.
Yeah, it's like it's very odd. But, so I think he'd done a lot of shifts that week, and overnight shifts are not an easy thing to get through.
No. Well, it might be us tomorrow afternoon if Somerset bat on for too long and leave Warwickshire with nothing whatever to play for. As Hannah Dorby's in, and this is turned into the onside and fielded by Rob Yates at backward square leg. Or of course Somerset could just bat on and on and on, which they did infamously against Lancashire 3 years ago at Old Trafford.
Yeah.
And Lancashire responded by bowling all of their batsmen, and it made for a very, very tedious last day.
I think Warwickshire's demise with the bat, albeit that they avoided the follow-on, I think that might at least prevent that happening tomorrow. I think the greater likelihood is that Somerset will give themselves an outside chance at this, rather than batting through.
Yeah.
The only thing that would prevent that is if they were to lose another couple of wickets this evening, the equation becomes quite difficult. wicket each for Bamber and Helen Dolby have just made life awkward for.
Yeah, well, they're not showing much urgency, these two, are they?
I don't think they can because of that though. The light's
Yeah.
not brilliant, and Bamber and Helen Dolby have bowled quite well after a slightly shabby start, or with a swing and a miss from Lammonby, driving a touch airily there, and it was nothing more than a standard full ball outside off stump.
That's a Tom Lammonby brain fade. He does it from time to time. Firm-footed swish.
Here's a good prod at various bits of the surface in and around the area in which the ball pitched, but I don't think it did anything. Alex Davis has a word with Ethan Bamber, who since arriving for this summer has been such a willing worker. Was rested for the T20 blast. He hasn't played a lot of that in his career, to be fair. And he's back having a go on what's not been an easy surface. And he wraps his man on the pad. There's a decent shout there.
Going down.
And when I say a decent shout, they certainly weren't surprised when the umpire, Michael Goff, rejected their suggestion. And yes, it would have missed leg stump, as Anthony has said, firmly and correctly. Umpire Gibson is spot on.
We're not in a bad position to make
yeah.
the call, really.
Yeah.
I mean, we're at a fine third man, or a fine long off to a left-handed batsman, which Tom Lammonby is with the bowling from the pavilion end. Third man to a right-hander.
Ethan Bamber's being bothered by an insect, but now regathers himself. He was swishing at something and bowls just outside off stump, and that did offer to seam away just a touch, but for the start position made that not a concern for Tom Lammonby. I trust your hostelry's been good, because I had an awkward time at Taunton last year, if you may recall, in that the hotel I was staying at, the accompanying restaurant where they served breakfast was closing down that week.
Ah.
So I had a morning with no egg and a morning with no hot food at all.
Dear.
I was delighted.
Oh, breakfasts at the Plough and Harrow are fine.
Bamber in, pushing forward in defence is Lammonby, fielded by Bamber in his follow-through.
Some Somerset supporters staying there as well.
Do they make a fuss of you?
It's a very friendly, old-fashioned hotel. It makes a change from the the brand of hotel that uses a lot of purple in their branding, which is where I usually end up staying.
Yes. There's a case for consistency, but there's also a case for the occasional quirk and homely pleasure. Bamber in, very straight in defence this time, Lammonby.
And it's a very handy location as well, because you've got very good bus service down into Birmingham city centre. It's only about 10 minutes away. And just up the road is a surviving milestone, which says Birm 1.
Birm 1.
Birm 1.
And just below it, it says Brentford 0.
It's just a little bit of old Birmingham in the midst of all of the high-rise and modern buildings.
Bamber round the wicket again, left alone outside off stump, bowls a maiden.
Although next to the hotel, almost next door neighbour, is the Birmingham Oratory. There is the shrine to Saint Cardinal Newman, as was John Henry Newman, who was sanctified back in, I'm trying to think when it was, back in the 1950s, I think.
Oh, I think he got beatified in more recent years with a visit of a pope about 15 years ago.
Well, it could have been.
When the pope came to Birmingham.
But he is an official saint now.
Yes. Because one of the universities in Birmingham, it used to be a college, but it's upgraded now to is the Newman University Birmingham, which is over by Bartley Green Reservoir. And a lot of it is teacher training there, and then theology. You will not be surprised to learn.
Absolutely, yeah.
But yeah, not far from there in Cofton Park, the Pope visited Birmingham. I'm trying to think how many years ago. I'll look it up actually.
Was it Pope John Paul? Fancy it was, wasn't it?
I'm going to double check.
Meantime, away from matters ecclesiastical, It's Hannon Dalby bowling to James Rue, who just plays that into the onside. 38 for 2. The runs have really rather dried up in recent overs since the sad demise of Tom Kohler-Cadmore.
It was Pope Benedict who came to Cofton Park in September 2010. So
Quite
nearly
recently,
15 years ago. 50,000 people attended Mass, and Cardinal John Henry Newman was beatified.
Well, there we are. It is. We haven't got a slip now. We've got 6 saving 1, and the others on the boundary as Rue comes down the pitch and has to retreat rapidly as Tom Latham comes across from cover and shies at the stumps, but Rue safely back home. 38 for 2. We've got 13 overs remaining in the day after this, and actually the clouds look a little less dense away to the west, which is where the weather is coming from. Bit of blue sky overhead. Floodlights are on. Crowd is sparse, but the Somerset faithful who've made the trip are staying on. And Dalby bowls. This is in the air from it was a mishit from James Rue as he looked to pull that, and it's going to be signalled as a leg by, so it wasn't a mishit. It came off his pad.
It's interesting how it got there at that loop. If it didn't, if it only hit pad, I may have to intercept at this juncture. So I've got a report in the next minute, and then I will give Phil a burst if he's in the mood. Oh, he is. He's very much in the mood. I think he's going to regale us with a couple of tales about Cardinal Newman. Let's set him a challenge, isn't it? I like that. 39 for 2. Hannon Dalby in to bowl to Lammonby, who just nudges this out to point, and there's no run. Then hurled by Barnard in the general direction of Alex Davis, who's at a deep mid-on. For a while, I don't think he got it caught in one of the floodlights as he was looking for it. This is Richard Wilford at Edgbaston, where Somerset are 39 for 2 in their second innings. It's a lead of 186, but they've been held back by good opening spells here from Ethan Bamber and Ollie Hannon Dalby. Bamber rewarded with a wicket of Tom Kohler-Cadmore, the first innings Centurion, hold out to mid-on, a catch from Ed Barnard, and then a beauty that cut back from Hannon Dalby removed Josh Davey for 10. It's all become rather becalmed since then. Somerset on 39 for 2, lead by 186.
And that's just dropped out into the offside, and they go through for a comfortable single, 40 for 2. And Lammonby moves on to 4 from 18 deliveries. James Rue has had rather more of the strike. He's 9 from 22. And Lammonby came in a couple of overs before James Rue. Got 1 ball remaining in the 14th over of the Somerset innings, so they're going along at just below 3 runs and over, 2.89 to be precise. And game's not going anywhere fast at the moment, is it, Phil?
No, it's slowed down a bit since the dismissal of Davey and Kohler-Cadmore.
This is driven up to Chase Simmons at mid-off. We haven't seen Chase Simmons with ball in hand yet. It's been Bamber from the Pavilion end and Oliver Hannon Dalby from the Birmingham end. It's the end of that over, 40 for 2, and Hannon Dalby has 1 for 16 and Ethan Bamber 1 for 19.
The light is, I think, a touch better than it was 10-15 minutes ago. It was beginning to get quite gloomy. I'm wondering whether we were going to get all these overs in, but it has lifted a bit. And the floodlights obviously on, but not conscious that they're giving a huge amount of extra light out there. You can tell when they are because you normally get the shadows coming off the players.
Are they LED lights? They look as if they might be.
Yeah, I would think so.
Yeah.
I would think so. I'll be honest, Anthony, I've not been up to have a look. Bamber in and bowls, and this one is driven down to mid-off.
There is a significance in that, because LED lights do not give off heat, and it's the heat that conventional floodlights generate which causes the movement of the air, which means that when the floodlights are on, the ball will behave less predictably than when they're off.
Right.
Polly Rhodes told me that.
Right.
She's a scientist by training. Somerset scorer.
You're talking to somebody who can hardly change a light at home, so I've not got much chance here. I tend to buy the bayonet type fixings, and then we've got mostly screw fixings, which I find each time I go and change a light bulb. Single there, played down to third man, and total goes on to 41 for 2. Lambie is on to 5. James Rue is on 9. The lead extending out to 188. And it all at the moment is gone a little bit quiet and flat, hasn't it?
Yeah, it has.
Warwickshire now having a look at the ball. The two batsmen are having a long chat.
Helmet is coming
Helmet's
on.
gone. That's why they're holed up. They're waiting for the helmet to arrive.
It's been a mixed day, hasn't it? We've had periods of excitement. Somerset bowled really well this morning, getting the ball to reverse swing. They were bowling to a plan. They came out full of resolve, first thing, and then there was the spell just around tea time when Warwickshire were scrapping to save the follow-on and did so by 3 runs.
Bamber around the wicket to the left-handed Rue, who plays this one back down in front of him, and on his follow-through Bamber collects, stays on 41 for 2.
And in between we've had periods where not much has been happening.
Yes.
When Sam Hain was batting this afternoon, he looked very, very solid until Jack Leach got that one to bounce and turn out of the blue, really.
I don't think Hain could believe that it had popped in the way it did. Yes, Bamber in again, bowls. Rue drives to out into the covers for a single. There'll be 1 there, 42 for 2. So Rue goes on to 10 and Lambie is on 5. Ricciardi out there in the covers. It's been called in and then sent back again.
Well, we've got a close catcher. We've got a sort of gully.
Bamber in. Ooh, wraps him on the pads. A shout there. That.
I think it was off the bat, wasn't it?
Yeah, I thought he'd got to bat onto it. Yeah, I'm sure he got an inside edge. There's no signal at all from the umpire, Michael Goff. So yeah, the inside edge into the pads. So it was never going to get that one. 43 for 2. Just keeping an eye on the Test match where England require 30 to win with 5 wickets in hand. So that would be a remarkable chase.
Well, not that remarkable.
Well, just you.
Well,
I haven't seen that many of that size. This one is played by. Well, you're a hard man to satisfy.
No. I texted Joss Butler's father-in-law,
as you do,
yesterday evening, who said, he says, brilliant. It's about Joss. Thanks. I reckon England will chase this down. All right. That was 1839 yesterday.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But that doesn't mean Joss Butler's father-in-law isn't out there batting or anything.
No, he's not. But England are good at chasing targets in the 4th innings, and pitches do to keep getting better rather than deteriorating.
Right.
This one now is as good to bat on as it was on whenever this game started, Sunday morning.
So this pretty poor effort at Leeds. They've taken 5 days to get it.
Oh, it's been a good test match. It's been a great test match.
Well, they're coming here next. They'll be let's see how they do here next week. Here on Wednesday.
Have we got a bowling
Bowling
change?
change, yeah, Ed Barnard.
Again, things moving fairly slowly. There's long consultations going on involving Ed Barnard and 3 of his teammates. One of them the skipper, another is Annan Dalby, and the third is Tom Latham. And whatever the plan is, it's now been agreed upon. And it's going to involve Ed Barnard bowling around the wicket to the left-handed Tom Lammonby. Both of these Somerset batsmen left-handed.
No slips.
Barnard in and bowls to Lammonby, or pinch a single, just drops that down into the offside. 44 for 2, Lammonby on to 7. Got 11 overs after this one, and Jacob Bethel just doing some practice bowling actions away on the deep mid-wicket boundary, so perhaps we'll get a bit of spin. And he does tend to bowl at least one bad ball and over, Jacob Bethel, so we might get some runs being scored. Barnard bowls and Rue defends. Somerset in no obvious hurry to set Warwickshire a target. I think they'll probably just play normally tomorrow morning and see where we are at around about lunchtime. I suspect that's what Steve Kirby will say to me when I talk to him at the close of play. As Barnard is in and bowls, and this is down to long leg where Sam Hain is waiting for it. And
No
take
ball.
a single. It's a no ball.
Yes,
So that will go to 47 for 2. 1 for the run and 2 for the no ball. Steve Kirby, the Somerset bowling coach, of course, Curbs, as he's affectionately known. The Ginger Ninja.
God, he could get aggressive on the field, couldn't he?
Is Barnard to Lammonby. This time he gets just a little bit too much on that push into the offside. They think about a single, but goes too quickly to Che Simmons. And welcome to listeners on Sports Extra 2. The situation here is that Somerset in their second innings are 47 for 2. They bowled Warwickshire out for 351, which was 3 runs too late. If they bowled them out for 348, they could have enforced the follow-on. This is turned away down to long leg by Tom Lammonby for a single. Sam Hain fielding, and Somerset in their second innings have lost both of their openers. Tom Kohler-Cadmore made 20 and then holed out to Ed Barnard at mid-on, going for a lofted on drive. And Josh Davey lost his off stump to a very good delivery from Oliver Hannon-Dalby. But Lammonby's on 8 and Rue's on 11, and Barnard is bowling to Rue, who turns that into the onside. The lead Somerset have is 195, so effectively they're 195 for 2, and we've just been chatting about what sort of target Somerset might set, and I think they will be looking something well over 300, assuming that they're not bowled out. But there isn't much sign of that at the moment.
No, that doesn't seem to be on the one of the options to consider at the moment.
Could be famous last words though. It's Barnard in, bowls, Lammonby down the pitch and swings at that down the leg side. Fortunately for him, didn't get anything on it because it's neatly taken by Kai Smith, the Warwickshire wicketkeeper. It's the end of that over. We've got 11 overs remaining, and I'm Anthony Gibson from BBC Radio Somerset, and with me Phil Britt, who is the curator of the Cricket Museum here at Edgbaston. A splendid cricket museum it is too.
And it is going to be Jacob Bethel into the attack for the first time in this innings. His first change in the first innings, and he ended up on his first bowl in the championship this season. He ended up bowling 17 overs, taking a couple of wickets for 59, and he's going to be bowling from the pavilion end to Tom Lammonby. And this game, just at the moment, is sort of just drifting very slightly. It started off, as you'd expect. Tom Calder-Cadmore came out with a real purpose, but after he was dismissed, things have really quietened down a little bit, and they've tickled along without really being hugely aggressive.
Meandering is the word. Meandering.
Those 3 runs which Warwickshire managed to escape the follow-on, it could be very critical in the way this game actually going into tomorrow, because I think had there been that option allowed for Somerset, we don't know whether they would have taken it or not, but to get a result you would think it was likely they would have to enforce it and then hope to get through Warwickshire a second time.
Somerset, someone on Facebook, on the Somerset official Facebook supporters group, said that it might be a blessing in disguise because Somerset seamers, they've put a lot of work in already, and at least it will save them from a lot more work today, and that in what was probably never going to be a winning cause.
Here's Bethel. First delivery is just stroked away out into the offside. Chase Simmons comes in off the boundary, at the cover boundary, to do the fielding. And Lammonby gets a single. He goes on to 9, so it goes to 49 for 2.
And certainly with Craig Overton's workload has to be managed because of his long-term back problems. So they're not going to be flogging themselves into the ground.
Bethel in bowls, and this one is whipped away through down through backward square leg, just swept away. There's Alan Dolby's there, but ball was past him and like a tracer and down to the fence. That brings up the 50 for Somerset. So Rue goes to 50 and 53 for 2, and the lead is exactly 200.
I suppose there's a bit of rivalry between Jacob Bethel and James Rue, isn't there?
What, for the position?
Well, they're both sort of on the fringe of the England team, aren't they? And if there was to be an injury, one or the other almost certainly would fill it.
Absolutely. That's Bethel. Comes in past umpire Goff and bowls. And Rue, that one turns into Rue. That one bounced and turned, and Rue was there, I think, caught into one of the footmarks and just got a bit of bounce and turn, and it would have gone over the top of the stumps and by quite some way, but a little bit of encouragement for the young Warwickshire spinner. He's in again and bowls, and this one is hit in the air, but hit over the top with a reverse sweep over the top of the man who's out there goes chasing down to the fence, and once it's beaten the infield with any power on with the relatively new ball, it races away, and also has a very strong breeze behind it helping it on its way.
Top edge though.
Yeah, it could have gone up straight up in the air, but it was 4 more runs to the total, 57. Who goes on to 19 with that shot. In again, we're looking again to repeat the shot. This time gets wrapped on the pad as it looks to sweep it again. There's a man now has gone back to a sort of fly slip type position.
He's fond of the reverse sweep, is James Rue.
Yeah,
but he does get out to it from time to time.
Consecutive shots playing the balls playing the same shot as Bethel is in, and this one is off the outside edge, running away through second slip. They'll get just a single. They thought about the second, but the ball was in hand and returned back to the bowler, and Barnard kept them down to just the 1. So 58 for 2 at the end of that over. The lead has gone on to 205.
So 10 overs remain. Somerset going at 3.4 runs an over at the moment, so let's say another 34, which would take us up to 90 or thereabouts, which would be a lead of 240. Here comes Barnard in bowls, and it's played into the offside. So if they then put their collective feet down on the accelerator tomorrow, they could get up to a lead of 380, something like that, and possibly declare half an hour before lunch.
Yep.
But,
well, 380 you ought to be pretty safe, you would have thought, with two, say the best part of 2 sessions to get them. I don't think go.
Barnard bowls, and this is whipped away by James Rue out to Chase Simmons on the deep square leg boundary. 59 for 2. Rue on to 21.
What I've seen of the Warwickshire batting in this season, I don't think that's the sort of score in the Championship which they would be able to probably get. I would think with the...
Well, they wouldn't want to risk losing, would
no,
they?
no, definitely not.
I don't think either side is going to risk losing for the sake of taking an outside chance of a win. Barnard bowls and Lammonby plays defensively into the onside. But it would be nice to see some enterprising cricket from Somerset tomorrow morning. The alternative, that they bat all day, is not particularly appetising.
No, that doesn't whet. It doesn't whet the appetite.
Or
right.
they bat on so long that Warwickshire haven't got anything to play for, so Warwickshire just bat out the day. Whichever side it is, batting out the day is not going to be particularly exciting. This is turned into the onside by Lammonby for a single. Moves into double figures. Tom Lammonby, 60 for 2 is the score. The lead, 207.
The other thing, of course, is insofar as if you set anything which anybody wants to chase. We saw this earlier in the day. Once that cooker ball goes soft, it becomes extremely difficult to score
so
quickly with it.
It does. You're quite right. Barnard then to Rue, pulls this away, and that has gone for 4. One bounce over the boundary rope down at long leg, bisecting the fielders at long leg and deep back with square leg, and Rue moves on to 25 and the score on to 64.
He's not quite got his line right, Ed Barnard, so far in these opening overs. There again, he was just drifting down the leg side and allowing Rue to get through with that shot, and he played it really well, picked it up well and whipped it away. Barnard won't be happy with that line.
James Rue 25 from 38 as Barnard is in again and bowls, and this is down the leg side, and I think that's probably buys. Yep, it is buys.
Yeah.
With Kai Smith standing up to the stump. It wasn't a good delivery from Ed Barnard. Swish from James Rue, made no contact, but nothing that Kai Smith could do to prevent the 4 buys being conceded at the end of the over. 68 for 2, 10 to Lammonby and 25 to James Rue.
Oh, just looking at the way that Ed Barnard has just thrown his sweater away, he's clearly not happy with himself at all. His body language there is one of pure frustration, because that was not a great over. Jacob Bethel will continue at this pavilion end as the lead extends up to 215. It's almost a little bit like we're just going through the motions here at the end of this third day. It just almost feels like something needs to happen to get a bit of zip put into it.
Yeah.
You weren't impressed with my ornithological knowledge then, earlier on in the day.
Well, mistaking I just feel sorry for the seagull that's been mistaken for a pigeon.
Oh, now hang on, there was a seagull and a pigeon there, though.
Ah.
There were
So you were referring to the pigeon, not the seagull.
No. This one is run away to backward point, and there is a single for Lammonby. So the first ball of Bethel's over.
The pigeons have flown off.
But then you actually confirmed that there were pigeons on the field.
Well, later there were, but then
They just came back.
it's our friend the gull, just circling over the holly stand.
He was sat on the floor, I think, when I.
He was
Yeah,
behind the bowler's arm.
yeah, right bit in front of the pigeon which I was talking about. Here's Bethel. This one swept again by Rue, who's beginning to get a bit of a move on here and flips this one away over.
I think we can deduce from this that James Rue doesn't rate Jacob Bethel's slow left arm.
No,
very
I
highly.
don't think he does. I think that's becoming clear because he's playing virtually the same shot to every ball and having a fair degree of success with it. Jacob Bethel is trying to change. He's bringing in now Shay Simmons in from the covers. He's leaving the man out now at deep backward point, which is where the reverse sweep is going to. He has the luxury, though, of a slip, which nobody else seems to have been afforded. This next one is turned this time square on the onside. And Helen Dolby, Helen Dolby get black mark these days for doing that. Very old-fashioned fielding there, Anthony, with the big boot being put down. You don't see that very often. He's got long legs, Helen Dolby, and he sticks one out and stops it with his foot. 74 for 2. 6 off this over so far from Bethel as he bowls to Lammonby, who runs this one away to backward point, but Barnard is onto it quickly and prevents the single.
England on the verge of victory against India. They need just 6 runs to win with 5 wickets in hand.
As Bethel is in again and bowls, and this one is reverse swept for 4 more. This time it's Lammonby who does the shot. So not quite sure what Alec Davis is going to do here to Bethel looks distinctly
as if he's not enjoying it very
no,
much.
it's almost like almost has a look of a man who's asking to be taken off. Actually, it doesn't seem
50 partnership.
That's come very quickly over the
In the end,
it sort of took
really
ages to get going, and then
accelerated.
they've accelerated. Well, Bethel's gone for 20 after 11 deliveries. Alex Davis is having a talk to him, saying, "Do you not think we perhaps ought to strengthen the offside?" Because what they're doing is turning a 3-man offside into the leg side with a reverse sweep. Bethel bowls, and this is too short and flicked away fine down to a fine leg for 4. So 4 more to Lammonby and
14 runs off the over.
it's
Does Richard want to come in and do a bit of commentary? So I've been on for about an hour, so I'll make way for Richard Wilford.
okay, England have won the Test match, by the way, and by 5 wickets. So good performance from them. Anthony didn't think it was a great performance, but I think it was pretty good chasing that down. 371 to win, so well done to them. And they come to Edgbaston with a 1-0 lead in the series.
What I would say is that win doesn't answer any questions about the bowling attack. Josh Tongue showed a great ability to wipe away a tail on 2 occasions, but the rest of it was all a little bit, I don't know. I'm not sure.
I don't think the Australians would have slept uneasy in their beds.
No. In their case, it's just a question of whether they can keep their guys fit. That's their challenge.
Well, that's true.
Well, Barnard and Bethel have not given Alex Davis what is needed. The accelerator has been firmly pushed, including extras. I think it's 39 runs off the last 4 overs when things have been really quite becalmed. So Barnard round the wicket, lifted into the air, and he's found the gap on the leg side again for 4 more here, Root. Great placement, he's to 34. I don't think there's a lot of merit in Barnard round the wicket to the left-hander, digging it in half track.
No, and he's clearly totally frustrated with himself. He just kicked the ground again. The end of the previous over, he threw his sweater away in disgust and stormed after it. Now he's kicking the ground. He's clearly something not right there. He's either not able to get the right line. The field he's trying to bowl to he doesn't like. It's scattered and it's purely defensive at the moment.
He's in again, and Rue helps him round the corner. This time he won't find the gap. Sam Hain is able to come round from long leg, and they're going to run 2 rather quickly there, and they do get home for 2. He made his mind up. Sam Hain's throw did not quite have the power that it sometimes does, otherwise that would have been quite tight. But Rue is in the mood to get going and to set the platform to get the declaration in as early as they can tomorrow.
Yep.
And give themselves as many overs as they can. They would love to have 80 overs. Now, that's not going to be easy, but this next 8 overs could be very useful towards that. As this is guided down to 3rd by Root. He's to 37 off just 44 balls. 89 for 2.
Well, they've suddenly come into life since, as you say, since Barnard and Bethel have come on. They've been hemorrhaging runs, really, and it's got this innings really ticking along now. So the lead 236. And we've still got another 7 overs after this one tonight, so this could be up to 260, 270 by the close of play tonight.
Barnard into bowl to Lammonby, who again steers it through square on the leg side for a single. And again, look, Ed Barnard's a really experienced bowler. He'll know whether he's executing what he's meant to be executing, but at the moment I'm not seeing a field that is going to dry up the runs.
No.
I'm not quite seeing what the plan is to dry up the runs.
No, I agree with you. I'm not sure how Warwickshire are going to get a wicket here, or in the same time stop the run flow.
It's under 3 and over when the 2 opening bowlers came off. It's up 4.5 now, and this is a short ball whacked around the corner. Hain will have to dive to try and stop it, and that is a really good stop from Sam Hain. They come back for 2. But why is he bowling right arm round the wicket down onto the pads of these 2 batters with the field that he's got? He hasn't got the pace to see them hole out the fielders in the deep, and they're just milking him comfortably for runs. I'm puzzled, Phil.
Yep.
If you forgive me. Barnard in again, trying to launch this through mid-wicket was Rue, and he miscues it, and it bounces into the hands of mid-wicket. And there's no run. 7 overs left in the day. Somerset lead by 239 with 8 second innings wickets standing. And for me, the first race for them is to 350. Now, if they can do that in another 25 overs, and at this rate they can, then they have to ponder the moment to pull out.
Jacob is going to get another over here by the looks of things. Now, is Alex Davis going to change this field for him and give him a bit more protection?
Well, there's a 4th man on the offside.
Yep, they brought one across. So there's a man out there now, probably not quite far enough round for the reverse sweep that both of these left-handers like to play. So Lammonby is going to be facing. Alex Davis is having a chat. He's looking across to where Chase Simmons is, a deep backward point. Ball's been going a little bit wider than where he is, but we'll see. This first one is lobbed up really outside the off stump, and it's just help yourself there, and Lammonby cracks it away square on the offside, and Chase Simmons, who's out there at deep backward point, all he's got to do is just go and fetch it from the fence.
It's a horrible floaty wide half volley. That's what it is. That's all it is. And any batsman worth his salt is going to just put that away unceremoniously.
No slip in place now, as Bethel is in and bowls, and this one is turned, goes back and turned away through square by Lammonby for a single. He moves on to 25, 97 for 2.
The pressure on this young man in red ball cricket is a bit disproportionate, in that he's shown how well he can hold his own in white ball cricket, both for his county and for England. But he's still very, very raw.
Absolutely.
In the red ball game.
Yeah. He bowls. This one is run off the open face of the bat down to the man who's at sort of a fly slip position. They can't prevent the single, and they get one. So we've got nobody in close catching position at all. We've got a man at short fine, short third, deep backward point. One at extra cover, and then we've got men out on the mid-wicket, on the deep square leg boundary, the mid-wicket boundary, and then mid on and mid off for about halfway back.
He's going to go round the wicket to the left-hander here, Bethel. But it just to feel that they're chasing solutions rather than creating solutions. But this is quite a difficult moment for a young cricketer.
In bowls, this is going to be more runs played through mid-wicket. It'll only be a single this time. But, one more to Rue, who has moved on to 40 with that shot. No, that was, sorry, let's get this the right way around. That was Lammonby, wasn't it, who played that shot? Sorry, he's moved on to 26. Two left-handed batsmen. Sort of passing, changing backwards and forwards virtually every ball at the moment. This one is bringing Rue down the wicket, and he fires it to Rob Yates at short mid-wicket, who does the fielding. Jacob Bethel looks a little disconsolate as he turns. 3 overs, one ball short of 3 overs for 31. This is slapped by Rue up to Oliver Hannon Dolby, who's at mid-off. There isn't a run this time. It's 99 for 2. There are 6 overs remaining in the day. And that was not, again, not going to plan that at all.
No, they probably have to take him out of the attack as much as anything by way of self-preservation here. I think Corey Rockacholi is going to come on now as a more experienced spinner, the Australian. But I have to say that that's not been a great experience so far today for Jacob Bethel. But, you know, yeah, he made his 3 half-centuries against New Zealand in the Test series in the winter, and that's great, and it opened up the debate as to whether he's going to be first choice to be England's number 3. But you do feel, for all that he is prodigiously talented, and the other players in the squad will tell you that, Randy, and just, you know, he's otherworldly in terms of his natural ability. He probably needs a lot more time to be properly ready for Test cricket, and particularly if you're going to develop his bowling. He just hasn't got the overs under his belt.
No.
And he hasn't got, you know, things like the height of a Shoaib Bashir that gives him such an advantage. As Rockacholi comes in and bowls to Lammonby, he looks to push it out in the offside.
Well, I think it's fair.
No run.
It's fair to say that in the red ball cricket he has played for Warwickshire, he hasn't bowled that much. He has not really been used extensively. He's done it more at international level.
Dabbed into the offside, back to Bethel, who fields. He's bowled more in the 50-over cricket. Before he got called up to the 100, he bowled quite a few 10-over spells in the 50-over format as a teenager. In T20 cricket, it's rarely more than 1 or 2 overs, just to give Alex Davis or Moeen Ali, when he was captaining, a little more option in terms of his bowling. This is edged wide of slip. It was always going down, so I don't think it was ever going to carry to him. And they'll come back for 2. Bethel gives chase, can't reel it in, goes all the way for 4. And the Somerset 100 comes up in their second innings, 103 for 2. And that also takes the lead up to 250. The vigorous Clapper is at it again. My word, who is it? Has he got hands or fins?
It certainly makes a noise, doesn't it?
Can he balance a ball on his nose?
Have you got the effects mic on his knee?
No.
when you went out to place it.
Roccaccioli driven towards extra cover, fielded there by Rob Yates. 103 for 2. Lammonby 30, Rue 40. Setting the table for tomorrow morning.
Well, this last half hour has really boosted Somerset and given them a bit of a... put them probably 20 or 30 runs ahead, well, where they anticipated.
Maybe. Stroked into the offside there where the fielding is done on the boundary. Single for Lammonby is to 31. I think the thing that slowed things up early on were the wickets, in that they got off to a flyer. But then Kohler, Cadmore and Davey went in quick succession, a wicket each for Bamber and Hannon Dolby, who continued to bowl well. As Roccaccioli is pushed wide of extra cover, they'll think about a single, but Hannon Dolby picks up fairly quickly. The support bowlers have not been good enough, and the depth of Somerset's bowling attack compared to Warwickshire's has been very, very telling in this game, and we're going to see Jacob Bethel replaced now by Rob Yates.
Yep.
5 overs still left today, another long day.
Right, do this over, and then perhaps Anthony will come back in to finish off the day from what's been a good day for Somerset.
Bring him on to clear the tail. Elsewhere, close. Sussex 111 for 4, lead Durham by 145, interestingly poised. Close. Essex 108 for 3 in their second innings, still trail Hampshire by 49. Dawson's taken a couple of wickets there. At close at Trent Bridge, Yorkshire 414 for 6. They trail Notts by 73, double 100 today for Finley Bean. And Surrey beat Worcestershire by 9 wickets. In Division 2, at Bristol, they've closed Gloucestershire 364 for 3. They lead Derbyshire by 153 with Cameron Bancroft 170 not out. Still playing at Old Trafford, Lancashire 600 for 5, lead Kent by 226.
Rob Yates' first ball is a full toss, which he gets away with, and Tom Lammonby drives it down to Davis, down at deep mid-on. He's loosener from Yates. He's round the wicket, he bowls, and that pitches and turns away from Lammonby. Just watch that one again. Yes, definitely, and got a little bit of bounce, so a bit of encouragement there for Yates. As he's in again and bowls, and this one is swept down to fine leg. It'll be just a single. But, the ball's returned.
I don't know who Ollie Hannon-Dolby was throwing that to. But he got to the ball really quickly. Centuries today for Lancashire, by the way, for Luke Wells, Josh Bohannon and Ashton Turner, who's just gone for 154, so they're 600 for 6 now. Better than a run of ball, Turner.
Yates again in, and this one is pushed into the offside. They get through for a single. That's whether there really should have been a single there, but it was in the end.
I should note, by the way, that Lancashire innings is at Blackpool, isn't it?
Oh, is there
Yeah.
to this game, are they?
Yeah.
This one again, Roccaccioli is in quicker this time. He was just caught perhaps a little bit napping on the previous ball. This time, as Lammonby pushed it back out to that deep backward point position. He's in again and drives, and this one he strokes out into the offside, and Chase Simmons will do the fielding. There's several birds, and I'm going no further than that, are on the square, and it's the end of the over, and it's the end of me for the day.
Phil, we look forward to talking to you tomorrow. Yeah, some of the birds here are in disguise. We should bear that in mind. No, I had my suspicions that Lancashire game might be elsewhere, and then Kevin Howells confirmed it just as I was scrolling down to the words Stanley Park. At close of play, Glamorgan 131 for 3 in their second innings against Leicestershire, still trailed by 92. Middlesex at 215 for 3 against Northamptonshire in their second innings, and that is a lead of 193 as Corey Roccaccioli steps in to begin his second over. He and Yates have slowed things down a little bit here, and they'll get more because Roccaccioli gets a wicket because Lammonby has picked out mid-wicket and hit it straight into his hands, and that is as straightforward as it could be. I think it's Barnard in there who's taken the catch, and Lammonby perishes for 33, 107 for 3, a lead of 254.
Well, he'll be very disappointed, will Tom Lammonby. He was going along very smoothly and comfortably, looking to lift that over short mid-wicket, failed to get hold of it, and a straightforward catch to Ed Barnard. Thank you very much indeed. End of Tom Lammonby, 107 for 3, the lead 254. Tom Abel is striding out from the pavilion, and our enthusiastic clapper down below is going like the clappers.
Yes. I won't miss that clapping. I might dream of it. It is vigorous.
Certainly is.
It's become more evident since we had a change of microphone outside.
Not sure who it is. I don't think
you won't be able to see from here.
It's not Tractor, I can tell you that, because if it was Tractor, we'd be able to hear his encouragement for the Somerset batsmen and fielders earlier on.
Corey Rockiccioli has his second wicket of his 4-match spell with Warwickshire. He played a reasonably enterprising knock of 28 earlier, coming in at number 8, which I fancy is a position high for him. But lost one to short mid-wicket when he was taking on the short ball. And fell a wicket for Miguel Pretorius. He deserves something for his exertions today.
Well, Tom Abel could do with some runs. Batted quite nicely in the first innings, but he's not really been himself in recent games. Just struggling for form a little bit.
At the moment, the wickets column won't exercise Somerset's minds too much, but they wouldn't particularly want to lose another one tonight.
No.
Because they do want to be able to push on tomorrow. Rockiccioli comes in to bowl to Abel, and that does offer to turn, but he uses that turn to clip it round the corner, and there's a shy at the stumps because Abel was running like a man who didn't think there was any danger at all, and he'd have just about got back, but I think the fielder was quite right to spot that that was not the sharpest run taken by Tom Abel. $108 for 3. Rockiccioli now to Rue, and that one turns neatly for the cut. Just sat up to be cut out towards the boundary fielder for a single. 109 for 3. So 21 balls left today. They've got that lead beyond 250, which I think would have been very much what they'd like to have got by the end of this session. If it's around 270 by close, then a really busy hour and then weigh it up from there tomorrow morning. That would be the goal for Somerset. Now and again, it's Kookaburra ball and a hybrid pitch. The two factors you have to consider. Abel forward to cover this ball up outside off stump and no run. It could yet salvage itself into a really interesting game of cricket, this. But it is all about Somerset chasing victory. Abel awaits Rockiccioli again, clipped towards mid-wicket. Fielded there by Yates and no run. Rockiccioli and Yates have given the Bears far more control than, unfortunately for him, Jacob Bethel could. Once more, Rockiccioli approaches, and he had to reach a bit to drive that Abel, but he's timed it beautifully, scatters the pigeons, and the chase round the boundary for Simmons is in vain. Abel's first boundary, he goes to 5, 113 for 3. He didn't try and overhit it, timed it wonderfully well.
Yep, that was encouraging for Tom Abel's many admirers. The nicest man in cricket. He's a candidate for that particular.
Is he?
He certainly is.
Have you not met Chris Wokes yet?
Oh, well, he's another candidate.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
Just check.
I was saying he's a candidate. I wasn't saying he was...
No, it's true. No, it's true. There are a lot of lovely guys in cricket, and was it this year? It's been really fun to meet a lot of the players playing for the Warwickshire women in the first year of professional county cricket for the women around the country. Warwickshire and Somerset, both top flight counties, and the T20 blast here has been tremendous, the game so far. There's some really talented young players representing Warwickshire.
Robbie Yates in and bowls to James Rue. Yes, Somerset have got a young team and yet to win a game in the blast. They won a couple of games in the One Day Cup. Beat Surrey, in fact, in the very first game of the season at Beckenham. As Yates is in a bowl short, and this is cut into the offside by Rue, but well fielded at point by Rocchiccioli.
With Heather Knight injured, it does feel like there's a lot of weight on the shoulders of Fran Wilson in the Somerset women's team.
Yeah, she and Sophie Luff haven't quite got it right so far. This is played up the onside of the pitch by James Rue. 20 over cricket isn't really their game, I think it would be fair to say. Somerset's women's batting lacks firepower. Yates bowls and Rue stretches forward. I think Somerset have settled now. They'll just see the day out without any further damage and look to pile the runs on tomorrow morning. Yates bowls and Rue cuts nicely. It should just be a single, as Chase Simmons is very quick out on the cover boundary, sends in rather over-enthusiastic return, which Kai Smith has to leap to take two-handed.
Rob Yates has evolved to be more than just a part-time spinner over the last 2 or 3 years, and he's got good height.
Yeah, I was just going to say that.
And he's got quite a high release. And what I like about him, and the reason that he's not getting attacked as much, and he bowled very effectively yesterday as well, is the fact that I think he gives the ball good flight. And as a result, I think that they're less willing to go down and play the sweeps and the paddles against Yates.
Because of the extra bounce.
Yeah.
Well, he's bowling around the wicket to the left-handed, to the right-handed Tom Abel, who's back on his stumps, turning it round the corner, but won't get a run. End of that Rob Yates over. He has figures of none for 4 in 2 overs. We've got 2 overs remaining, the first of which is going to be bowled, I think, by Corey Rocchiccioli.
So as we were about to enter the Kookaburra Festival in these 4 rounds of the Championship, Bears gave Rob Yates a lot of overs last week in the match against Durham over at Portland Road, with a view to the fact that he was likely to get an increased number of overs this week. Next week at Hove, and then home to Worcestershire and away against Essex at Chelmsford. As the first ball of Rocchiccioli's 3rd over is defended by Rue, and you may well be right that James Rue, for all the very good positive intent that he's had since the opening bowlers came off, is now more than happy to see his way through to the conclusion of the day, although he makes a bit of room here to force the ball through point for a single. 115 for 3, but having made that room, I mean, it was low risk. He was very much in control.
Bright sunshine now. Don't think it'll last for very long because there's a lot of cloud overhead, but well, it's fading even as I speak, but it was nice while it lasted.
You'll feel the warmth going into your shoulders as you walk round to the car.
After I've chatted to Steve Kirby. See what I just want to get him to say how well Somerset bowled this morning and how well they utilised the reverse swing.
Rocchiccioli in once more. Just drags this one down a little bit, and Abel can just tuck it back towards the bowler.
And ask him what he thinks about how many overs Somerset will need to bowl Warwickshire out a second time.
It's got to be at least 75, isn't it? You would have thought that they're going to aim for. For me, that would be the guess. I want to be bowling before lunch. This one turns into the right-hander. Abel just kills it.
Well, they took 9 wickets in around about 75 overs today. So 80 overs, yeah.
It's possible. This turns again into the right-hander, and Abel clips at the leg side. I think the turn, what turn there is at times is a bit slow. Leach bowled a couple of absolute jaffers. The one that got Hayne was the spin bowler's ball of the day. Rocchiccioli in again, defended out into the leg side. So 1 over left today. Somerset lead by 262. They've got 7 wickets remaining. Having bowled the Bears out for 351, they just squeezed past the follow-on. 4 wickets for Craig Overton. He bowled brilliantly today, but so did Henry, so did Pretorius. Sam Hayne with a very fine innings of 78, matching Alex Davis, who also scored 78. Tom Latham 65. And in their second innings, they're being led by James Rue, unbeaten on 44. wicket each for Bamber, Hannah Dolby and Rocky Choli.
So the last over of the day is going to be bowled by Rob Yates from the pavilion end, with the shadows stretching out across the outfield here at Edgbaston, and Rue stretches forward to play that defensively into the offside.
I think he's going to resist trying to score this over. Do you think he can play out a maiden?
I think if Yates drags one down, he'll go for it, or over pitches. But that's a good length ball, and Rue quietly forward. The lead 262, so effectively 262 for 3. Yates to Rue. This is short, and he does indeed play this away through the offside. It'll just be a single as Simmons is sweeping on the cover boundary. 116 for 3. Rue on to 45 from 62 deliveries. He's batted very nicely in the more enterprising style that he's developed since he first came into the Somerset side a couple of years ago. Yates then to Abel, who turns this around the corner, and there won't be a run.
Yeah, I mean, that more open way of batting, more purposeful way of batting comes from experience and also knowing what the England selection panel want from you as well.
Absolutely right, absolutely right. This is turned around the corner by Abel, and they might think of a single on the misfield, but wisely enough decide against it. So this will be the last ball of the day. Yates to Abel, and just played quietly into the onside, and that concludes proceedings for the third day of this Rothesay Division 1 County Championship match between Warwickshire and Somerset. Somerset finishing the day in their second innings on 116 for 3. They lead by 263, having bowled Warwickshire out today for 351, and in the process adding 2 bowling points to the 4 batting points that they secured in their first innings of 498. So it's, I think it'd be fair to say, Richard, it's been Somerset's day.
Oh, totally. It's been Somerset's match over the course of 3 days. There've been a couple of moments of wobble, but they've been largely in control of the game. Today, their execution in the field was absolutely tremendous. They had a plan, they stuck to it. The bowlers really didn't vary from it either. They stuck with what they were being asked to do, some very intelligently set fields, and they got their reward. 351 is a low score.